Once again, it is requested that kindly be seated. Please take your seats. Put your phones in silent mode. And while you're uploading the pictures or any information about this summit, please use the hashtag #MintPolicySummit, and tag us on Twitter at @LiveMint. Also, you can see the QR codes which are placed on the tables. You can scan the QR code and share your valuable feedbacks about this summit with us. We would love to hear from you. We will be starting in a short while, and it is requested to kindly put your phones on silent mode or on airplane mode. Educators, public policy makers, innovators, and learners. I welcome you all to Mint India Public Policy Summit 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to announce that today we'll have such round of discussions that can actually be enthralling for the whole nation. It is the need of the hour. Well, we belong to the country where the language changes after every few kilometers. We have a varied heritage. Well, in such situations where the difference between different segments of society is comparatively high, it is impractical to adapt the public policies which are designed for the nations which are richer or smaller. So it becomes imperative to have the public policies which are specifically designed to cater all the segments of the society. Well, the target is to make India a 40 trillion economy by 2047. And policies have a major role to play. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Mint India Public Policy Summit, we are gathered here to recognize successful policy initiatives across the nation and bring together experts and practitioners to evaluate strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities public policy sector holds. Let us start by energizing the whole atmosphere, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a huge round of applause before we go ahead? Well, one thing always adds to a healthy nation is smiles on the face. So I request you all to always keep little smile on your face as we go ahead. Moving ahead, I would like to especially take this moment to thank our partners. This summit is co-powered by Government of Chhattisgarh and partnered by Government of Madhya Pradesh, Union Bank of India, Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, Government of Goa, Jammu and Kashmir Bank, National Internet Exchange of India, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited, our knowledge partners, Primus partners, academic partner, Indian School of Public Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've previously mentioned, that while you're uploading anything about the event, use the hashtag Mint Policy Summit and tag us on Twitter @LiveMint. Let us start, ladies and gentlemen, today's summit. And for the welcome address, I would like to invite Mr. Shrutajit KK, Editor-in-Chief, Mint. Let us welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Veronica. Good morning, friends, and a very warm welcome to Mint India Public Policy Summit. At Mint, public policy is a theme that's very, very close to our heart. It reflects in our coverage through our data-based approach and rigorous ground reporting. We keep a very close watch on how public policy is sort of flowing to the ground, from the decisions that are made in Delhi and state capitals to the implementation on the ground. This is something we keep a close watch on. It stems from our belief that there is nothing that has more power to bring the most change to the most numbers of people as a well thought out, well designed and well executed public policy initiatives. Our hope is that this grows into a platform. This is not meant to be a once-a-year event and we go back. Our hope is that with this grows into a platform for discussions and deliberations on the art and science of public policy, what is working, what are the good practices, and so on and so forth at every level. Sometimes a policy, a thoughtful one designed by a district collector can make a lot of difference to the people of a city or a state. Equally, so scale is one thing, but a very large impact can be had even by administrators and bureaucrats, even at small levels. I couldn't be more pleased with the lineup that we have ahead of us today. We have some of the country's finest minds, starting with the very first panel that will be shortly underway. Our Honorable Commerce Minister, Sri Piyush Goyal, who was supposed to be here in the morning for the inaugural address, has requested a reschedule of his address. He will now be attending this event at 4:30 in the afternoon. So from the morning, we have multiple panel discussions. We are delighted that we are able to showcase. We have picked 4 policy initiatives, 2 from the center and 2 from the states, as success showcases. And the whole idea is, how do we share best practices? If something has worked in one state, another state in the same area doesn't necessarily have to, reinvent the wheel. What are the components? I mean, of course, keeping in mind that not everything is replicable. It has to be calibrated for changes. And local conditions, and so on and so forth. Thank you all for joining us this morning, and I look forward to the discussions during the day, and I wish you all a day of intellectual feast ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone right for the day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that India is undergoing a transformational journey. The policies are being made, the changes are being designed. But what holds the importance is effective implementation. Effective implementation is a success. It's the only way to success of any public policy. With this, we move towards our first panel discussion of the day, and we have a list of eminent panelists, eminent speakers in the panel. The topic for this discussion would be marrying political will and bureaucratic responsibilities. I would like to start by inviting our moderator for the session, Nilay Verma, co-founder and CEO, Primus Partners. Let us welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the panel with us, we have Shri Sushil Modi ji. He is Member of Parliament and former Deputy Chief Minister, Bihar. Let us welcome sir with a round of applause. Yamini Iyer, President and Chief Executive, the Center for Policy Research. Let us welcome ma'am with a round of applause. Raghav Chandra, IAS, Retired Secretary, Government of India and author. Let us welcome sir with a round of applause. K.N. Srivastav, Retired IAS, former Aviation Secretary. Let us welcome sir with a round of applause. On the topic, marrying political will and bureaucratic responsibilities. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Veronica. I think it's a great panel to have to discuss the topic of marrying political will and bureaucratic responsibility. We have an elected representative, we have two career civil servants, and we've also got somebody who works in the intersection of policy and data and research. Before I really request all my panelists, starting with Mr. Sushil Modi, to give his overall remarks, I do wanted to talk about the topic itself and actually narrate a story. And this is something about, this is 2006, and I was still a young consultant working for the Income Tax Department. And the directorate had just set up a directorate of BPR, Business Process Reengineering, because they wanted to change a lot of processes. And I still remember my first engagement with the chief commissioner there, an extremely well-meaning, very, very nice gentleman, and I gave him my first report, and which wanted a number of changes to be done. And he picked up the income tax rule, and he said, how can I make the change? Because the rule says A, B, C, D, E. And in my mind, as a young consultant, I was thinking, but you are the head of business process reengineering. And I guess that's really the topic when we talk about political will or political vision and bureaucratic responsibility, which is sometimes about constraint. With that background, Mr. Modi, your initial comments, please.
Thank you. Only in today's newspapers, you must have read a statement of, say, Nitin Gadkari, in which he has commented on the bureaucracy. And he said in that statement, there are some officers who dodged the files. They don't take decision. They sit on those files for years and months. And he's compared with the Bapu Nadkarni, the famous cricketer. And he said that Nadkarni used to stay on the crease for the whole day. But at the end of the day, the total score was only 40. So this is also one part of bureaucracy, which don't take decision. And the other part, he said that कुछ लोग हैं जो फाइल पर they write on file in such a manner कि कोई अगर अच्छा काम भी होने वाला है तो काम रुक जाता है. तो दोनों तरह के अनुभव हम लोग के पास है. लेकिन मैं कुल मिलाकर ये कहना चाहूँगा कि the efficacy of the state, it depends upon the competent and independent bureaucrats. There may be a good idea. The political leaders can give good ideas, and it is 99% the good ideas are always from the political leadership. I have not seen in my 13 years of my career as a deputy chief minister that a single suggestion has been given by the bureaucrats. They are good servants, they can implement. But the kind of vision that is required, either in the state or the central level, will not find hardly any policy decision which has been floated by the bureaucracy. 99% of the ideas have been floated by the by the political leadership or the politicians. So, but without bureaucracy, the government can't function. Without a good and competent bureaucrats or the civil servants, you can't really implement anything. So this question of marrying bureaucracy with the political will is a very complex question. But it is achievable, because without that successful marriage, you can't deliver anything in the society. So that is the most prerequisite requirement. If you want to deliver, you will require a good bureaucracy, a competent persons as a civil servants. But in my long career, I have a very different kind of experience. And koi bura nahi mane, because many IAS officers are sitting here. I must say that the level of politics, the level of politicians is not very good, because they come from different kind of background. Some may be illiterate, some may be literate, but they have different kind of exposure. But the IAS, the bureaucrats, they come through a competition. They are highly qualified. But I can't say about other states, but I have worked in Bihar. I can say that a good number of IAS, IPS or officers, they are very average. They may have qualified their IAS exams, they may have got a rank holder also. लेकिन मैंने अपने अनुभव में देखा कि more than 50% are very, very average. They may be very good in physics, they may be very good in technology, but because here you don't require physics, you don't require chemistry. Here it is a different thing. तो मैंने तो देखा कि जो IIT से पास अधिकांश आजकल IT वाले आते हैं IAS के अंदर, IPS के अंदर, लेकिन आप अगर उनका परफॉर्मेंस को अगर आप मार्क करेंगे तो बहुत ही वेरी पुअर परफॉर्मेंस. और अगर आज का मतलब अगर कहना हो तो मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि at the policy level there is no issue, there is not very big problem, because the politicians, they are capable of announcing every new thing. Every day they can announce new ideas, new things. The crisis is of implementation. So good ideas are there, but there is a crisis of implementation. And here the role of civil servants starts, because it is they who will have to implement those ideas. और civil servants को देखें तो level 1, IAS, IPS, level 2, state officers, level 3, and it is the level 3 which has to actually implement. They are on the ground. And I can say, frankly, that at the ground level, most of the bureaucrats at the ground level, I'm not talking at the top level or the middle level, at the ground level where there is interaction with the public, where is the last mile delivery, it is I should not use such a harsh word, that is entire bureaucracy at that level is corrupt, because more or less at the lower level, the level which people has to interact, ये लोग अच्छी से अच्छी योजना में लोग शिकायत करेंगे, क्या करें, मुझे तो पैसा देना पड़ा, मुझे तो 20 बार जाना पड़ा, मुझे बाकी करना पड़ा. I'm not saying that the politicians are very honest and they are very competent, but I'm just saying they have not come from that background, from which background the bureaucracy has come. तो इसलिए जो मेरा अपना कुछ थोड़ा बहुत एक्सपीरियंस है उसके आधार पर मैंने ये प्रारंभ के कमेंट्स जो हैं किए.
No, I think the points are, quite often spoken about, and so we will come back to you on GST, where I think states, bureaucracy, the political will all came together to deliver something good. But I will first come to Mr. Ken Srivastav. You've heard the views of an elected representative, but you've also, both as aviation secretary and also as part of Karnataka, where you were able to bring down and at that particular point of time make significant changes, which I'm sure were not necessarily very easy to implement. Why did that happen?
Friends, I would like to endorse what Sushil ji has just mentioned. To begin with, I would like to say that the civil service, is basically oriented towards the public service. And if anyone has got any other feeling, then certainly he is not, suited for the civil service. Now, the civil service again has got two components, the political executive and the civil executive. Unless these two, the political executive and civil executive, they work, for the common cause in tandem, things can never, happen the way in which public would like to have. I would like to give a slight background with regard to how the, relationship has evolved since we got our independence. I would say that from 1947 to 1969, things were working absolutely fine. Both the political side as well as the civil side, they were totally committed to the public service, etc. Things were going fine. In 1969, after the split, in Congress took place, and the instability started setting in, things started taking a different turn. And that, started the era of committed bureaucracy. That has continued, and now we are seeing the worst kind of thing, that the bureaucracy is now totally committed. The objective, kind of attitude, approach the bureaucracy should exhibit is not existing over there. Why it has happened, we have to ponder and think over. With the political instability, mushrooming of regional parties have come up. They have got their own agendas. And with that, this dynastic thing has also come. You go state after state. The people who are in the ruling dispensation, their family members, they have got some sort of license to interfere, and the whole bureaucracy gets subjugated, to them. Unless we correct these, melas, things are not going to happen. So I would, with my initial remark, I will only make two, quote two examples, and then I will end here. See, first example I'd like to give when civil bureaucracy and the political bureaucracy, they were working together in tandem for public cause, is when this reorganization of the state was to take place. Mr. V.P. Menon, who was the Secretary of Department of States under the Ministry of Home Affairs, of which Sardar Patel was the Home Minister, he would, the main task of his was somehow to see that all these 500 odd states, get, princely states get, merged into the Indian Union. He would discuss with Sardar Patel, then he would go to a particular princely state, discuss with that Raja, Maharaja, Nawab, etc. And with the mandate which Sardar Patel had given, he would draft a covenant which he will sign with the Maharaja, and that is how the whole thing happened. So the kind of trust, which Sardar Patel had in Mr. V.P. Menon is, we are actually reaping the benefit of that. That is one. The second one I'd like to quote from my own personal example. I was put in charge of implementing the Upper Krishna project across Krishna River in Karnataka. Those of you who have visited northern part of Karnataka would feel that northern Karnataka has been very, very backward in comparison to southern Karnataka. So after this project was completed, the whole thing has completely changed. The Almaty Dam, the development of some 15 lakh acres of command area, drinking water issues, everything got addressed. And this was possible because the then Chief Minister, Mr. S.M. Krishna, he gave complete freedom to us. There was zero interference of anybody. And because of that, in a time bound, because we were supposed to implement this one before May 2000, and we actually did it. Resource crunch came, we raised resources from the market, more than 20,000 crores. If I tell you that we raised money at the interest of 19%, you will feel surprised. But that was neither of ours. So this is another example where the political executive and the civil executive, they have got trust, faith in each other, and they are working for the public cause. Wonders can really be achieved. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I will pick up the word trust a little later. But Mr. Raghav Chandra, your experience. It is on.
So while I respect the view expressed by Honorable Sushil Modi ji about the bureaucracy and the way things are going on the field. I want to just say quickly that, marriages need to be made to succeed. Nothing happens in the normal course. And the superior partner in the marriage is the political executive. So where the political executive is clear about what they want, things succeed. And it has been my experience of 40 years in the civil service and now outside the civil service that both the political executive and the bureaucratic executive have the same essential principles, which is they respect and they have to work as per the Constitution of India. And they have to respect the rule of law, provide the rule of law so that there is security and dignity for the individual on the ground. But sometimes, and there is a misalignment of motivations and of interests, because whereas a civil servant is essentially wedded only to the Constitution and to the mandate that he is given, the political executive has a slightly, and we're talking academics here, we're not talking of this party or that party, or this government or that government. We find that the political executive caters to its political constituency and also the manifesto of the party, which the bureaucrat is not necessarily in a position to respect because he is wedded to the Constitution. And so I'm not saying that it always happens, but those are the grounds for a divergence of thinking. And I have seen that, for instance, when the NATRIP project was being implemented, which is the largest automobile testing track in Asia. And I remember coming with my Chief Minister, Mr. Babulal Gaur, and pursuing the matter. So when we went to Mr. Kamal Nath, who was then the Commerce and Industry Minister, he said, no, this should, if at all it has to come to Chhindwara. And I believe finally, the then Finance Minister or the Home Minister, Mr. Chidambaram, wanted to take it to Tamil Nadu. Mrs. Sonia Gandhi wanted to take it to Rai Bareli. So we got, finally, of course, we succeeded in getting to Pithampur, which was the right place, but it took an enormous amount of canvassing and effort to make that happen. So there is this target audience, which is different. Allocation of resources. Every transport minister, no matter from which part of the country he comes from, he sanctions the largest number of road projects for his particular state, whether he's from UP or Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra or wherever. Competitor management. The political executive may want to stymie the competition, whereas the bureaucrat has to look at the larger mandate and the public interest and the rule of law in a much larger ambit. So there is scope for this. The short point that I want to make is that where there is clarity of objectives by the political executive, like for instance, whatever the government has wanted, whether it is Jan Dhan or whether it is the UPI or whether it is FASTag or whatever. I mean, there are thousands of examples of spectacular performance by this government which have happened where there is a clear demarcation of what the government wants. Where there is no clear demarcation and where you want to fire on the shoulders of the bureaucrat, things don't work. So that's a short point, and I can give lots of examples to corroborate my point.
Sure. Yamini, somebody, as I introduced you, you work at the intersection of policy and research. You've heard two viewpoints here, some of which may sound completely opposite to each other. But from your perspective, how do you see this? And also, I think Mr. Modi spoke about the frontline staff, which you've also spoken about in terms of the capacity. And really, that's the big issue when it comes to implementing intent. Your thoughts?
Since I'm of neither party to this marriage, I can be the judge and arbiter. But the honest truth is that marriages are always hard, and mostly both parties are right, although each party thinks that they are right in their individual capacity, and I'm convinced the answer to a successful marriage is, at least in my case, if my husband would admit always that I am right. But the honest truth is that there is truth in both points of view. So maybe we shouldn't be asking, I think maybe we are asking the wrong question. To me, the really important question, and because I have the luxury of being a researcher, and which means I don't have to take a decision today, I can hang on for 5 years saying, abhi to hum research kar rahe hain. We can ask the deeper analytical question, which for me is, under what conditions Does this marriage actually work? And when the magic happens? So let me put my point of view from the perspective of an experience I had, which for a lot of my work on this question has been very, very formative. I'm talking about 2009 or so. हम लोग actually बिहार में थे, सुशील मोदी जी, जब एक education पे चर्चा हो रही थी. The education minister, the chief secretary, the education secretary were all in the room together. And because I was just a young research associate, my job was just to take notes. So I observed this conversation, and without a doubt, this has been one of the most powerful conversations I have ever experienced on this question. Every actor in that room was determined to ensure कि बिहार के बच्चों को दुनिया की सबसे अच्छी पढ़ाई मिले. The question was how, and the discussion was around data that had emerged out of a study undertaken by Pratham and Jaypal on the effects of a summer camp on improving learning outcomes of students. And the question that confronted the minister, the education secretary, the chief secretary, all three extremely powerful individuals was, अब इसको school में routinise कैसे करें? And through this long-winded conversation, it lasted 3 or 4 hours. अंत में हम लोग थक गए थे और बोला कि चलो चलें, मगर सेक्रेटरी, मंत्री जी और चीफ सेक्रेटरी जी वो तो 2 और घंटे के लिए बात करने के लिए तैयार थे. We couldn't find the right answer, and somewhere along the way there was a very important comment that was made, which was कि हम लोग सरकार में मिशन मोड पे काम करना जानते हैं. जब ऑब्जेक्टिव क्लियर है, टाइम पीरियड है, डेडलाइन है, तो झट से काम हो जाता है और उसका नतीजा सबके आंखों के सामने होता है. उसको जब रूटीनाइज करना पड़ता है, when you have to bring it into the system, when the rubber actually hits the road, that's where the challenge comes about. And the question for me then was, under what conditions can that marriage work from the top all the way down? Because in this particular instance, the conditions of that marriage were exactly there. The objective was clear, the politicians were in the room, ready to do something, the bureaucrats wanted to do something, all of us as public policy analysts talk about data. Data was there, we knew what we had to do. The question was, how do you implement it? And over the years, as I've tried to unpack that problem, I found there are conditions where this marriage works beautifully. अभी किसी ने digital जनधन की बात की थी. When it comes to bypassing that front line, when it comes to taking a technology that can be a straightforward implementation, you get political bureaucratic will, elite consensus always. क्योंकि वो सीधा साधा, it's an easier thing to implement. And you can see that in the success stories of India. When it comes to doing things that require you to actually empower and capacitate the front line, जो बात मोदी जी ने हमारे सामने रखी, it's a very important challenge. That is where we constantly and consistently falter. We centralize too much, और इसमें, as an observer, I can say politicians and bureaucrats both do it. They are arch centralizers कि ज़मीनी स्तर पे चीज़ें नहीं होती. That is why we must centralize and tell people how to do things. And what that has done is that it has created an imagination at the grassroots कि ऊपर से आदेश आता है तो काम कर लेंगे. In fact, when we were in Bihar, actually, my colleague Vinci is here. We were interviewing district education officers, and Vinci came up with this insight. I didn't even notice this point. हमने एक district education officer से पूछा, क्या आप अपने स्कूलों में बच्चों की पढ़ाई के लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं? तो वो एक चीज़ क्या होगी? So he sort of listened, looked puzzled, and said, सरकार चाहती है तो बहुत कुछ कर सकती है. And I kind of took my notes, walked out. Vinci said, as we walked out, मगर सरकार तो यही है ना. And you can dismiss this saying ये corrupt हैं, ये कुछ करना नहीं चाहते. There are many ways in which we characterize the bureaucracy. But you also have to ask, how much power did we actually give this district education officer to think about what he could do in his schools in that context? So when you say you need bureaucratic and political will, that is absolutely right. But the question we should be asking is, what are those conditions? And for those at the top who create those conditions, the question they need to ask is, under what circumstances can I empower those who have to implement, rather than keep thinking, कोई नई technology आई है, इनको bypass करके सीधा beneficiary तक पहुंच जाए. That never works. We've got good digital infrastructure, but when you hollow out the state at the grassroots, you will never resolve this challenge.
Yeah. No, Yamini, I think you've made a couple of very important points. One thing that resonated with me, which is about mission mode. I still remember a very senior bureaucrat saying to me during COVID, I wish district administration and generally the governance had crisis all the time, because they do it very well when under crisis. And I think that's to the point that you made. But the other point that you made, and Modi ji, I want to come back to you. इन्होंने बोला कि the question should be, how does marriage work? And one of good example, if not the perfect example, where this happened was in your leadership for GST, wherein it's not just the bureaucracy, it's not just the politician, but there is state as well. There were, consumers as well, and we finally came up with something. What made it work there, in your opinion?
So I think it is only and only Arun Jaitley which made it work. If Arun Jaitley would not have been there, it was impossible to bring about reforms which is known as GST. Number one. Number two, see, during GST, the states were concerned regarding the revenue implications. It was not BJP, JDU, Congress or any party. Like Maharashtra, the Bombay was earning about 5,000 crore as a octroi. And that octroi was not in other part of the country. Then entry tax was in Bihar. Purchase tax was in Punjab and Haryana. For every paddy and other procurement, they were having 5,000 crore per year revenue as a purchase tax. So they have to forego all these kinds of revenue. So I was, when I was chairman of the Empowered Committee of Finance Ministers, even at that time UPA was in power, but the Congress ruled states, they were scared what will happen to our purchase tax, what will happen to our octroi. So see, all these things have nothing to do with ideology. These are secular ideas, which has no ideology, BJP, JDU, Congress or any other party. But I think one thing which clicked was when the states were assured 14% growth for 5 years. I think that was the master stroke, because pre-GST, the states were hardly having a growth of 8 to 9%, and they were assured growth of 14%, and that clicked. इसलिए in federal, when you cooperative federalism, you will have to take care of the states also. And see, in GST, it was not only the states which had to surrender their autonomy or their sovereignty. Many times I've read articles, the states surrendered their sovereignty. It was also the union government. Because the excise duty, which is a major source of revenue for the union government, that was surrendered by the union government. And now even the excise duty, which is now central GST, is being decided by the GST Council. So I think it is a very good idea of cooperative federalism. But then you require a person like Arun Jaitley. If you're arrogant, if you're not flexible, you may be intelligent, you may be sharp, but I would not name, because I worked for GST more than 8 or 9 years, because it started in 2009 or 10. I was associated with the Empowered Committee from the very beginning. So you require what Yamini ji and others were also telling, Srivastava ji, I think Raghav ji, कि जो political leadership है, clarity in mind and mission mode. See, ये जो bureaucracy है, ये हाथी की चाल से चलता है. हाथी क्या है? Large body, heavy body, धीरे धीरे चलता है. तो bureaucracy इतनी heavy है कि ये फास्ट मूव नहीं कर सकती है. इसको मूव करने में बहुत समय लगता है, डिसीजन लेने में, इम्प्लीमेंट करने में बहुत समय लगता है. इट्स मूव्स लाइक एन एलिफेंट. सो यू रिक्वायर स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल, एंड इफ देयर इज अ स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल यू कैन मेक ब्यूरोक्रेसी वर्क. लेकिन अगर स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल नहीं, इसलिए कहते हैं कि घोड़े पर सवार है. अगर घोड़ा कमजोर, अगर घोड़ा मजबूत है और सवार कमजोर है तो घोड़ा पटक देगा उसको, गिरा देगा उसको. तो इसलिए घोड़ा भी मजबूत चाहिए, और घोड़े से ज़्यादा मजबूत चाहिए सवार. अगर घोड़े से थोड़ा ज़्यादा मजबूत सवार होगा. लेकिन क्या दिक्कत है, जिससे मैंने कहा कि ब्यूरोक्रेसी समझती कि ये पॉलिटिकल लोग मूर्ख हैं, अनपढ़ हैं, गंवार हैं, इनको कुछ नहीं आता है, करप्ट हैं, ये शॉर्ट टर्म आइडियाज़ इनके पास है, केवल इनके कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी को नर्स करना. और स्टेट लेवल पर तो उनको लगता है कि केवल ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग, मंत्री को और कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, केवल ट्रांसफर में, पोस्टिंग में उसकी रुचि है। तो ये जो ट्रस्ट की बात कही श्रीवास्तव जी ने, इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। और ये देखा गया है कि इफ इज अ पर्सन इज कॉम्पिटेंट एंड इफ यू हैव अ स्ट्रॉन्ग ट्रस्ट इन दैट ऑफिसर, और देखिए अंततः तो करना उसी को है, चाहे वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी हों या नीतीश कुमार हों या देवगौड़ा कोई हो, लेकिन आपके आइडियाज़ को तो अल्टीमेटली इम्प्लीमेंट करेगी ब्यूरोक्रेसी। लेकिन आपको हैंड होल्डिंग करना पड़ेगा इफ द ब्यूरोक्रेसी इज नॉट दैट कॉम्पिटेंट। और एक बात और मैं कह दूं कि इन द साउदर्न स्टेट्स there is a difference between bureaucracy of southern states and the northern states or eastern states. श्रीवास्तव जी ने जैसा बताया कि शायद इन्होंने काम किया कर्नाटक के अंदर जो है, तो मैं देखता हूँ कि तमिलनाडु, the bureaucracy is so strong, so powerful and everything is in place. It may have taken 30-40 years. मिड डे मील स्कीम में अब वहाँ करप्शन या गड़बड़ी 1% होगी। और हमारे यहाँ बिहार के अंदर, बिकॉज मिड डे मील स्कीम वॉज इम्प्लीमेंटेड ओनली 15-20 years बैक, सो इट टेक्स टाइम टू स्टेबलाइज द सिस्टम। और देखिए ब्यूरोक्रेसी की एक आदत है, अगर सिस्टम बन गया तो दे वर्क इन दैट सिस्टम। अगर प्रोटोकॉल्स बन गए, एसओपी बन गया, तब उनको काम करने में दिक्कत नहीं आती। मैं एक एग्जांपल देकर बात खत्म करूंगा। हमारे यहाँ बिहार में हर साल फ्लड आती है, लगभग हर साल फ्लड आती है। फ्लड में रिलीफ का काम होता है। अब रिलीफ का जो काम होता है उसमें परचेज कौन करे? तुरंत बर्तन खरीदना है, कपड़ा खरीदना, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए फूड ग्रेन खरीदना है। अगर खरीदेंगे मार्केट में रेट कहीं ज़्यादा कहीं कम है, तो ब्यूरोक्रेसी को बहुत डर लगता है कि भाई कोई स्कैम हो जाएगा, कोई करप्शन में फंस जाएंगे। लेकिन जैसे ही हम लोगों ने 3-4 साल लगकर प्रोटोकॉल इस्टेब्लिश कर दिया कि फ्लड आएगा मई के अंदर, वी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम फरवरी परचेज और ऑर्डर प्लेस करना, परचेज करना, स्टोर करना, बाकी करना। अब बिहार में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। 5 साल 7 साल से फ्लड अगर आती है तो एवरीथिंग इज इन प्लेस। तो मुझे लगता है कि साउदर्न स्टेट्स के अंदर जो भी कारण होगा, श्रीवास्तव जी और बाकी लोग ज़्यादा बता पाएंगे चूँकि मेरा, लेकिन मैंने ये महसूस किया कि पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप का लेवल अगर साउथ में कमज़ोर भी था, बट बिकॉज ऑफ स्ट्रॉन्ग ब्यूरोक्रेसी दे वर एबल टू डिलीवर मच बेटर than in the eastern part of this country.
Correct. No, I completely agree. In fact, I have, as Yamini said, we've been working with political and bureaucratic leadership for a long time. And I think somewhere we often make the mistake of comparing education and intelligence to be the same, and which is not the case. And I think politicians typically represent grassroots intelligence, which is innate to them and which is extremely important to drive governance in the country. But coming back to the two civil servants, I really wanted to bring in 2 points and just get your response, whoever wants to go first. One is this whole idea that a lot of time policy, while the vision may come from from politicians, the policies is more often than not driven by the bureaucracy. It tends to take very supply-driven orientation because it's easy to control. Sometimes it may also happen because data is not available, because very often, the amount of data is there. And therefore, the objective of a policy and the implementation or the instrument are different. Let me just give you one example of that, and then I'll get your comment. There are policies in state, and center also has, for providing financial support to lactating mothers. The idea is, if you provide financial support, they can get the right nutrients for their delivery. But the instrument is DBT, which is cash, not that DBT is linked to what they can buy, because that was the objective of providing that, because the easier thing to do is the supply part of it. But your comments.
Sushil ji has already mentioned very clearly that if the direction given, the policy direction given is very clear and freedom is given, Yamini ji also mentioned, then government really works in mission mode and delivery takes place. I have I can tell you when we joined service, we were all bubbling with lot of, idealism. And we were all committed, to the, public service cause. But the vicissitudes of, public administration through which one has to go through, at times starts retarding your enthusiasm. I would like to further state that it is not very difficult to make out as to which are the bureaucrats who can deliver. The political executive also knows it very well. But if they have got some other agenda in mind, definitely those people are not, made best use of. They're not given the kind of position, they should be given, and tenure. Most important thing I would like to say, the tenure, stability of tenure. So if the intentions are pious, things can definitely work. मैं तो ये कहता हूँ कि गंगा को जो आप साफ कर रहे हैं, जब तक से गंगोत्री पवित्र नहीं होगी, गंगा आप कभी साफ नहीं कर पाएंगे. So what is really important is that a top leadership has to be really committed to the cause. Everything automatically will follow. Then you will be able to identify, recognize, the good, bureaucrats who can deliver and things can happen. So, and one more thing I'd like to say that nowadays another trend that has come, that the bureaucracy is quite scared of, complaints which are being made, and the kind of protection which they used to have earlier, are not there. Complaint going to the CBC, to the CBI, to the C&AG, etc. And then the inquiry that, follows makes many, motivated bureaucrats also to get demotivated. So it is the responsibility of the political executive and also I would say judiciary to take note of it, and you should not do anything or pass any such order which really, becomes a problem in the, in the public delivery system. I would end by just quoting one chopai from Ramcharitmanas, and that gives a message to all the bureaucrats. The chopai is like this: Sachiv, Vaidya, Guru, Teen Jo. Sachiv, Vaidya and Guru, Teen. प्रिय भो बोले भय आस. ये तीन लोग यदि प्रिय बात करते हैं राजा के सामने, किस लिए? या तो भय के कारण या कोई आस लगा के बैठे हों. So what are the repercussions? राज धर्म तन तीन को हो ही बेगही नाश. राजा का राज चला जाता है, धर्म चले जाते हैं, और राजा का जो स्वास्थ्य वो भी खत्म हो जाता है. तो ये जो तीन लोग हैं, सचिव, वैद्य और गुरु, इन तीनों को सच्ची बात बोलनी चाहिए हमेशा, तभी जो है शासन और ये प्रशासन चल सकता है. तो ब्यूरोक्रेट्स के लिए मैसेज ये है कि यू मस्ट बी ऑनेस्ट एज राघव वाज सेइंग, and really truthful to the constitution. You must say correctly whatever you have to say, and if you do not do that, then you fail in your duty. And why I mentioned judiciary was that there are certain cases. The case of Harishchandra Gupta. जब हम लोग यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ते इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी में, he was our ideal. I mean, par excellence, highly intelligent. Throughout his service, probity has been his hallmark. But look at in that coal thing. All of us know as to what all happened in the coal. And whatever recommendation went there, ultimately it was approved by the minister and the prime minister. But when it was mentioned in the court said, नहीं आपने उनको mislead कर दिया. अरे भाई prime minister they are getting misled. Then they are not worthy of holding those positions. तो यदि आप bureaucrats को protect नहीं करेंगे, अच्छे और बुरे में फर्क नहीं करेंगे, so these kind of problems will come.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Chandra.
I'll fully endorse what my senior colleague Ken Srivastav Saab has said about protection of civil servants, clarity of approach and all that. And coming to your point specifically about, that particular scheme, where there is data available, civil servants have been able to use it effectively. And if they apply themselves consciously, I'm sure they can find an answer to it. And I feel that the public finance management portal and system is one of the greatest achievements of the present day government, that you are able to transfer funds directly to state governments instantaneously without there being any circumvention or any short circuiting in between, that you are able to create a DBT system ठीक है, there may be some lacunae, as for instance in agriculture, I know DBT has created some issues because of which farmers are not able to buy urea and such like, because that's what they want to use it for. But all those can be, these are very minor issues. The larger macro level thing has been done. Now it's the micro level tweaking which is required. But supplementing what Srivastav Sahab had said, I'd say that a few more facets that we need to consider when we are talking of a successful, program implementation is that whenever you create policies, you have to involve stakeholders.
Yeah.
And you've got to involve stakeholders right from the bottom up. You cannot impose a policy from the top. And we've seen, as we have seen in the past few days and months, that policies which have been superimposed, no matter how good they are, they've landed a cropper. And they've not been successful because there's been an unrest. So in fact, academics refer to it as the view from the balcony, but involving the opposition and going bottom up. So you have to have a larger view, but at the same time, you've got to have a microscopic approach to getting it and ensuring that it works. Your approach has to be, can't be a short-term approach to things. You have to be ready to take responsibility, which I've seen that whenever the senior political leader has been very clear. Now, I'll give you one small instance because people will understand that. When I was Principal Secretary Revenue in the state government of Madhya Pradesh, they wanted to allocate a particular piece of land to an NGO which had political connections. Now, I opposed it. I said, look, this is an old school building, you cannot do it. So I kept opposing it for 2-3 days. Finally, I got a communication that, look, you please, we are not preventing you from writing what you want to. Please write your adverse note. I wrote a long, nasty adverse note. I'm very happy to say the file was called up. They took it to the cabinet and got the approval of the cabinet, and that's perfectly legitimate.
Absolutely.
In a democratic system, if you're ready to not fire on my shoulders and take the onus and responsibility, I respect it. And I fully respected it, and I implemented it absolutely perfectly. So that's the kind of thing. You've got to design appropriate incentive structures. And for a bureaucrat, despite what we may say about corruption and all that, I'm somewhat conservative in my thinking, and I feel that the greatest thing that incentive you can give him is recognition.
Yeah.
Applaud a bureaucrat, it means far more for him than money and monetary benefits. And stability of tenure, because, we've seen transfers, people, it's become an industry almost at every level. That 5 o'clock in the evening, you suddenly get a call from the Principal Secretary, JD, sir, you've been transferred out. And you may have been doing the most brilliant work and you think you're absolutely indispensable, but you're transferred. And what Srivastav Sahab said about, ensuring that you don't get harassed and complaints don't become cases against you. And the support system. Unfortunately, over the years, sir, as you would have noticed also, that at least in the central government, below the Deputy Secretary, there's an absolute massive chasm. And that is because at the state level and at the central level, we have not been able to train people of the second tier of bureaucracy. That is, and what Sushil Modi Saab said, that the third tier, second tier, they're absolute gadda there.
Yeah.
And we have to create a system whereby we do not have to depend on consultants like, Primus Partners or KPMG or Deloitte to man our offices, but where we should have endemic resources. Yeah. People who can write well, who can think well, who can analyze data, who can work on laptops and create their own Excel sheets, etc. Very few. Out of, say, 100 central secretariat officials, only 2 or 3% will be able to do that. And I'm very happy that here we have this additional CEO of GEMS who, I can see that these are people who are competent, but not everyone is of that same. So that we need to train the second and third tier of bureaucracy.
No, I think you make a very interesting point. And again, I have over the years worked with. And one change that I've seen is previously on file, the decision is typically of the minister. The delegation of power is with the minister or the cabinet. They didn't mind opposing views on file because they said, final decision is mine. I am benefiting from people having opposite or differing views, and I can take based upon what my vision is. Today, I find anybody having opposing view on file is almost impossible to find. And I guess that's also a part of governance and how, that needs to be done. But coming back to you, Yamini, Mr. Chandra spoke about consultation. And I think that's very core to how a good policy has to evolve. What has been your experience around how is consultation happening? Is it really happening? Are we doing consultation for the purposes of a tick mark or really taking feedback? And is that the challenge why many of the policies do not get implemented?
I think, just listening to the conversation before as well as in response to your answer, it really boils down to what many of my fellow panelists have highlighted repeatedly, the issue of trust. I think that, if you look at our bureaucratic and political history and the nature of that relationship, from Prime Minister Nehru to Prime Minister Modi, every Prime Minister consistently has argued that the bureaucratic instrument needs reform. Every bureaucrat has consistently argued that the political structure needs reform. Bureaucrats and politicians collectively will say that our local governments are simply not able to do anything. Now उनमें capacity है, वो बहुत भ्रष्ट हैं. मैं अपना scheme अपने पंचायतों को क्यों दूँ? Said one bureaucrat to me when we were arguing about decentralization. क्योंकि वो भ्रष्ट हैं. Matter of trust. Talk to bureaucrats, they will say मेरा BDO काम नहीं कर पाता, वो भी भ्रष्ट है, कुछ नहीं होता, मुझे खुद सब करना पड़ता है. Matter of trust. How have we resolved this problem? We have resolved this problem by taking an old colonial bureaucratic administrative practice of Kagzi Raj, which was also introduced for lack of trust, and reified it to a point that agar wo file mein nahi hai, if there isn't an order or a circular, nothing moves, neither the politician nor the bureaucrat. Sachai jo bhi ho. If the file exists, only then do processes move. We once collected circulars from Delhi government. We were studying some schools in Delhi. 8,000 circulars were issued in a period of 3 years. 8,000. Your average day as a bureaucrat starts with putting on your computer, because now it's all on MIS and online, logging into the system saying, आज के दिन का आदेश क्या है, उसके आधार पे मेरा दिन जाएगा. आदेश नहीं है तो ठीक है. So the whole system functions on the back of rules that are binding. I'm not arguing that a system should not have rules, but when rules become the beginning and end of a system because of a lack of trust, essentially you create a system that is based on performance linked to an order and an output, not an outcome associated with that order, and not actually thinking through getting the job done. This impacts the process of consultation. What is consultation? I have to follow an order. Who am I to consult? There is no trust between those who have to consult and those who are being consulted. Think about it this way. What does the citizenry ask for of its governments? We are a society that is getting increasingly comfortable with extensive surveillance as the answer to the failure of bureaucratic and political structures to implement things well. We are completely comfortable with CCTV cameras in classrooms. Ek biometric laga diya to afsar office mein aayega time se. Nobody is asking the question that when he comes, what does he actually do? Right? So, and this seems to be a collective consensus. This is what we as citizens and voters ask for of our politicians and bureaucrats. This is what the political and bureaucratic political will is around, or bureaucratic will is around, how do you solve the implementation problem? Excessive surveillance, stick in some technology, something will happen. We don't ask the key question: what does it take to actually build the capability of a system to do the things it needs to do, which includes consultation? Because in a large democratic country like this, which is so diverse, nobody sitting in Delhi or even a state capital actually knows how to get things done. A consultative system requires trust between the citizenry and their state, trust of the state of itself as well as its citizenry, to get out of a rule-obsessed, but only when that rule stops you from getting anything done. If that rule requires you to put some money into your pocket, you evade that rule nonetheless. That's the contradiction. But when you create a system that is obsessed with rules and reifies the rules as the end objective, you will never have effective and appropriate consultation that will arrive at a collective answer to how to solve a problem. So one of the reasons why you don't get implementation, as in, for instance, that example I told you of education in Bihar, is because there is no there's no consultation down at the level of implementation. So if the implementer does not trust or know what you are asking for, how will the implementer actually implement? That's the challenge that we need to break out of. And it also increasingly is causing a problem where in today's political and bureaucratic environment, There is a complete distrust of expertise and what that can bring to the ability to actually arrive at good answers. So it's not like we don't want data. There is data everywhere. What we are hollowing out is the ability to actually use the data to analytically ask under what conditions can I effectively implement that program and how best do I use that as a tool for consultation, क्योंकि वो rule में नहीं है.
No, very important point, and I do want to take some questions from the audience. But just before I go to the audience, one last question anybody wants to answer. You know, I'm an engineer, mostly forgotten what I studied as an engineer, but one thing that I remember distinctly was in my electronics class, they said there's a concept called a feedback loop. Essentially, it says that no electronic or electrical system can be stable until there is a feedback loop which is working all the time, not once in a year, not 3 times, once in 5 years. And yet we have typically policies, especially in state government, which tend to be 5 years, 3 years, 7 years. In the world that we live in, how do we make our public policy far more, far more responsive to the environment changing? Now, bureaucrats have the problem of saying if I change too many times, questions can be raised about why I have to change policies. At the same time, the feedback is happening all the time. Anybody who wants to take that question?
Can I give a quick one-line answer? If the only answer to your problem is technology and more surveillance, you will never have a feedback loop. Biometrics are not people. They will not give you feedback. Decentralize and empower at the grassroots.
I think Manish.
मैं 2 विषयों की ओर ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहूँगा. One is regarding training. At the top level, there is a continuous process of training of the IAS, IPS to some extent. But at the lower level, once they join at that point of time only there is a training for 6 months or 1 year. उसके बाद पूरी जिंदगी में कोई ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, कोई अपग्रेडेशन नहीं स्किल का, बाकी का. मैं स्टेट्स की बात कर रहा हूँ. स्टेट्स के अंदर जो है, जो ब्लॉक लेवल के ऑफिसर्स हैं, बाकी के लेवल के ऑफिसर्स हैं, तो कंटिन्यूअस स्किल का अपग्रेडेशन कैसे हो, ट्रेनिंग कैसे हो, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, at the top level or even at the lower level, people centric, because the training of the bureaucracy, उनकी लगता ट्रेनिंग इस प्रकार की कि जनता से मिक्स मत करो. इसलिए अगर कोई मिलने आता हम लोगों से और कहते कि जाके सेक्रेटरी से मिल लो, तो सेक्रेटरी से मिलने के बाद वो दोबारा कभी ऑफिस आएगा ही नहीं. दे आर सो रिलेक्टेंट फॉर मिक्सिंग विद द पीपल, गोइंग विद द पीपल. इसलिए ब्यूरोक्रेट्स टूर नहीं करेंगे. चाहे कि गांव में जाना पड़ेगा तो रहने के लिए सर्किट हाउस नहीं है, अच्छे मकान नहीं है. पीपल से मिक्स करना. In Bihar, we launched the scheme of Janta Darbar. And Janta Darbar, not only for the politicians, even at the Thana level, even at the block level, each and every week we have to sit for 2 hours and meet the local people who want to come for any kind of a complaint. But they're so reluctant. So इसलिए training is very important, very, very important training at the lower level. Number 2, to system इस प्रकार का हो कि how to mix with the people. तो ये मिक्सिंग पीपल जो है. और तीसरा है कि सेंसिटिविटी गरीब लोगों के प्रति जो सेंसिटिविटी है. मुझे कई बार लगता है कि वो आईआईटी का टॉपर नहीं भी होगा तो चलेगा. ही मे बी अ सेकंड रेटर, बट एटलीस्ट इफ ही इज अगर उसके मन में गरीबों के प्रति दर्द है, दलितों के प्रति दर्द है, देन ही कैन विल बी अ बेटर परफॉर्मर देन अ टॉपर इन द आईआईटी और इन सम अदर कोर्स. और लास्टली जो इन्होंने एक बात कही कि मैंने फाइल पर अपोज किया, बिहार में देयर वाज हार्डली एनी अपॉर्चुनिटी वेयर ऑफिसर्स वर अलाउड, नॉट अलाउड, विच इज नॉट गुड वर्ड, टू अलाउड टू पुट देयर व्यूज विच इज इन ऑपोजिशन टू व्हाट द गवर्नमेंट नोज. उसका कारण क्या था? बिफोर टेकिंग अ डिसीजन देयर वाज थ्रेडबेयर डिस्कशन विद द ब्यूरोक्रेसी. 2 घंटे 3 घंटे मुख्यमंत्री हम लोग बैठ कर पूरा डिस्कशन करते हैं और तब डिसीजन लेते हैं. और जब डिसीजन हो गया देन यू कांट अपोज, यू वांट टू अपोज, यू अपोज इन दैट मीटिंग. लेकिन एक बार डिसीजन हो गया, लेकिन जो कहा कि भाई आप ऊपर से इम्पोज करेंगे, अपने स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ डिस्कशन नहीं किया. मैं पार्लियामेंट में देखता हूँ कि जो बिल विच आर बीइंग सेंट टू द पार्लियामेंट्री स्टैंडिंग कमिटीज फॉर स्क्रूटनाइज, and we interact with stakeholders, इतने अच्छे से प्रैक्टिकल चीज़ें आती हैं जो बिल्स के अंदर नहीं थी, और जो स्क्रूटनी में जब स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में जाती है उसके बाद जो बिल निकल कर आता है वो काफ़ी बेहतर होता है. इसलिए ट्रेनिंग, डिसीजन मेकिंग, मान ये चीज़ें जो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much. I'll just open up for a couple of questions if anybody has in the audience. I think there are, just briefly state your question and whom you want.
I'm Pradeep Gupta. Thank you very much for this very insightful discussion. I have also worked in the bureaucracy, and I have a question. The issue of turf battle between the ministries. I have come across, because I've participated in a group of ministers, occasions where the ministries have different views and the decision gets affected. If you see the SEZs, the Commerce Ministry has a different perspective, while the Revenue Department has a different perspective. And sometimes the decision gets delayed, and ultimately the economy or the entities down the line suffer. So about the turf battle, and that is rightful also, but how to resolve? Because I presume that the bureaucracy is mentored in the same institution. So some way, fundamentally, they are having the same thought process. Thank you.
एक मिनट में केवल बता दूं, सारी प्रॉब्लम आती है इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल. जहाँ 4 डिपार्टमेंट्स इन्वॉल्व होते हैं वहाँ डिसीजन लेकर बड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता है. तो उसका एक ही तरीका है, सी द इंटायर सिस्टम इज पीएम ओरिएंटेड, सीएम ओरिएंटेड, डीएम ओरिएंटेड. तो इसलिए अगर मुख्यमंत्री के लेवल पर और मिनिस्टर चाहकर भी इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल मीटिंग नहीं कर सकता. सो द इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल मीटिंग कैन ओनली बी हेल्ड अंडर द चेयरमैनशिप ऑफ चीफ सेक्रेटरी और द सीएम. और जहां मैंने देखा कि सीएम के लेवल पर इंटर डिपार्टमेंटल मीटिंग हो गई तो बड़े से बड़े इश्यूज को रिजॉल्व करना बहुत आसान हो जाता है. लेकिन अगर सीएम का इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, सीएम का इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, तो केवल चीफ सेक्रेटरी से भी वो रिजॉल्व कई बार नहीं होता.
Yeah, no, I think it's very well. I think you had a question here.
सुशील जी, जो आपने जो बात कही, इसका हम किया है और कई बार देखा है कि टर्फ इश्यूज इतने गंदे होते हैं, आपको आश्चर्य होगा. एक एक मंत्रालय में दूसरे मंत्रालय के बारे में जो बात करते हैं, आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि कई बार इसी कारण से कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं हो पाता है. इसके लिए एक प्रस्ताव हमने रखा है कि कोरिया और ऐसे कई देश में एक उच्च स्तरीय पॉलिसी कोहेरेंस यूनिट होता है. Since we are talking about public policy, I think it is an important issue to keep in mind that at the level of the CM and at the level of PM, a senior retired officer could head a policy coherence unit, which can be the point to deal with tough issues. Let me come to what Raghav spoke about in terms of constitution and manifestos. I don't think manifestos go beyond the constitution. Any manifesto of any political party is made keeping the constitution in mind, including what we plan to do. But more importantly, what was mentioned by Yamini is something which I don't know what you did when you were in the government in terms of the implementation of Articles 30, 73 and 74. 74 is very bad shape, totally. Of course, everything is corrupt. Everybody is corrupt. Corruption is so endemic in our system, it doesn't mean that you do not implement a very well thought out constitutional provision, which again relates to the core and heart of public policy. That how do you implement those policies at the local level for which a constitution was amended many years ago, and that is still pending. Thank you.
Yeah. No, just not to answer on your behalf, but I will tell you, Madhya Pradesh was one of the states which actually implemented 73rd and 74th in a very, very institutionalized,
very rigorous way. And that's one reason why we've been successful, Madhya Pradesh, that's my state, we've been successful in making our cities the cleanest that there are. But I would still say on a scale of 10, in urban development and in implementation forcefully of the spirit of the 74th constitutional amendment, all of us are very, very far down in the ladder, and I don't think it deserves more than 6 marks out of 10. and one of the largest, deficit areas is town planning. City planning, and which is why we have such poor traffic management, we have poor city management. When there are floods, we get Bombay washed off. And, just the other day I was in Mumbai, and to travel 10 kilometers took 1 hour. So all those things are avoidable. That's because we've not focused on those areas. And there's lots to be done.
I'll just take one last question. I think there's a lady at the back, Smita, is asking a question, and then we will end. But we'll probably have time after the session.
Thank you for Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to bring in Sushil ji. आपने शुरुआत में कहा था कि the biggest challenge in public policy today is the crisis of implementation. And I wanted to highlight the quiet role of consultants, which has been criticized on the stage. To make any successful marriage work, also you need the quiet household help to do the cooking and the cleaning and taking care of the kids. Similarly, the consultants have stepped in and sort of, have helped implementation for many, many large-scale projects. So going forward, जब हम समाज, सरकार और बाजार की बात करते हैं, तो समाज as a representative of the politicians, सरकार as a representative of bureaucrats, हम बाजार से इतना क्यों नफरत करते हैं? Yamini, you gone public state, on Mint and put on, op-ed saying that, consultants are really bad for state capacity. So या तो tier 2 और tier 3 के public servants को consulting सिखाई जाए, या उनको, we collaborate with them and work together for these implementations. What are your views?
Yeah, it's a very interesting point, because if you look at the grassroots of governance, it's at block and district. But if you look at where the consultants typically work, it's the mantralayas and the state capital. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
No, I entirely agree with you that the consultants have got a very vital role to play in the governance structure. And none of us have said that consultants are not welcome. Actually, without them, things cannot really happen. What was being talked about is that a tendency has now crept in the government that even for the trivial things also, the government is leaning upon the consultants. Whereas those things should be addressed to by the inherent inside capacity within the government. So only to that extent. But the role of the consultant is definitely, going to be there. It has always been there. It will remain always.
I think the last word to the lady, and then we will wrap up the session.
So 2 points I wanted to make. One, on this issue of consultants, or just put it as external actors that are actively engaged with the state. As a research institution that works on policy, we play a similar role. I think the challenge that I have been trying to highlight in some of my writing on this is a question we have to ask ourselves as well as of state to ask. At what point do the boundaries get blurred between providing expertise and providing a certain skill set or talent pool that government may not have to becoming government? I fear we as actors in this process risk becoming government all too often, also because those who support us keep asking us for impact, and impact in their minds is not having a conversation like this. Impact in their minds is kaun sa rule aapne likha. So there's a whole ecosystem challenge that has to be made, and what it addresses and what it does is it hollows out any effort to build the local state capacity. So what Sushil Modi ji was saying to us, ki training hi nahi hoti. Where are everybody goes to Labasna to do training. What is happening with the ATIs? Administrative training institutions across most parts of the country are moribund, dead, and very rarely will you see BCG, CPR or anybody sitting over there actually trying to build the capacity of that state. Antpan mein hum log to nikal jate hain. Who is left behind? And it is also a challenge that the IAS has, which brings it into a vicious cycle ki mujhe 3 saal mein, 2 saal mein kuch kar dikhana hai. Nobody in my structure can actually be the person to implement. I will bring somebody from the outside, and trust, which is already at a low ebb, completely breaks down. On the issue of silos, just wanted to very quick, just 2 days ago, I was in a village in Meghalaya at a intersectoral, interdepartmental block level meeting. And one of the really interesting things that we were talking about on how to, because this departmental issue is not just Delhi or state capital, it runs all the way through. How do you actually create a meeting that is useful, that gets departments to start talking to each other? And one suggestion somebody had was so simple, we never thought about it. Can you move the chairs in a circular way so we can look at each other rather than always sitting in rows like this कि कोई बाहर से हमारा health secretary आएगा, DM आएगा, वो अपना lecture देके हम लोग सुन के आधे लोग सो रहे हैं पीछे वाले और वो चले and there's no conversation. So if we can actually incorporate these small things, it will culturize a process of deliberation and dialogue, not a process of rule and hierarchy. That's the only way this problem will be solved.
Thank you so much, Amni. I can tell.
मैंने एक चीज महसूस किया कि इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए वन वर्ड इज रिव्यू एंड मॉनिटरिंग एंड रिगरस रेगुलर रिव्यू एंड मॉनिटरिंग अगर ये केवल एक मंत्र जो है अगर सरकार में रहे तो मैं समझता हूँ कि डिलीवरी बहुत फास्ट और बहुत अच्छी हो सकती है.
Correct. So I think we will, I just want to give a loud round of applause for the panelists. Clearly, Yamini, nobody was sleeping here today. But thank you so much. Over to you, Veronica.
Thank you so much. I request you all to kindly step forward for the group picture. Well, that was indeed an insightful discussion, and I'm sure we all have gathered a lot of information. Once again, can we have a round of applause for all the panelists? Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'll move towards the next segment. The next segment will discuss the successful policies. We will be showcasing various successful policies in our next segment. As we've mentioned that a lot of policies are being made, few of them are successful, few of them requires more work. In the next segment, we will be discussing few policies which actually were successful. We require them as much as any other thing. And for this particular discussion, I would like to invite N. Madhavan, Senior Editor, Mint, to kindly come on the dais and moderate this segment. Let us welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to tell you all that don't forget to tag us on Twitter @LiveMint.
Yeah.
Over to you,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we went about conceptualizing this summit, as SK mentioned in his welcome address, we wanted to do something slightly different and sort of celebrate some of these successful public policies. Though the focus of this event to try and improve the outcomes through effective public policy ecosystem, we also did not want to lose sight of the fact that India has had its share of very interesting public policies, and we thought it would only be fair that we sort of identify a few of the recent ones and showcase them. The idea being to try and share the best practices so that the other states and the other policymakers can take some lessons out of it. So we have been spending a few months trying to identify the policies. We had many rounds of meeting with experts to try and shortlist them. And in the end, we have arrived at 2 policies each from the central government and from the states. And by showcasing these policies, we are trying to, bring out the best practices that can be shared. And in this session, we will be showcasing a couple of policies from the central government. The state part we will do in the second half of the day. And the 2 public policies that we have shortlisted are the aspirational district program, which is run by Niti Aayog, and the government e-marketplace. Can we have the AV, please?
The world's fastest growing major economy. It's a label that Indians wear with pride. However, big chunks of the country remain dirt poor and they never get to enjoy the fruits of growth. This poses a big challenge to policymakers. Could any government tackle this? An attempt was made in January 2018 when Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched the Aspirational Districts program. It identified 112 most underdeveloped districts across 28 states. The idea was to transform them quickly and efficiently through convergence of central and state schemes, collaboration between central and state level officers, and competition through monthly rankings. Some of these districts were Kadapa in Andhra Pradesh, Namsai in Arunachal Pradesh, Begusarai and Gaya in Bihar, Bastar and Dantewada in Chhattisgarh, Chamba in Himachal Pradesh, Kupwara and Baramulla in Jammu and Kashmir, Kalahandi and Balingar in Odisha, Balrampur in Uttar Pradesh, and Haridwar in Uttarakhand. The program tries to find a district's key strength that can be quickly improved. There are 5 themes for focus: health and nutrition, education, agriculture and water resources, financial inclusion and skill development, and infrastructure. The program was anchored by Niti Aayog, involving both central and state officials. The results are out. According to the latest economic survey, in 4 years, many of the aspirational districts surpassed average state values in health, nutrition, and education. In terms of financial inclusion, many aspirational districts did better than non-aspirational districts around them. The United Nations Development Programme agrees that significant progress was made. Overall, ADP is a very successful model of local area development. It is aligned to the principle of leave no one behind. It should serve as a best practice for several other countries where regional disparities in development status persist for many reasons, it said. Clearly, it's a program that has served its purpose.
So the person who actually pushed this program, Mr. Amitabh Kant, will be joining us in the evening, and we will be talking to him about this in greater detail. Can we have the second AV, please, on GEM?
For a very long time, public procurement in India had a serious problem. It was corrupt, slow, and inefficient. There were many vested interests which raised the prices of goods and services. Several attempts to fix it had failed. Was there any hope for reform? 6 years ago, the central government began building a digital platform that would bring together buyers and sellers. The buyers are various government departments, while sellers provide the goods and services. The Government e-Marketplace, or GEM, was an attempt to increase transparency, efficiency, and agility in public procurement. Hopes were high, but would it work? The beginning was slow. Many departments did not want to use the platform, and the government had to force them by issuing rules. Gradually, things began to change. In 2018-19, the gross merchandise value, or GMV, of goods procured through the platform reached 16,972 crore. The next battle was to get the states to join. This was important since states together procure more goods and services than the center. One by one, states began to sign agreements with GEM. Today, almost every state has a memorandum of understanding with GEM and makes purchases through the platform. The numbers shot up. In 2021-22, GMV crossed rupees 1 lakh crore. Today, GEM offers 3.2 million products and 2.65 lakh services. There are 6 million sellers, and cumulative order value so far has crossed 3.57 lakh crore. The World Bank says GEM has delivered average savings of 9.75% on the median price. That is huge. GEM is one of those public policies that have truly delivered. It has reduced the cost of procurement, helped many small and medium businesses that were otherwise crowded out, and most importantly, eliminated corruption to a large extent.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, to join us for this discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Ajit Balachandra Chavan, Additional CEO, GEMSPV, Department of Commerce, Government of India. Let us welcome Mr. Ajit with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We will be discussing about the successful policies.
So he will set the context, bring us up to date about GEM with a short presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mint, for inviting GEM to showcase their achievements, and thank you for having me here. As a rank bureaucrat, I'm sorry, I have a presentation. You'll have to go through that presentation before we have some kind of a discussion. So it's a brief presentation to bring you on speed with what's happening as on date. So yeah, basically the primary objective of any procurement policy should be to promote efficiency, transparency. Of course, you guys are all public policy guys, but I thought context setting is important, and then we measure the achievements of GEM against these objectives, which is efficiency, transparency, good governance, social inclusion, how it has, how does it promote competition, and how does it achieve the basic mantra is best value for money. So as the AV has already spoken, there were humongous challenges of public procurement prior to 2016 before GEM was launched. And we all know the challenges. Challenges were in terms of inefficiencies, delayed procurements, then localized supplier base, and you're limited to a few registered suppliers. Then the prices would vary for the same products. Then in-silo buying, which makes products expensive. Then there was it was all a manual process. People would have to involve meeting officers, going to various offices, doing all kinds of manual interventions. And of course, as a federal setup, you would have different kinds of policies. The states would have their own policies. As trade and commerce is a concurrent subject, and both the states and the federal government legislates on it. So there would be among a lot of policies which were operating in silos. So a need was seen to, see if we can integrate all of that. So this move came in the form of, unveiling of e-marketplace called the Government e-marketplace. It was launched in August 2016. The idea was basically to have a one-stop online procurement portal, end-to-end digitized. And, the basic mantra, the picture there kind of, summarizes the entire process, the entire journey of GEM, which is that it basically stands for transparency, efficiency, and inclusion. That's the upfront, pillars of GEM. It is an open system. It is an end-to-end digitized model. It believes in right pricing, and the kind of work that has happened over time has proven all those points. And importantly, it's cashless, it's contactless, and paperless. So those are the USPs of this e-governance module. So basically, of course, we will come to that a little later about how it was before GEM and how it was after GEM against various processes and categories. So basically, GEM has been reimagining India's public procurement, and it has leveraged on technology, analytics, and process digitization. It has resulted into concrete, measurable savings for the country, and has set a case study of how countries who are deprived of precious finances can leverage technology and save a lot of money. So we found various studies that have already found that there is, through innovative processes, costs can definitely come down. In a few cases, we've seen that we've introduced an innovative model called reverse auction, which has resulted into as much as 25% saving over the least priced bidder. And then the World Bank, we've already heard that World Bank has done a study. Even the Economic Survey has done a study where it has been clearly pointed out that there has been a saving to the tune of almost 10%, 9.5 to 9.75% on an average on the merchandise that has been brought or traded on the platform. It has also resulted into time efficiencies. The procurement cycle, sometimes, it goes for months together. It has certainly been reduced. On an average, it has been reduced from 34 days to 24 days. There has been an attempt at standardizing everything so that, it leads to less amount of time involved. Then inclusion is the basic mantra. 55% of the business of transacted on the platform has been transacted by the micro and small enterprises. And transparency, of course, is there. The information asymmetry which is there in any procurement, in a manual procurement, has been addressed. Information is available to all. Whoever is registered on the platform can bid for it and can give his best quote. And that way, there is an attempt, there is a conscious attempt to break out the intermediaries and give direct access to the suppliers to the government procurement. So as a portal, we deal with, it's a big country, it's a big work. So as a portal, we deal with huge number of stakeholders. We have we have API integrations with 20 odd national agencies where data is automatically pulled out from the databases, so that there's little there's little loss of time. We also work with a lot of central public sector undertakings. All the states, almost all the states are onboarded, and we work very closely with banks. So I'll skip this. Basically, just to bring you on this thing, as we speak, we've already crossed a cumulative order value of 4.2 lakh crore. And today we have, 68,000 buyers, central government buyers and state government buyers, a portfolio of 62 plus sellers, almost 11,500 product categories, and services are almost you name the service and it is there on the platform. We have, as we speak, we have 294 services being offered on the platform. So in terms of inclusion, even farmer is a part of this platform. There are 150 farmer producer organizations who would be able to sell their farm produce if there's a government buyer there. So we are also dealing with cooperatives and other SC, ST entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. So that's the journey of GEM. That's where the magic is can be measured. That we were struggling for completing 500 crores in our first year, and look, in 6th year we've already crossed 2 lakh crore worth of orders. So that's the humongous success that has come about through proper public policy planning and implementation. So we have our partners are central public sector undertakings, central governments, even state governments have warmed up to the idea. They've seen the advantage of joining the platform, and we are seeing clear progress there. And basically, under social inclusion, we've tried to address the challenges of access to markets, which is very difficult for let's say a weaver or a handicraft personnel. So we've integrated them. We've tried to provide for access to finance and at competitive rates through various interventions. And we've also tried to provide them hand-holding support in terms of aligning with a few organizations who are present all India basis and who would be able to help handhold the underserved seller groups to come on board and improve the competition level of competition on the platform. So just to give them more vibrancy and just to give them good opportunities, we've come out with, especially for the underserved sellers, we've come out with specific stores for them. There are almost 8 stores who are dedicated to certain themes like women entrepreneurs. Then there's a startup, we have come out with a separate store for startups, so innovative ideas could be right away, showcased on that startup and they can get good businesses. Then there is handicraft, handloom, khadi, you name it. All of them have been given specific, visibility on the platform as part of our inclusion pillar. And this entire GEM thing which has come out is based on a very strong, robust hardware, behind the scene hardware. So that's the kind of credentials that we are, this thing. The GEM receives almost 35,000, just imagine, 35,000 queries per second. So that's the kind of acceptance, that's the kind of vibrancy that we've got on the platform, and that is the reason why we've been able to get, cross 4 lakh crore worth of gross merchandise value. So there are 50,000 documents daily which are received on the platform. It generates 250 OTPs. Validations per minute. OTP validations are basically when you come and try and get registered as either a seller or a buyer. The entire process has been automized. So there's almost negligible human interface in this. So these are basically the statistics of what we do. We receive every month 1.8 crore emails, and mind you, all of them are addressed. There is a proper feedback mechanism that we were talking in the earlier session. That feedback completes the loop. So we've made sure that as part of the transparency vertical, there is a process. Every process has a feedback mechanism. Every stakeholder has a chance to appeal and review the decisions on the platform. And basically, this is where I would, really like to draw your attention, because this is the crux of what we have found over a period of 6 years of good implementation of a good program, a good public policy, that, well, greater competition leads to higher savings. And it has been documented that the savings are almost 9.75%. So if we try to put those numbers for a gross merchandise value order of 4 lakh crore, the government should, we are quite comfortable that we've been able to save, out of this intervention, we've been able to save almost 40,000 crore worth of public funds, which could be deployed in a developing country like ours in various other important areas. And basically, we've also found a very interesting, this thing is, every bidder who joins the bidding cycle or the bid, there is a chance that the savings will come down by 0.55%. So that's a very interesting thing. So more the number of bidders, the lesser would be the price, better would be the price. So e-procurement, basically the idea is now e-procurement coupled with process innovations that we've introduced over a period of time has resulted into higher process efficiencies in terms of lesser time taken, transparency, improved transparency, better governance, then higher bidder trust. So the surveys that were done, people found that this is a very good platform, and they could rest their trust in the platform, because otherwise there are always issues and complaints. Whenever there is any contract in the government, there's always somebody who gets it and somebody who complains that he has not got it for whatever reason. So the entire thing has been leveraged in such a way that we have resulted, the end result of this is that we've got greater competition, we have got more successful outcomes and higher savings. So, some great examples were that startups were given a very good platform. Ideally, whenever government buys things, we would always put as one of the conditions is 5 years of experience in that particular field. So startups would never get that kind of a head start. So innovations like this, that experience waivers for startups, or maybe refining the business processes and leveraging technology, introducing artificial intelligence in the programs, has increased the credibility amongst all the stakeholders. So basically, we've done a huge amount of, and it's an ongoing work that a lot of analytical tools have been embedded and are being embedded into the program to ensure that in days to come, even we'll be able to monitor things real time, and we'll be able to reduce the buyer collusion, the seller collusion, and so on and so forth, and make the platform even more objective and transparent. So basically, this is what I had to present, so that there is a perspective in what we could discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for getting us up to date. 40,000 crores is a massive saving, and that money could well be used, deployed elsewhere for better purposes. You did explain, touch upon how things were before. But the question that I wanted to ask you was this. This problem of inefficiency, leakages and corruption in public policy was always there. And many governments in the past had tried to tame this animal, but they did not, or they could not, for many reasons. What do you think really helped this government to sort of tackle this policy? It looks like we've been able to, from what the World Bank studies that are being quoted, 10% saving roughly is significant.
Yes.
So what do you think worked in favor of this government in terms of coming up with a solution to this big problem?
So I think first and foremost is, I think there's a strong political will. Unless there's a strong political will, it's extremely difficult to ram across any significant implementation program in the government. So there was definitely a very strong political will. I'm quite happy to note to inform all of you that this is intervention which has the blessings of our Prime Minister. He has been very vocal about this. Even he has been using various public platforms to talk about it. So unless there is a strong political will, you can't have this kind of a program where the entire stakeholders have to come together. It's a humongous task. The second important reason or factor which was responsible for it getting on the ground was increasing use of technology. So increasing use of technology, just about, we are just 20 square-faced people in the whole organization. I am one of them, but rest of them people are from the private sector. So we have young guys using technology. It's a technology data company. So extremely high level of technology usage and good people to implement the vision that has been given. I think these three things have made it possible. And I think, when you do a policy which is ideal or which is good for everyone sooner than later have to, join hands and to make it a success.
Okay. But I'm sure when you started off, things were not this rosy and you would have had your share of challenges. So what were the typical challenges you faced when you started off 6 years ago?
So there were various challenges. One is challenge of change. Changing is the biggest challenge. So people were used to to do things in a particular way, and this was a whole new concept of doing things differently, where there's little interference, human interference, and increasing use of technology. So yes, there was definitely a lot of challenge. If you see the figures which we've just seen, first year we've been able to make only 500. We were struggling for 500 crore. But now when you see with consistent engagement with the stakeholders and telling them the proof, we've gone to such a length that when there are discussions with the state governments, central government, of course, central government offices were a little more open to it because it came out of some kind of mandation in the early days.
Was there a law or?
Yeah, there was a rule. We had to amend a rule to ensure that this becomes a compulsory activity. Any procurement through public funds in the central government and central government offices will have to be bought necessarily on the GEM. And that was a challenge in the sense because you're talking about the entire government of India where things of all kinds of are bought and procured. So of course there was that mandation was there, but after consistent engagement and after one good point that I would like to tell the audience here is that we engaged some consultants who smart people, I'll not name them, but they came out with certain strategies in the sense that we mapped what state government is buying at what rate, and we kind of made a parallel survey and told them that had you bought it on our platform, you would have resulted into 20% saving, 30%, and I think that did the wonder. So it was like, when you give out figures, when it's a science-based or it's a fact-based, reasoning, I think even the toughest of nuts do crack.
Okay, today, what percentage of central government and central PSU procurement goes through GEM?
Well, I can't give you the figures offhand because this is first of its kind experience where these things, ideally, there are estimates which say 18% of the GDP, 15 to 18% of the GDP is government procurement. But that includes goods, services, and works. So GEM addresses only the goods and services part as of now. But I'm quite happy to say that there would be very, very few standouts who are not on the GEM, and only a few categories which were not available on the GEM were being transacted out of GEM. But now we've introduced some process innovations that I was talking about, which brings in efficiencies. We've allowed custom bidding and other things. So largely to give out an answer to your question is that I believe that a large part of the procurement of Government of India is already on the GEM.
On the GEM. And what about the states? I think there was a lot of challenges in getting the states, especially those ruled by the opposition parties, to get on board. So a lot of effort went in to sort of cajole them, nudge them. You talked about this sort of studies you did to compare, purchases made outside GEM and what the savings would have been had they put it through the platform. So how was the challenge when it comes to getting the states on board?
Yeah, states, by virtue of the constitutional division of powers, by virtue of that, as I said, that trade and commerce, this comes under trade and commerce. That's why we are under Ministry of Commerce. So there's a state regulation. So you talk about every state has a different regulation. So getting them to come around abandoning their regulations, rules, regulations was a tough job, and irrespective of what color government was there, I think that was a challenge. Challenge was more of, somebody's used to a particular way of doing things. And there's a whole new concept which has come in, which needs to be explained to them. So what we've tried to do over this long, journey of 6 years is try and convince them on facts, and also through training and capacity building as to the advantages of the platform. And I'm very glad to say that if you see, there's good amount of growth. If you see the last 3 years figures, there's good amount of growth on the states. Of course, we have not reached a plateau. We have a long way ahead, but we see the trends in a positive way.
So what percentage of the state and state governments and state PSUs do you think is now on board?
Again, I can't hazard a guess. If I can't do it for Government of India, I can certainly not do it for the state government. But yes, the trend is positive is all I can say. There's a long way ahead. There's a lot of states, because it's not compulsory for the states to come. States are coming out of their own volition. So this kind of things take a little longer to fructify. But I'm quite sure, I'm quite confident that given the success that we have and forums like this who publicly acknowledge this kind of policy successes, I'm sure there will be good days ahead.
Now, the reason I asked you was I just wanted to understand the sort of headroom that is available for GEM going forward.
So what I can tell you is last year we did what, 2 lakh crore worth of business on GEM, out of which roughly 1 lakh came out of the central public sector undertakings, because they are the transactional arms, they do a lot of procurement. Almost 52 lakh crore came out of central government departments, the various departments of Government of India and autonomous bodies, and almost 42,000 crores have come from the states. So broadly, probably 23% of the procurement happening on GEM today is happening through the state government routes.
So that's a lot of headroom there for you.
Yeah, I believe there's a lot of headroom and there's a lot of work there.
And how many states are on board in this?
Almost everybody is there. I mean, there's no carve-out. What now we are trying to do is we are integrating their financial systems, you know. There are the financial rules of every. We are trying to map them on our system so that it becomes easier for them to utilize their own, time-tested mechanisms and dovetail it to our environment.
So the savings is about 10% is what
Yes.
you said.
And that's on an overall average level. There could be, in some cases, let's say when the study was done by economic, it's published in the Economic Survey 21-22, they said in some cases they found the savings to be as high as 50-55%. So depending on the equipment that you're talking about, and depending on but the overall, the philosophy is, whenever we get somebody to register on our platform, the one given thing is that he has to give 10% off his MRP. So that's the entry point. And then there's, of course, competition which comes in. So somebody who is, let's say, having a product which sells at 100 rupees cannot get into the system without pledging it to sell us, to our people at 90 rupees minimum.
Okay. And so finally, where do you see GEM, say, 3 years or 5 years down the line?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of room for improvement. We are trying to make life easier for the buyers. We are trying to make life easier for the sellers. I definitely think that we'll be able to reach and get to know exactly what is the percentage of public procurement actually, fact-based. And how do we, we'll try and see how we can ease the whole process, and be a world-class organization and would be in a position to, help our neighborhoods and in showcasing it and helping the other developing countries, also save on their precious resources. I would also like to inform or, talk about a major fillip that we are trying to do on the social and financial inclusion on this platform. What we are trying to endeavor is, making, finances available to the underserved category people who are, onboarded on the GEM based on the procurement order that he has. So imagine a situation where we would, somebody has a 5 lakh rupee order and is not able to satisfy it because for lack of working capital. We are endeavoring to make sure there's an intervention called GEM Sahai. So we are trying to, increase its scope and try and make it more robust, so that 5 lakh rupees, 80% of that finance is available to him in 10 minutes time of producing the order. So that is a kind of financial inclusion that we're trying to work on. And of course, I'm quite confident that the top line that we've achieved is going to go up by the day, and it won't be long before, I think by 5 years' time, we should have all of the state governments doing all of their procurement, all of it, on the GEM platform.
You mentioned that some other countries are showing some interest. Is there any confirmed interest that some countries have shown in trying to sort of adopt this platform?
What I meant by that, by saying this was, apart from if you have any other intelligence, I don't know, but there are people, the civil servants, I was asked to, present this case to Maldives and Bangladeshi civil servants, as just to showcase. I'm not saying that they have come and approached us, but to showcase that this is what is possible, and as part of our, part of our obligation to help out the developing countries, we would be open to, lend that expertise to whoever would be wanting to have it, to save precious public resources.
Great, sir. As you all will agree that GEM seems to have really worked wonders for the Government of India and the states. So I would like to thank you for coming and sharing this success story, and I wish you all the best as you go forward.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you.
over to you, Veronica.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, sirs, for sharing your views with us. Requesting you all to kindly step forward for the group picture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was the showcase of successful public policies. And thank you so much. Next in line, we have yet another panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. We're now talking about the ecosystem for the public policies. Well, how strong is India's policy research ecosystem? Well, a lot depends on the ecosystem. So in the next segment, we'll be covering these aspects. This is talking about the policy research. It's a very critical area, and of course, substantial inputs can help it grow and help in designing a better policy. So for this panel, the topic is how to develop a strong public policy ecosystem. To moderate this session, I would like to invite Ms. Shweta Rajpal Kohli, Chief Public Policy Officer, Sequoia Capital, India and Southeast Asia. Let us welcome with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the panel, we have a list of feminine speakers, starting with Mr. Parth Shah, co-founder, Indian School of Public Policy. Let us welcome him. Pradeep Mehta, Secretary General, CUTS International. Let us welcome with a round of applause. Shobini Mukherjee, Executive Director, Jameel Poverty Action Lab, South Asia. Dr. Shashank Shah, Senior Specialist, Higher Education, Niti Aayog. And we welcome with a round of applause. We will be discussing on how can we strengthen the public policy research ecosystem in India so that the policymakers can work with high quality inputs and outcomes are studied independently too. With this, over to you, Ms. Shweta.
Thank you so much, and it's very, very exciting to be here as part of the MINT Public Policy Summit. And honestly, I want to first congratulate MINT for putting together this event, because as a public policy professional, I think it's very, very pertinent that we give this profession its due and also develop a better understanding of what public policy does, what are some of the nuances around public policy research, and how public policy professionals really go about in using research and evidence to help and become trusted advisors to policymakers as well as regulators. Let me kick it off by giving you a very quick introduction about my role today, and it's important that we understand what each one of us do so that we can then discuss the broader topic at hand. How do you strengthen, develop the public policy ecosystem in India? So I run public policy at Sequoia Capital India, which, as many of you would know, is a venture capital firm that has invested in hundreds of startups in India, largely tech and tech-enabled startups. And we're very proud now that we have over 50 unicorns in our portfolio and many, many companies with $100 million plus revenues. But I think what's most significant is that 3 years ago when I joined, we started this role as a public policy role for a venture capital ecosystem to work very actively with government, with policymakers, to be able to come up with policies that we believe should be a win-win for consumers, a win-win for the industry, and also for the government and regulators. And I think one thing that we want to do very actively as public policy professionals is help people understand why that is important. With that, I'll pause, but I would love to first kick off a discussion on what exactly is public policy. It's a term that's sometimes misunderstood, sometimes used very loosely. But today we have a very diverse but very interesting set of panelists to help us walk through the entire ecosystem. Who are the stakeholders? How does it work in practice? And I think most important is, how has this evolved over the years? Because I think this is one area that has seen much excitement in the last few years, and we are now seeing it develop as a clear niche, specialized, and very credible area. And whether it's think tanks, whether it's research organizations, whether it's educational institutions, or I would say, institutions like the Niti Aayog, everybody now understands the value and significance of public policy. So what I'll request each of the panelists to do is that as they give their opening remarks, if you could also a little bit talk about your role, your interest in this profession, what you do, but also explain to our audience what is your view and understanding of the term public policy. Why don't we start with you, Parth? And of course, as someone who runs an institute in public policy, you should know it all.
Yes, well, I hope that was true. I think I would define public policy, the question that you started with, right, as the rules that govern Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar, right, and the interactions among the three. Right? So rules that govern Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, and the interactions among the three. So you can see the canvas of public policy is rather broad, right? And at the ISPP, we talk about how the Constitution of India is the founding public policy document, right, that defines what rules can be applied, what rules can be made. And the rules, as you can see, apply not just to Samaj and Bazaar, also apply to Sarkar, right, which is what the Constitution does, what government can do and cannot do. Right? So I think that's a broader way of thinking about what public policy is. And at the Indian School of Public Policy, I think we saw that this is a huge canvas. We need many more people, and not just interested in public policy, but also trained in public policy, right? It's a specialized field, as you mentioned. And therefore, the idea of creating the Indian School of Public Policy with the goal that we democratize public policy education and engagement, right? And also hope we build policy capacity across Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar, right? So there are two sort of broader goals: to democratize policy and also to build policy capacity. Right? Now, I think what does it mean to democratize public policy? Right? My sense, and I think we heard this morning on the panel earlier, right, that one of the key things that is lacking is that the public is not in public policy. Right? So you have to bring the public back into public policy. Right? And that's, I think, a larger way of thinking about not just training a few hundred people in public policy, but how to create that mindset, which is what I think is lacking by and large, where people have deep respect for the dignity of the citizen. Right? One thing I see that many of the problems that we see in public policy is largely result of the respect for the citizen. Right? You want to treat citizen as you treat yourself, and the humility that is required to be able to make public policy in a sound way. Right? You look at the last two policy examples that we saw about the 200 rupee note being withdrawn, 2000. And 2000, and the credit card charges and the TDS on the credit card charges. And both of them, how many times government has gone back and forth, right? Very simple policy issue, is not something that's rocket science, but still that was back and forth. I think the sign of that to me is that first, there's lack of respect for the citizens, and second, there is also lack of humility among the people who make public policy. And that's something we want to try to do. So our program is called Policy Design and Management. And the design thinking is one way we think that we can bring that approach of thinking through the eyes of the citizen, right? And of course, having respect for the views of the citizen, right? And the design thinking is, I think, one way in which we can achieve that larger goal that we want to have in terms of mindset change among people who are going to participate. We also work with many organizations to build capacity. We have done executive education programs for larger corporates and partnership with the government. Let me stop there. I know we have more questions to answer.
Of course, no, but thank you. I think big takeaway there is Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar. Nice way to put it, because that clearly puts in place the three stakeholders that are important. So there's society, and then there is the government, and then by Bazaar, I think you're referring to the larger industry. Right, right. Dr. Shashank, I think you take care of, in some ways, the Sarkar part of it, right? Niti Aayog, as a, we would say, economic policy think tank to the government, has been a body that has been so vibrant in providing that basis for economic policy making. Share with us your view, from your lens, what is the field of public policy looking like, and especially as someone who focuses a lot in higher education, public policy research.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's wonderful being on this platform and sharing our thoughts on something that affects each one of us. I think the word public in public policy is the core. It's like the word democracy. It's of the people, for the people, by the people. So I'd like to start by saying that I think there's an old Indian saying that for the success of any nation, three pillars are vital: khadi, khaki, and kavi. One stands for the political ecosystem. One stands for the defense and police force, which is the protection system, and one stands for the intelligentsia or the experts. And each of them are vital for the success of any nation. And I think that forms the core of what public policy is all about, that it needs to balance all these three aspects in the process of policy design, implementation, and evaluation. I think it will be vital to look back at history and see the evolution, given my role in higher education, of how public policy has evolved over the years, or rather over the centuries. I think in the Western world, the Magna Carta of the Great Britain in the 13th century is looked upon as one of the first documents where there was some mention of public policy, where the king was put under checks and balances. In the US, it goes back to the 18th century, where in the Constitution, the public were brought into the forefront to participate in the process of designing policies that are going to affect them and their rights. But I think in India, it goes back several millennia, because way back in the Arthashastra, there is a mention of the roles and responsibilities of both the designers of the policy, that is the king, and the implementers of the policy, where the king is supposed to subordinate his individual interests in the interests of the citizens. And the implementers of the policy are expected to be conscious of their responsibility towards the citizens. So I think the core of any public policy design is this focus or the goal that the benefit of the population or the recipients of that policy is at the core of the way the policy is designed, implemented, and of course the evaluation aims at understanding whether it is delivering on that. I'd also like to draw your attention to the field of public policy per se by comparing, say, with the US and India, because in the introduction to this particular session, we're talking about where the Indian public policy research ecosystem lies compared to the US. If one were to look at the US, one of the first think tanks in the US or in the world was the Carnegie Peace Endowment, which was way back in 1913. If you look at India, one of the oldest think tanks is the Council of World Affairs in Delhi here, which was formed in early 1950s. If one were to look at the earliest programs in public policy that came up in the US, or the centers which came up in the US, it was the Woodrow Wilson School in Princeton University in 1930. In India, one of the first public policy centers came up in 2002 in IIM Bangalore, the Center for Public Policy. And interestingly, when I were to look at the number of think tanks today, the US versus in India, there are about 1,300 public policy think tanks in the US, vis-a-vis about 250 to 300 think tanks in India. So that's the contrast we are looking at. Another fact I'd like to share with you, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the US, there are about 4.7 lakh individuals associated with public policy and related areas as jobs. Compared to that, according to a study by the Observer Research Foundation in 2019-20, there were about 3,000 professionals associated with public policy in India. So this shows the kind of evolution of public policy, research, and academic institutions in this space. I'm very delighted to share that in India, research per se is becoming a popular area as per the All India Survey for Higher Education. Between 2015 and 2020, the largest growth in the number of students across programs was in the PhD area, where there was a compounded annual growth rate of nearly 10%. So that's the kind of growth that India has seen year on year with respect to research. Of course, we have a long way to go because we have about 255 researchers per million in India, vis-a-vis about 4,250 in the US. And the number of PhDs produced in India is about 24,000 compared to about 68,000 in the US. So we rank 4th in the world in that number as well. Why I'm sharing these numbers is because evidence or evidence-based policy making is the core of good policy making. And I think that process of evidence comes from research. Right. And I think research in public policy need not be limited to the field of public policy per se, but the diverse fields in which these policies are going to be made or are being made, and the diverse priorities of the nation. And as we see today, India is making great strides across areas, whether it's science and technology, whether it is environment and sustainability, whether it is business and international trade, health and education. Every area policy making is a very, very important process. And the evidence creation for that comes from the field of research. So the expertise that we create in each of these areas through our research, whether it's through the think tanks or the public policy centers or through the PhD programs in our eminent universities, is going to play a vital role in the creation and scaling up of this process of evidence creation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And clearly, we're getting a lot of catchphrases from Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar. We've got Khadi, Khaki, and Kavi. Shobhini, no pressure on you to come up with another set of these, but would love to understand from you and your experience of working at JPAL. And, you know, I think Dr. Shashank touched upon many aspects of evidence-based policy making and the significance of research, and who better than you to walk us through some of that.
I'm thinking of how I can come up with three things. But I'll talk from a practitioner's point of view. Inertia, ignorance, and ideology.
Wow. Inertia, ignorance, and
ideology. And it's essentially, these are the challenges when we think about public policy and action. Why some things work, why some things fail, why some things don't take off at all, even if it's a good idea. These are the three things that really matter the most, trying to put everything in action. Ignorance is essentially just not being aware of what are the good solutions out there, what works, what doesn't work, what have people tried, information sharing. There are some fantastic things that are happening in the ecosystem. There are implementers, there are innovators, there are startups, there are grassroots level organizations. Different governments are trying many different things. States need to learn from each other, but there is an ignorance in a sense that it's not an ignorance because people are ignorant. It's essentially, how do we get information to sort of cross boundaries? It could be state boundaries, international boundaries, it could be people boundaries. I mean, there's so much wealth of knowledge on this dais, but I don't know half of what all of us are doing. The second I is inertia. There's a really good solution out there, but then what is the state capacity to take that up? Who are the right stakeholders to be able to implement and take those pieces forward? Inertia, because it's a great idea, but somebody else can do it. I don't have the time to do it. I have 5 other things that are my priority. So there's a certain inertia that also sets in, because everything becomes urgent, everything becomes mission mode, so everything, whatever, it may be something that's transformative, but to keep it on the shelf for another time. There's something to be said for, we were talking about bureaucracy in the other panel. There is something to be said about how slowly bureaucracy moves and how long it takes for a good idea to be able to really take off and reach the impact that it has. And there are systems, there are processes, there are financial constraints. All of those things come in the way, and that just sort of builds on the inertia. The last is ideology. Don't need to speak too much on this. The third piece, the third challenge, I would say, in terms of why public policy fails is most of us, it's psychology. Most of us go by gut, our instincts, not by data and not by evidence. I've been working in this field for the last 20 years. I could have walked away and said, I'm disappointed by how people are not used to listening to someone else, giving some data or bringing pieces of evidence. There are some really very, I would say, interesting platforms that have emerged, but these become silos. Nothing is being taken forward at the scale that India needs. A lot of these, I would say, the bottlenecks are ideological. This is a great idea, but I don't think it's going to work. Test it. There needs to be an openness to testing it. Public policy institutions need to be able to come in to the fray to say, let's test, let's ideate, let's get together. What does this ecosystem need? This ecosystem needs implementers, it needs innovators to come together with researchers, with scalers, with governments, with the political executive, to be able to test good ideas, scale based on the evidence, information sharing, put in the right processes and systems, get the right human capital behind to be able to even do any of it. So somebody was talking about, we need people to analyze data, we need people to do good writing. These are just basics. It's a different thing in terms of how we're thinking about the human capital formation and what do universities really teach and how are we being able to, very telling, the numbers that you said, only 300 in such institutions in India. We need 3,000 institutions in India for the scale that we have today. So I'll stop here.
No, great, Shobhini, that was a great summary. And again, Mr. Mehta, I don't know if you're going to have the 3 pillars, planks, the catchphrase, but it's an interesting trend that we've kicked off here. But would love to understand again the role that organizations like CUTS have been playing. And as a practitioner, I've had the pleasure of working with CUTS as well. Over to you.
No.
Yeah, I think it's working now.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, good. Anyway, very good afternoon, and to begin with, let me thank Mint for having invited me here to share with you my views, which comes from about 40 years of grassroots experience. To begin with, let me tell you what I have understood about public policy, and from the debate which happened in the first panel, it is mainly about governance. And you can look at upstream of governance, the policy formulation, and downstream is policy implementation. So I would put it in this kind of 3-legged stool in order to make it a little more sensible rather than to make it another utopian kind of concept of ideology, etc., etc. What we've heard so far, and the question, Shweta, as the session demands, is how do we build up a solid research system in this country? Now, of course, some of our experience would matter in order to understand this as to how do we build it up. To begin with, if you look at the, Shobhini, to disabuse you, our data system in India, the government data system, is in a mess. You can't rely upon anything at all because of the kind of system, the way it operates, whether it is at the level of the states or the center. And this is a well-known fact and has been debated again and again. So quite often, decisions are taken on an intuition or on certain past practices. I mean, I remember sitting with a statistical officer in the state of government of Rajasthan, preparing a budget exercise, and he was fudging with the figures without any kind of logic. He said, इसमें 10% बढ़ा दो, इसको 5% कम कर दो, इसको 7.5% बढ़ा दो. I said, ये आप क्या कर रहे हैं? नहीं, ये चलेगा. हम ऐसे ही करते आ रहे हैं पिछले 10 सालों से. हमारे पास कोई इसका अधिकृत सूत्र नहीं है जिससे हम ये तय कर सके कि इस मत पे कितना खर्चा करना है. I give you a live example of sitting on a table of a person who then decides the budget of the state on the basis of pure intuition and pure, sort of jugglery, rather than of any kind of scientific approach. तो मैंने कहा अगर इसमें इतना काटेंगे और इसमें इतना बढ़ाएंगे तो कैसा रहेगा? ये तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं. I'm giving you an example of what happens at the grassroots level, which the earlier session spoke about grassroots. So even the grassroots of a desk officer in the state secretariat is grassroots insofar as policy formulation is concerned. Let us not ignore the fact that he or she is critical in how public policies evolve. My second point, Shweta, is what we tend to ignore, and this came up again, but let me put a label to it, is we have to go beyond policy practices. One research that we did on the Land Acquisition Act, in 5 different states, you won't believe me, the same law was being interpreted and applied in a different way. In 5 different states. The same law, the same sections. So what does it show? That it shows that, practices vary from people to people who are manning those desks. And then it becomes the issue about the capabilities issue, rightly. Now, you can't have a kind of a omnibus approach or a kind of approach that everybody will then think in the same manner possible. But to be aware of the fact that these things are there, practices vary. There is a third issue which again came up again and again in the first panel, and again this is something which requires little more than research but application, is building of state capabilities. Capabilities in the state where One of the things which I spoke about, a systemic reform is required in terms of accountability. Accountability is absolutely poor, very poor. Nobody who does a wrong is punished in a proper way at all, that it becomes a lesson. So what happens is that anybody who continues to do that same thing, knowingly wrong, gets away with murder also. And this is a fact. I can prove with you with examples as to what happens at the low level. All this then goes into the, the whole rubric of public policy as to how you define public policy,
Sure.
how do you implement good public policies is again a matter of challenge. Political will is very important. That came up in the first panel. And let me just mention one more.
Sure.
Which came up in the last panel is something which public policy practitioners or policy researchers have to be aware of, are the political economy constraints under which the states work.
Right.
Today, we have this horrible system of freebies being announced by every state. What is it that we can do? We can continue to do research, we can litigate. Litigation is one thing we never came up. But it's again a very important tool of public policy. We have achieved many changes through litigation. When we failed with policy intervention, we've been working as a think tank and an action tank since 1983. Thank you.
Great. I think great comments there also from Mr. Mehta. And I think the very interesting takeaway was that example of how the same law, the same can be perceived and the practitioner's part or how it's practiced and can be implemented in different ways. And you cited the example of 5 different states. We have very limited time going forward to take forward the discussion. And I think want to focus on the specific topic that we have at hand. How do you strengthen the public policy ecosystem in India? And especially focusing a lot more on research, and we've touched upon it. What I'd love to do now is throw open the discussion to any of you who'd like to chime in and talk about 2 things. Let's do a little bit of understanding of the past, and we've touched upon it, but maybe a deeper dive on what's the progress we've seen already? Because I think we've seen a lot of progress in the understanding of the public policy ecosystem, how it's changed, how many would think public policy at one time would be equated with liaising and lobbying, and which would be seen as not necessarily terms that carried with it the credibility that you would want public policy to have, to now this shift of, as we keep saying, research-based policy making, evidence-based policy making, backing it up with data, encouraging policymakers and regulators to think evidence, to think data, to think the impact of policy making and evaluate that. Also encouraging industry, because very often industry doesn't understand how and why government does a particular thing. Like to your point, I think one of you were mentioning, it's very hard to sometimes explain. And we deal with a number of startups and founders to help them understand that if the government's doing something, whether it is LRS or the 2,000 rupee withdrawal, is there any logic behind bringing in any of these policies? Are we sometimes not being able to appreciate the challenges and the responsibilities of policymakers as well as regulators, because there's so much that goes on in the back end in those corridors of power that we are never going to be privy to. So keeping all this backdrop in mind, I'd love for someone also to take it forward a bit. Like we've come this far, we've got things going, but what are the 2-3 things that you think are needed absolutely to, as we say, strengthen and develop this ecosystem? So anybody, let's just have any of you chime in. Shobhini, go ahead.
See, one of the things which did not come up in the last session and this session is part of the ecosystem of public policy research are state institutes. Many states have set up good governance institutes. We tend to ignore them. Fine. I mean, they get bogged down by their note sheet culture, but in spite of that, they do produce some very good work.
Right.
And how do we rope them into this kind of system in order to strengthen the system as such? The state government have a stake in it.
Right.
So they have, I'm including many state governments also have a planning board or an economic advisory council. I sit on the one in Rajasthan, for example, and we are doing a lot of good work.
Right.
Which has to be respected, has to be understood that all this will then lead to those kind of policy changes. So it's a part of the ecosystem, Shweta, to answer the question of the session, that the ecosystem is to be looked at in a broader way. Litigation is another very important tool, as I said.
So the first point you're making, and if we had talk about actionables, the one point that you're making is strengthening the state governments and having them, because ultimately, given the way in a federal structure we work, a lot of the policy making is actually happening at the state level, and the implementation of policies is happening at the state level, especially if we look at subjects where they're part of the concurrent list. Shobhini, you had a point to make as well. Yeah.
So it's a broader point, Shweta, and I alluded to it in my earlier conversation as well. We need, state institutions notwithstanding, we need a group of diverse stakeholders to come together to really work together meaningfully. So we need, at all levels, whether it's a state level or the center level, we have a NITI at the center, we have a DMO at the center. What we need are mirrors of that at the state levels, and we have some very successful examples of that as well, and I'll come to one or two examples if I may. But we need innovators and implementers, we need researchers and research institutions, we need academics, the academia to engage in these, in co-creating these solutions and testing them. And we need, institutional level support, both at center and state. We need an openness to testing and trying out different things. We need an openness to failing and being able to try again. You mentioned, and we are on the same page, I was mentioning ideology is a huge challenge in trying to do any of these things. People come with their own instincts, they come with their own ideologies, and a big part of it keeps them from sort of this culture of evidence-based decision-making is something that JPAL, the Poverty Action Lab where I've been working for the last 15 years, we've been really, I think, chipping away bit by bit to really widen the ambit of evidence-based policy making at all levels, whether it's a state level or whether it's at the central level. And institutions like ours actually bridge the academia, research, plus practice, plus policy in a really neat way, in the sense that there's a lot of evidence that exists, and I don't disagree that government data is not where it should be, but institutions, academia needs to engage with governments to be able to bring that out. And we've got some very good examples from Tamil Nadu, even from Bihar, we were talking about it in the last panel as well. A lot of the work that we've done in Bihar, for instance, is looking at education and learning. We've got one of the most successful examples of an education reform that was tested in Bihar, tested in Haryana. It's now being scaled up across many different states across India, and that's where you are being able to bring the power of evidence, testing at the local level, to be able to do something within the future. And I'll just very quickly give you this example, because it requires different stakeholders to come together. I'm very sure that all of us are familiar with the human capital challenge in India. We've got some fantastic higher education research institutes. We've got very good private schools. But when you think about I'm sure everyone knows about the ASAR surveys, and what we find is that half of India's children going to school in grade 5 are unable to read grade 2 text. Yeah. This is the population that's going to go forward, and this is the youth demographics, 10 years, 15 years down the line that we'll have to work with. What we really need is foundational language numeracy literacy. Sure. And there have been very successful examples of organizations like Pratham coming in and creating this very simple in-classroom pedagogy, and not, you talked about freebies and SOPs. A very low-hanging fruit for governments is to say, let's add more, paint the classroom, paint the building, give some textbook, free midday meals, all of those pieces. They are necessary but not sufficient. You can add teachers, but they are not sufficient to improve learning outcomes. You need to be able to engage within classrooms. So teaching at the right level is one of those really cool reforms over the last 15 years, tested at multiple levels. Governments are now taking note. It was tested in Bihar, tested in Haryana. We've got examples where we are getting implementers together, you're getting governments together, you're getting researchers together, you're getting people like the ministers as well, education ministers, who are taking note. So these are successful examples of how these can be taken forward.
I'll just come back to you, Mr. Mehta, in a minute. Yeah, okay, please, go ahead. And I just want to, 1 minute, sum up a little bit of what Shobhini said, because when you mention the stakeholders, let's just list them out. So let's say government, which includes center and the state. I would add regulators, because very often, we assume everyone comes under the government ambit, but here we're talking, policymakers, the bureaucracy, as well as regulators, so, whether it's your financial sector regulators or your other industry regulators. So that's one bucket, right? Then you're talking about think tanks and research institutions as another bucket of people you think need to come together. The third, I believe, is civil society. and which would come again under maybe all of that bucket. And then the other stakeholder you mentioned was the academia, right? And here we again have research. And of course, I would add Niti Aayog in the bucket of government and think tank. I mean, you would come under both. Any other buckets, or these are the three broad stakeholders? It was important to list when you talk collaboration, who are you referring to? Yeah.
So you need industry. You talk about regulators, but you need the private industry. You need donors. You need philanthropists. You need philanthropy coming into the sector in a big way to move social outcomes as well.
Yeah. Quick comment from Mr. Mehta, and then we'll come to...
Taking off from where Sohini left about the experience they have sharing from one state to another state to another state, let me offer this audience an excellent public policy solution which has not been thought about in India, is having a state chief ministers forum, which is away from the center. This is the kind of thing which is happening in many countries of the world, like Nigeria, if you're looking at a developing country, or USA or Australia or Canada, which then talks to each other on topic to topic.
Interesting.
Without the intervention of the central government.
So you're sticking to the theme of the emergence of the states and having state
I'm
level.
answering your question that you asked in this session. How do we improve the
How do we
public
strengthen?
policy?
So that's a very valid...
This is one important suggestion I would like to make.
So, and in fact, maybe we'll come to, Dr. Shashank here, because Niti Aayog as a body was set up exactly to balance out that center-state relationship. And, I think both the other panelists have mentioned 2 points where we feel are important, and then we're increasingly seeing that come up. Number one, replication of Niti Aayog-like institutions in the states, and we believe that is already happening, right? So I would love to hear more about whether we're going to see many Niti Aayogs across states happen. And then two, as he's saying, maybe empowering or involving state chief ministers more in the policy-making exercise, not just being a division of budget kind of role that Niti Aayog plays.
So before I respond to that, I had a couple of thoughts to share on the theme itself. I think there are 3 areas where public policy in general needs to be looked at afresh, and I'm quoting research, both Indian and international, at the 3 levels of policy design, policy implementation, and policy evaluation. I think at the stage of policy design, the common problem lies in short-termism versus long-termism. So while the policies are designed, I think it is the long-term perspective that is vital, as policy researchers across the world have been repeatedly highlighting. I'm going to highlight the challenge and also give a quick solution to that as well. So at the policy design stage, I think it's this short-termism versus long-termism issue. At the policy implementation stage, I think the key challenge which is repeatedly highlighted in research is about single discipline or siloed approach to implementation or decision making. Typically, the particular sector or ministry or department or area tends to look at a particular policy and its implementation from its own lens. But what is required is probably a multidisciplinary approach and a non-siloed or a multi-sectoral approach to the implementation of any policy, because today we see disciplines are highly interrelated. Health and education are not unconnected with each other. Business and infrastructure are not unconnected with each other. Environment and business are not unconnected from each other. So each of these have to be looked at the process of policy implementation, and this siloed approach needs to be replaced by a multidisciplinary and a multi-sectoral approach. And at the policy evaluation stage, I think by and large, the focus has always been on inputs or spending. The focus needs to move towards outputs, from outputs to outcomes, and from outcomes to impact. Impact on whom? As I mentioned in my earlier observation, the whole process of policy design is focused on a particular population, target population whom we want to help. So the policy evaluation ultimately needs to check whether the impact has been created on the original population for whose benefit the policy had been designed. That is the kind of full circle that the whole process needs to take. Otherwise, each of these, when looked at silos, is not going to be serving the purpose. And the answer to all 3 comes from, I would say, in a substantial measure, data. Quantitative data and qualitative data. Right. For short-term versus long-term, I think longitudinal studies can play a vital role in telling us how policies can be designed, keeping in mind a much longer period and what longitudinal data tells us. In terms of implementation, I think multidisciplinary research, which has been given a lot of focus in the National Education Policy 2020, which has become the mainstay of how education would be planned and implemented in this country over the next several decades. The focus is on holistic and multidisciplinary education and research. And that approach and that lens is going to groom a generation of individuals who are no longer going to look at the field from their lens alone, but are going to look at the impact that several other fields are having or continue to have on achieving success in their own field. And finally, in terms of evaluation, this transition from inputs to outputs, outcomes, and impact, Shobhini mentioned about the DMEO. We have the popular outputs, outcomes monitoring framework, which is designed by the Government of India. So again, data plays a very important role there, because the data just now is primarily focused across the world on how much money is invested in a particular policy and its implementation. But little data and evaluation is done on what outputs have come from that, what changes that have been brought about in the target beneficiaries, and what long-term impact that policy has had on the target audience. And data, again there, longitudinal data after implementation will again complete the circle of connecting design, implementation, and evaluation. So I think these are the challenges, and the solutions lie in our own hands. I think it's the change in the way we look at it, and this change is going to be a slow change, but that change is happening, and that's why I refer to the National Education Policy, which is grooming a generation of researchers and future policy makers and implementers and evaluators to look at how they do things in a different way. On your point with respect to Niti-like institutions at the state level, while I'm not a spokesperson of the Ayog, I'm sharing my own thoughts, but there is, and it has been announced, the State Support Mission, which was announced in the union budget by the Honorable Finance Minister, does speak about Niti-like institutions at the state level, but I'm sure more details would come up over a period of time with clarity on what can be replicated, how things can be more customized, because one size fits all is not the ideal way of policy design, and I think that's the original vision which Niti Aayog was formulated with, that we need to have more data-driven, evidence-based, customized implementation and design. And I think the example of the Aspirational Districts program, which was a case in point earlier, and now the Aspirational Blocks program, which is taking it forward to nearly 300 districts of India and 500 blocks, which will be focused on their transformation from a data-driven governance point of view. So, over to you.
Great, thank you so much, and let's give the last word to Parth on this. Over to you.
I think many great ideas have come from the panelists. I would just say that a couple of things that we are doing at ISPP to support some of these ideas, right? So one is that with DMEO, that Shashank mentioned, which is the part of the Niti Aayog. So we have partnership with them. We use the data that you collect there and the training that you provide also for our scholars at ISPP. We have done a lot of work with the state administrative agencies. We have a partnership with Bihar state agency to sort of help them. We already have done one workshop. We're planning to do more with the capacity building of those institutions. I agree with you that those are the key levers of change that we have. I think broadly the way I think about how to build the ecosystem in India, one is we need more people. There is no doubt that we need more people coming into the ecosystem. So we need more training institutes. I think people to join training and join the policy institutions, they need to see there's a career path afterwards, right? And that's where I think there's a more thinking that needs to be done both in the government as well as in the private sector, how they can hire more people, attract more people to join public policy courses, right? So for example, you can hire people easily at Niti Aayog, policy consultants. It's very difficult to hire at Jilla Parishad or even the state level, right? The processes are not very clear. There are no defined rules in terms of how you contract for knowledge services as opposed to goods that you purchase at local level, right? So I think that's the one big area. Similarly for the corporate sector, right? If you're an MBA, the HR department knows who you are, what you can do, what your career looks like over a period of time in the company. But if you have an MPP, it's not very clear to the HR department what would they do, what the career would look like for them, right? So I think thinking a little bit more systematically about building pathways for attracting new people, and thereby pathways for them to build a career in public policy, right? I think second part, of course, get more people in the system. Second, of course, build the capacity of the existing institutions that we already have. And I think that's the other big area of work that needs to be done, not just capacity building of the state institutions, but also of the corporates, right? So I think the old way of doing lobbying is no longer the way people can do business anymore, right? So you need to have policy people on your sort of management team who can advise you about how to deal with changes which are coming through the policy, how to anticipate them, and maybe proactively address some of the needs that industries have, right? So I think thinking across both attracting more people in the system as well as building capacity of the existing institutions. There are two broad ways of building the larger ecosystem.
Great. I think we've got very, very interesting suggestions on how to develop and strengthen the public policy ecosystem. But I think one message is clear. We've really come a long way. There's been great progress, but there's obviously a long way to go. Let me try and also do a 3 pillars summary, as many of you have done, and maybe taking away and talking about the 3 Ps of public policy that have emerged from this discussion alone. So I think first is people, because it is public policy after all. So we cannot forget that people are at the heart and at the center of any policy-making exercise that happens, and that's why the need to do more impact analysis, the need to ensure that everyone's sensitized to the need to have data-driven policy-making that comes with people as the core at its heart. I think the second most important thing is the ability, the second P I would say is pivot. The ability to say that it's important for policymakers, for other practitioners to be able to bring that pivot when needed. You know, we're living in times where policymaking needs to become more agile. It needs to be more in tune with changing times. We just cannot rely on the age-old, 5-year plan kind of, policymaking that we used to see at one point, because now you're talking about the next, 5 months and not 5 years, because so much is changing around you. And I think the last I would say is something that I believe as practitioners or as, people on the field is the persistence and perseverance, because at least public policy is one field where you don't see outcomes overnight, where you know that you have to just carry on and on and on with a lot of persistence and perseverance in pushing through what we believe will be good public policy outcomes. I think with that, I'd like to thank all the panelists for a very engaging discussion on a topic that's a little difficult, I would say almost dry, but it has been very, very thoughtful and thought-provoking. Thank you all so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for all the speakers once again? Well, that was a great discussion, I would say. Requesting you all to kindly step forward for the group picture. Thanking you all for such enriching discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was about creating an ecosystem, a strong ecosystem for public policy. Thank you once again, all the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we break for lunch. Please be back here by 2:15 as our Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Shri Bhupesh Baghel, will be joining us right after the lunch. Please make sure that you are back here by 2:15. Also, this is to announce that don't forget to use the hashtags and tag us on Twitter at @LiveMint. Thank you. See you after the lunch. state level policy showcase this time. We just wait for a minute more for people to settle down and then we will proceed. We'll have two major policies naming Odisha's millet mission and Gujarat's emission trading scheme that will be discussed upon thoroughly in the next segment. We'll just wait for a minute more for people to join us back inside and then we will be starting with the state level policy showcase. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us go ahead. Like we are displaying some successful policies today. And next in the segment, we have the display of state-level policies. For this, I would like to invite Mr. N. Madhavan, Senior Editor Mint, to kindly come on the dais and moderate this session. Let us welcome sir with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let us bring some energy back to the hall.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. As I said in the morning, the policy showcases is a highlight of this summit. And we had a couple of policies showcased in the morning, which were from the central government. Today, now we are going to focus on a couple of policies that looks at the state level policies. And we have shortlisted two among many, which we thought are critical for the country and have really given good outcome. So let me introduce those policies to you. Sanjeev, can we have the AV on the millet mission?
Roti, chapati, dosa or naan. Whichever you pick, you're mostly consuming just two types of grains, wheat or rice. But it wasn't always so. For centuries, Indians ate nutritious meals rich in millets, easy to grow and resistant to weather changes. Until about 100 years ago, when we shifted to rice and wheat backed by farm subsidies and food grain procurements. This didn't help everyone. People with irrigated farms benefited while those depending on rains fell behind. What about places receiving barely any rains? Well, we have found a way. 6 years ago, the Odisha government introduced a millet mission. It began with promoting the nutritional value of millets and encouraging people to consume it at home. Then, it turned to increasing production. Farmers were taught modern practices and dedicated centers set up where they could hire mechanized farming equipment. In every village, one progressive farmer was identified and trained to handhold others. Farmer-producer organizations were promoted too. Modern processing facilities were set up across the state. It also allocated rupees 580 crore towards the mission for the period from financial year 17 to financial year 22. Today, the mission has covered 19 districts, 143 blocks and 20,576 villages, benefiting over 2 lakh farmers. Procurement of millets has risen sharply. In the financial year 2019, 18,000 quintals were procured from 5,740 farmers for rupees 5.2 crore. In the financial year 2022, the procurement was 3.2 lakh quintal from 41,286 farmers. The procurement value shot up 20 times, nearly to rupees 110 crore. This year, the government wants to expand the mission to 30 districts and 177 blocks. It has increased the outlay for the financial year 2022 to financial year 2027 period to rupees 2,808 crore. Other states have begun replicating Odisha's millet mission. Its success pushed the central government to embrace the policy and convinced United Nations to announce 2023 as the International Year of Millets.
I thank the organizers of the Mint India Public Policy Summit for this opportunity and to share our experience of Odisha Millets Mission. Decline in cultivation of crops such as millets over the years has led to decrease in climate resilience and dietary diversity of communities. And Odisha Millets Mission therefore aims to revive millets in farms and plates through an end-to-end intervention approach. We started the mission in 2017 and we have covered 177 blocks in all the 30 districts of the state. The vision of the Odisha Millets Mission is to ensure equity and justice to the vulnerable rain-fed upland farmers of the state. We wish to address the twin challenges of climate change and malnutrition through the millets movement in Odisha, and I wish all the best for successful conduct of this particular event. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The other policy that we looked at, again, solved a problem which is very, very challenging, which is air pollution. Gujarat government's emission trading scheme. Sanjeev?
Air pollution is a killer. Literally, over 1.6 million Indians died of air pollution in 2019, says Lancet, a research publication. A more recent Harvard study says it's even higher, 2.5 million. Not surprising, given that out of the world's 20 most polluted cities, 13 are in India. Clearly, we need strong policies to encourage innovation and save lives. One such experiment is beginning to show results. 4 years ago, the Gujarat government introduced an emission trading scheme in Surat. How does it work? The State Pollution Control Board sets a limit on how much pollutants an industry can emit. This limit is sold to companies in the form of emission permits. Companies can install equipment to limit pollution or buy emission permits to emit pollutants beyond the limit. Those who keep emission below the cap level can sell their surplus permits. Such emission trading schemes reduce pollution at low cost. Every company does not have to install costly equipment. If you cut pollution, sell your permits and earn a profit. If you don't, well, spend more on buying the permits. So this permit-based scheme is based on the polluter pays principle. The buyer bears the cost and the seller gets a reward. And the result? The Gujarat government claims that around 355 industries signed up and air pollution fell by 20% in Surat. The next in line is Ahmedabad, and the government wants to introduce it across the state. Punjab is reportedly keen to try out a similar scheme in Ludhiana. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Maharashtra are interested too. Clearly, this seems to be a policy that can efficiently cut air pollution across the country.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, these are the policies, and to elaborate more on these, I would like to invite Mr. Dinesh Balam, State Coordinator, Odisha House Millet Mission. Let us welcome him with a round of applause. Followed by Ms. Manali Bhatt, Deputy Environmental Engineer, Gujarat Pollution Control Board. Let us welcome her with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so in the next 20 minutes, I would try and get from them as much of the best practices as I can. Okay, both the Odisha Millet Mission and the emission trading scheme tackled a very obvious and decades-old problem, which is pollution, air pollution, and unsustainable agriculture. Now, what I wanted to know is what made your governments take up this issue? I'll start with Manali.
Basically, how we frame the policy, what ideas.
What made you take it up as a policy in the first place?
Okay, so major, we've conventionally command and control system, which most of the SPCBs are implementing, are not most efficient to control the industrial pollution at desired level. So this market-based instrument, emission trading scheme, provides a flexibility to the industries with incentives, industries which are under compliance can get the benefits, and industries which are polluting higher, they have to pay more based on the polluter pay principle. So when initially CPCB came out with the guidelines of SEMS, that is continuous emission monitoring systems, in 2018, which laid the paving the path towards these emission trading. But we are getting we are getting the data, SAM's data, and the data is not analyzed properly, and if data is not converted into compliance monitoring mechanism, then it is of no use. So that was the basic concept. Also, why Surat was selected, that was the reason behind that. We saw in the film that there are 122 cities of India which are with high non-attainment cities, so having higher pollution potential. So Surat being an textile industrial cluster, it was selected for this project.
Okay. So how does this scheme work? If you can tell us in a very simple terms.
So basically, as I explained, that SAMS is the foundation for trading. If we get the proper data, accurate data up to 95%, so when we started, when initiated this scheme right back in 2015, first phase was SAMS installation. So that at that time, data availability was only 30%. So we carried out a lot of hand-holding and series of workshops and brainstorming with our research partner, that is JPAL. So series of capacity building programs have been conducted. Initially, there was a lot of resistance from industry. So as I said, there are the main, this scheme is launched with three main stakeholders, researcher, regulator being GPCB, and industry. So there was a lot of resistance. So through awareness programs and hand-holding, we convinced the industries, and consultative approach was created, and that worked a lot, and association took a major role to bring all these industries on board. So after having a 90% of accurate data, we launched the market in 2019. After that, 30 compliance periods have been completed so far. So there are 5 elements of this scheme. A regulator has to set a cap. So based on that SAMS data, initially, regulator has to set the cap between these 300 industries. Permits are given on pro rata basis. On their boiler capacity, we allot the permit. Within a compliance period, through a trading platform that is made by NCDX, that is a subsidiary body of NEML. So that they have made a platform and industries are trading. And most of the most important part of this scheme is monitoring and compliance monitoring. So at the end of the compliance period, being a regulator, we monitor the how much permits are settled. If industries have not settled their permit, we have a market oversight committee. So they define the market rules. Based on that, we levy the environmental damage compensation from the which industries they have not settled their permits. So basically, now the thing is that industries have started thinking beyond the compliances, and self-discipline is also increased due to this project, and encouraging results are also achieved, we have observed. Thank you.
Okay. Dinesh, why did the Odisha government take up the millet mission so strongly?
Yeah. Thank you, Madhavan. To begin with, as our Principal Secretary Sir has mentioned, it's a matter of justice and equity on the first principle. Just to give you a statistics, if you look at the total cultivated area, more than 60% area is rain-fed area, which is dependent on rain. And if you take a single year investment in irrigated area, that is more than total investment over 40 years on rain-fed areas. So 50% of the population stays there, but it gets minuscule investment. So that is, I think as a public policy summit, this thing should be actually very strongly studied. The second thing is that in the rain-fed area also, if you look at the uplands, uplands are the lands that are taken by small and marginal farmers. It could be Dalits, it could be tribals, it could be the most vulnerable population. And what are the crops that are grown in uplands? That is primarily millets. They are not the paddy and other situation. So it is a matter of, so if Odisha has on an average invests around, let's say, 20,000 crore every year on agriculture, only a small part used to go to this entire area.
So when this feedback was given to Honorable Chief Minister, he said that it's a matter of justice and equity, and we will invest money if required on the uplands, so ensure that we can affect the nutrition security, livelihood. I'm not talking about climate resilient nutrition of millets. I'm assuming that this august audience is aware of it. And another important aspect of it is the social exclusion and inclusion. So if you travel, let's say, 150 kilometers from the Malkangiri to Koraput, you would get 10 languages. Odisha has 62 communities. You have Dides, Parajas, Bondas, and it has people from Sri Lankan Tamils. So it's one of the multi-cosmic. So this, when you take away the food that people eat, you take away their stories, you take away their songs, you take away their culture. So Odisha Millet Mission is not just about equity and justice, it's also about revalorization, bringing back millets and its glory in the plates and farms.
Another thing about this millet mission has also been the holistic approach. So you did not go about trying to increase just the millet production. So you have looked at increasing the consumption. You have looked at increasing the productivity. You have also looked at the improving processing capabilities. So you seem to have adopted a holistic approach. Can you talk about that?
So, like if you look at our agriculture policy, if in Green Revolution, we increased paddy and wheat production. So there was a food shortage. We met that in Pulse Revolution in last 10 years, we became pulse sufficiency. So there's always a huge demand of pulses. You just had to increase the production. But millets, people have forgotten. People have forgot the taste. There's a generation who don't have a memory of a food. So in millet revolution had to be a consumption revolution. To make a consumption revolution, also it's not just about urban people eating. It's about 1 billion people eating once or twice a week at least. That's when you can have a cereals. So for example, just to give, if 1 million biscuits, I can grow amount of millet required in 1 million biscuits in 100 acres. So when you're talking about a lakhs of hectare, you have to change the consumption pattern. Hence the consumption strategy. And the consumption strategy necessitates a overall integral approach. It just cannot be increasing production. So it includes, so to increase consumption, you have to make it easier for people to cook. So you have to work on processing and local technologies. You have to make sure it's available in the market. So that's how we got into the overall thing. So the bottom line was increasing consumption of the, making it a staple diet. Hence the overall framework came in, not just a productivity-centric approach.
And that has really helped.
Yeah, that has helped, yeah, definitely, I think.
Manali, tell us about the challenges you faced when you started implementing this emission trading scheme.
Initially, as I explained, that there was a lot of resistance from the industries to adopt for a STAMPS installation. STAMPS devices were initially very costly also. When we bring up association in the loop, they through some negotiations also, cost of the STAMPS devices went down. So industry opted. Then we convinced them, industry had an impression that they will get more stringent action when time series data will be available with the regulator. But we convinced them this is the pilot project and overall key goal was to improve the ambient air quality and reduce the particulate matter emission. So they already installed, 300 industries have already installed. And second challenge was to bring the data availability and accuracy, so to have a good quality of data. So for that, we carried out some data encryption policies also, data back checks mechanisms also, and data imputation we also implemented in enforcement mechanism. So that also include the increase in the data availability. During emission trading launch, there were, it was the first kind of PM market is first of its kind. So initially to understand the market and rules and all, so series of programs were conducted for awareness and hand-holding sessions were also carried out for the industries. And all the stakeholders, GPCB, JPAL has carried out all the programs in coordination with trading platform partner and all.
Dinesh, your side, what sort of challenges did you face? Did the farmers accept this easily, having been used to paddy in a big way?
So when we selected, we began in the tribal areas, so acceptance was not an issue. Let me explain this by an example. We pretty much had to reinvent the system. Take for example, when we started procurement process. So when you do procurement, you do something called awareness. There's something called FAQ quality, fair average quality, parameters by which you, procure. Odisha has 62 tribal communities, so many languages. So when we first did our communication exercise, which idea was to ensure that you bring X amount of quality with this grade. By the time it actually reached so many farmers, in some places, people actually added sand and brought millets to the procurement. So that's how the communication gap was there. So specifically in the tribal areas, in-depth areas, remote areas with so many languages, there was a communication was a problem. Second, when we realized we wanted to procure, you procure at a place called Mandi. So Mandi, so you do an awareness campaign through Rath. It's called, this is where the Mandi is. And the government has a policies, etc. But the Rath that was going, then I realized first year we had a very low procurement, 17,000 quintal. This year we had 6 lakh quintal in 2000. So it's nearly 20, 30 times. When we realized why it is not working, we realized the driver has figured out a route for last 30 years. So he was not changing the route. So driver did not go to the millet villages at all. So we had to go to that level. So every person, every structure, every rule, even the color of grading. So we had to pretty much reinvent this and train this entire system of thousands of people, workers, so many departments. So I think for us, this involving training, bringing them on board was a real mammoth exercise. And this is true for all the activities.
Okay. And Manali, how cleaner is the air over Surat now?
So initial experience, 3 years tradings has been completed so far. And we observed initially, as suggested by our researchers, out of 300 industries, all have installed SAMs. 155 industries were into trading for last 2 years, 2.5 years. And now all 300 industries are into trading. But we observed that industries which are into trading have reduced 20 to 30% PM emissions so far. So the results are very encouraging, and there are so intangible benefits also there. So with PM reduction in control units, we are also getting intangible benefits that industries has been more sensitive towards their emission. Earlier, it was not that. Obviously, it's a win-win situation for us also. We have using this SAMS data into our environmental regulations. So smart monitoring is increased. Using that data, we are picking the higher polluter industries with, so within a time we are getting the instinct and we get the physical verifications and things are improving.
Okay. So, how has this transformed the life of the farmers, consumers? Have you done any study in the last few years? The consumption of millet has gone up substantially, and the production has also gone up substantially. So how has this positively impacted the stakeholders? Has there been any study?
Yes, I will quote few facts, and then I will say larger effect of OMM on Odisha agriculture policies. One is that based on the midterm analysis of around 10,000 farmers, the yields have doubled and incomes have tripled. So
yields have doubled?
Doubled from 6.41 to 14 point something, more than doubled. The income from value of produce has nearly tripled. So for an upland farmer, it is a lot. The area has increased by over lakh hectare, so it's nearly on the way to double. And we have targeted to increase the area by 5 times in coming 5 years. So, what started in 30 blocks has now gone to 177 blocks. Huge demand and etc. The consumption survey, we have seen there's a 15% increase on the average household level consumption. So which is a substantial number. The urban consumption has definitely increased. But because of the paucity of time, I would say the larger effect of the Odisha Millet Mission. The Odisha Millet Mission was the first initiative in 2016, which removed the condition that farmer land has to be mandatory to invest on farmer. Every other scheme used to be like that. So we did the first DBT for the farmer for adopting millet cultivation. So that later was taken up in Kalia. That was later moved into PM Yojana. So a lot of experiences were gone there. We were the first scheme which allowed farmers to use their own seeds. So we allowed them, we trusted in the farmer's wisdom. Now every government program allows farmers to do it. So no other state does it, only Odisha does it. We were the first scheme which kind of said that we can procure from farmers without getting approval of revenue. The local sarpanch, The PRA members is empowered to certify farmer as a cultivator, not a revenue inspector. A lot of blood had to flow because of this. Because revenue land is very strong, revenue department is very touchy subject. So now every procurement that has been adopted. So there is the benefits of millet mission for the millet farmers. There's a benefit of millet mission for the agriculture policies. I think that has been more substantial. Long after this mission is over, that will remain.
And many, the center has praised this policy and many states are showing interest. So do you see this becoming a much larger mission, much beyond Odisha?
Definitely, I think at least 6-7 state governments have actually reached out to us and we are giving them the technical support. But yeah, I think most important is that the tenant farmers, the upland farmers, small marginal farmers, they are the people who have now been benefit of the huge agriculture investment that has been done. I think if that changes, I think this will actually be a kind of a policy revolution for other farmers. So we hope others, because it will take time. It took 5 years for us to stabilize. And the land department, revenue department are not going to let go so easily. So forest departments are not going to let go of forest rights so easily. So ensuring for the people in forested lands, material is procured, which is not done in most of the government schemes. These are our revolutionary ideas. We are willing to extend support to any state that is interested and for the benefit of this disaffected population.
And Manali, there was this talk that you're going to extend this scheme to Ahmedabad and then across Gujarat. And some other states have also shown interest. Where do we stand now? Nothing has been talked about these things these days. So what is the position today?
Ahmedabad is already underway. SIAM's installation is already completed in 150 industries and market will be launched within 1 month. So, and other, we are in continuous deliberation with Jaipal to launch in Golden Corridor, that is from Vadodara to Vapi. There are so many industrial pockets, so we are trying to expand the market as well in Gujarat. And other states, Maharashtra, a lot of deliberations are going on. And Telangana is recently visited, Telangana PS sir has already visited our sites and they have also got the keen. And Karnataka is also interested.
Okay, before we sort of wind up, I would like both of you to share what are the best practices that you could glean from these policies. You can start.
Key takeaways or best practices from this scheme. It is overall capacity building has been done, be it is an industry, be it is a regulator, or a lot of gains is through this scheme we have gained. So initially SAMS is under CPCB's mandate. Every 17 category high polluting industries have to install the SAMS. But the data quality and accuracy is nowhere is established. But through this project, we came to know how this data, accurate data can be maintained. So there were so many challenges. Initially, labs and industries, even GPCB staff or regulator was not aware about how this calibration exercise to be done. So that is built up an ecosystem. Everybody, overall capacity building of each stakeholders is done through this. Even the enforcement mechanism through this market oversight committee has given a lot of push to reduce the pollution. Industries earlier were not so hyperactive to control the pollution. But through this initiative, as money is involved, they have to pay for higher emission. So they have started investing in pollution abatement technologies. They have adopted more cleaner fuel. So that is the key takeaway. And yes, to channelize or to improvise the system, continuous deliberations are going on. And there's checklists for the vendors and every stakeholders have streamlined the things. And enforcement protocol, like initially there was a resistance, many industries were not settling their permits. But this EDC mechanism has pushed up and now it has shown the good results and everybody is on board and they are into trading. So these are the major key takeaways.
Dinesh?
So I think from a broad principle point of view, in the agriculture, the culture of the food part is important. That I think should become the policy and it can be successful. It's not just a romantic notion. That is something that we have shown and we are also adopting to other crops. In terms of practices, I think we have actively involved our women self-help groups community farmers, FPOs, local NGO partners, and we have ensured at every level there is investment there is in human resources. See, behavior transformation, especially like millets, which is kind of changing what you eat, needs a lot of investment in human resources. So that is one part. Most importantly, I think what we have found, the common thread is most of the farmers, the women SHGs and others, have forgotten or at least are no longer believe in their deliberative capacities. I think by trusting in them, you can actually bring a lot of transformation. That is something that we have seen. Like just to mention, when we started millet, I remember when we started the first program, first workshop in 2016, I made an address to the gathering of tribal sarpanches. All of them cried for 40 minutes, saying that when we were children, when we entered into school, we were separated based on our food that we eat. But now the same people are now champions of open millet outlets and everything. So I think by investing in people's deliberative capacities, details can come later. That is where the success is, in your roots, in your culture, and in your, most importantly, your food culture. I think that has to become part of policy.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree that a lot of effort has gone in these two policies to try and address issues which are very critical for our country. So please put your hands together. This is a great work done by these people. And thank you, Manali. Thank you, Dinesh, for sharing your success story. Thank you. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a round of applause once again?
SK.
I would like to invite Mr. Satyajit KK, Editor-in-Chief, Mint, to kindly come on the dais to felicitate. Ladies and gentlemen, this was about Gujarat's emission trading scheme and Odisha's millet mission. Thank you, Mr. Dinesh and Ms. Manali. Kindly be on the stage. I request once again Mr. Satyajit KK, Editor-in-Chief, Mint, to kindly come on the dais to felicitate Mr. Dinesh Balam for Odisha's millet mission and the policies that are actually changing the country. Let us have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next, Manali Bhatt will receive for Gujarat's emission trading scheme. As you all know that there is no planet B and pollution need to be controlled, and Gujarat is setting an example right. Well, we hope that we have such more policies in the future for the country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move to the next set of panel discussion. But before we go ahead, I would like to tell you all that we talk about technology. The world is going too fast. The Indian telecommunication sector is one of the most largest consumer of telecommunication in the world. We talk about digital India. So how can the policy sector be left out? So when we talk about technology, we talk about policy, we have to see how technology can help it. So in the next panel, we will talk about how can technology enable policy and how policy enable technology. As we all know, technological transformation is the pervasive theme of our times, and technology also plays a central role in governance delivery and modernizing the practice of public policy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, getting technology policy right, therefore, is the key to ensuring that we encourage innovation while attending to societal interest in privacy, data protection, and other potential harms. Before we go ahead, I would like to request you once again to kindly keep tagging us on Twitter @LifeMint. With this, I would like to invite our set of eminent panelists for the next group of discussion. I would like to start with our moderator for this session, which talks about how can technology enable policy and policy enable technology. I would like to invite moderator Leslie De Monte, Senior Associate Editor, Mint. Let us welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the speakers list, we have Rama Vedishri, former CEO, Data Security Council of India, advisor Dallas Venture Capital and IIT Bombay Trust Lab. Let us welcome. Is he here? Followed by Pawan Duggal, Supreme Court lawyer and founder and chairman, International Commission on Cyber Security Law. Saranya Gopinath, Director, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Razorpay. Can we have a round of applause for the speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as they're walking to the stage? Ashish Agrawal, Vice President and Head, Public Policy, NASSCOM. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, friends. It's a little difficult to focus on a session like tech policy and how tech enables policy and policy enables tech after a good lunch, but I'm sure you all are going to stay awake. May I see a raise of hands, please, that you're awake? Yes, that's a good sign. And I'm sure this is going to be an interesting discussion out here. Pawan will be joining us in a bit, should be in. Let me just set the context a bit. So when the internet was thrown open to the public in 1995, I know it was there in 1986 for the research bodies and the academic institutions, but in 1995 when it was thrown open to the public, there was a lot of excitement in the air because this was a kind of an arena that nobody knew much about, and there was a lot of freedom. So online freedom was an unregulated kind of freedom that we were talking about. Then suddenly in the year 2000, we had the government step in, and of course you had the IT Act 2000 in October 2020. The interesting part is, at that point in time, you just had about 5.5 million internet users, and you had just one intermediary. If you look at today's times, today's digital age, you're seeing that times have radically changed. Today, there are multiple types of intermediaries. We have e-commerce, digital media, social media, OTT, gaming, AI, etc. And as far as the internet users are concerned, there are going to be an estimated 900 million internet users by 2025. I think we already have about 750 million currently. And most of them, I think a majority of them are in the 10 to 29 age bracket. And there are, as METI itself puts it, new and more complex forms of malware, whether you want to call it catfishing, doxing, cyber stalking, cyber trolling, gaslighting, and many such exotic names. But coupled with hate speech, spread of disinformation, fake news, and not to forget deepfakes, real-time voice cloning, etc., with the advent of generative AI, which most of us identify with ChatGPT. Now, the fact is that tech advancements such as Web3, blockchain, the metaverse, AI, generative AI, quantum computing, gene editing, etc., they can drive growth, but they can also rattle individuals, companies, and governments with privacy, security, job loss, and AGI concerns. AGI basically is what we know as artificial general intelligence, where we fear that machines will become smarter than humans. On the privacy front, for instance, India is yet to introduce a data protection bill for its 1.4 billion population in this digital age. Now, that's an area of concern. As Stuart Brand, an author and editor of the Whole Earth Catalog, put it, once a new technology rolls out, if you're not part of the steamroller, you're part of the road. Now, we have to decide whether we want to be part of the steamroller or part of the road. Now, in this context, this panel, which is aptly titled How Can Tech Enable Policy and Policy Enable Tech, hopes to focus on how emerging technologies will keep on pushing governments to tweak existing policies or even introduce new ones. And the second part is about how good policy frameworks in turn will enable or help newer technologies blossom while preventing them from having an unbridled run. For instance, remain inclusive, have fewer biases, use interoperable standards, etc. Now, that said, technology is not easy to regulate. Welcome, Pawan, please. So technology basically is not easy to regulate, and Pawan will tell you more about that. And governments struggle to keep up with all they need to do to keep abreast of this new technology. And as a result, sometimes the regulations that we see, they appear to be a patchwork of rules, notifications, guidelines, etc., instead of having some kind of coherent form and vision. Now, such policies end up being reactive rather than proactive, which at times also results in shunning or banning technologies. And we have examples like bitcoins, cryptocurrencies, online gaming. These are some cases in point. On the positive side, governments over the years have built the foundation for a true digital India. We have an exemplary India stack, Aadhaar-enabled services, we have UPI, we have the account aggregator, we have ONDC, and we are working on the health stack, just to name a few. And India is also introducing the Digital India Act to supersede the IT Act 2000. And the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill may also soon see the light of day. And India is also choosing to finalize its AI policy. I think that's of tremendous interest to everybody. Now, if you look at the Digital India Act, the framework, that appears to be a well-thought-out framework. It comprises the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, the National Data Governance Policy, the DIA rules, the IPC amendments for cybercrimes, and global standard laws to act as a catalyst and enabler for a $1 trillion digital economy. Now, given these developments, our discussion that we'll be having will focus on 4 broad areas. How effective has India been in sort of framing a good tech policy? I'm sure our panelists will give us a lot of examples. What challenges does a country like India face in this context? What can we learn from other countries like the US, the European Union, Singapore, etc.? And are Indian policymakers implementing concepts like design thinking, systems thinking, game theory, theory of change, etc. in this context? So, given this interesting context that we have, Rama, I would like to start with you. You have a repertoire of knowledge over the years. We have worked with many policymakers, and of course, you yourself have been the former CEO of the DSCI. Give us a kind of a how effective has India been, as far as policy making is concerned, and if you can give us some examples, that will help.
So I wanted to first step back from the immediate current environment of the digital tech policy. I've spent more than 35 years in the tech industry working with state governments and central government. I would say India has done a phenomenal job over the last 25 years, leveraging technology for servicing citizens and consumers at scale. I think we in India, now we talk a lot about digital payments and UPI, but I would say we in India were the first to roll out core banking and internet banking at the scale at which it was. We were one of the first to mandate 128-bit encryption for banking consumer services. And similarly, when you look at integrated government to citizen services, the e-governance as it was called, before we moved into the entire digital stack for governance, public service delivery, almost a majority of the states were leading in terms of policy enablements on how to break silos between departments and ministries and agencies so that you can have an integrated citizen service delivery and what is the platforms, how do you build interoperability solutions and standards-based Unicode, XML between departments so that the entire citizen can be delivered services in an integrated way, online, on mobile, and at a kiosk kind of a thing. And in all of this, we had, even at a state level, where we would never give credit to what states do with technology, even at a state level, public service delivery acts, accepting digital signatures, we led the way. I don't think there were any such instances of that kind of technology adoption at scale in any parts of the world, even in the most mature countries at that point of time. So I would say we've always excelled very well in leveraging technology to service citizens and to service consumers. And I think our banking sector and the public service delivery systems in the country are big proofs of that. I would believe with that background is where things like Aadhaar, we talked about the Jamstack or the UPI, all of them are built on top of that. So I would say the way we've done a great job is leveraging technology and collaborating with industry. I'll just give an example. When there was proliferation of technology at end user level, we had this challenge of the conformance to standards for Indian languages, right? METI at that point of time had the courage, the political will and the conviction to work with the biggest tech companies to make sure Unicode is integrated, and they played, pardon my language, played ball in conforming to Unicode. And it was a long exercise. Industry fought with ministry. I was fighting with the ministry. I was fighting with my headquarters at that point of time. I was in a large big tech company. But ultimately we said that there is no other way but we have to conform to Unicode. So I would say we have good history on the way we have leveraged technology and innovated at technology at scale and come up with policies. Maybe we didn't have a policy upfront for PKI and for XML and all those standards. But as we started rolling out, I'm just using two examples of e-governance and banking systems, we came up with the necessary policies to ensure that technology adoption was there. We did not wait to come out with some perfect policy after years of deliberation and waited for the technology. We drove technology adoption and we came out with enabling frameworks and policies.
Thanks, Uma. I think you came up with some very valid points out here, especially the stress and the emphasis on the Unicode part of it, and also given that India is a federal country, the importance of states over there. Ashish, you have also deep experience in this particular field. You have tracked policy for many years. And you have also been a journalist. So I'm saying, so you can give us the kind of perspective. Rama has already spoken of some of the positives. You may want to add to that with some examples.
Yeah, so thanks. Glad to be here. I completely echo what Rama has just said. I mean, clearest example coming from NASSCOM is that the entire tech sector, the way it has grown, one could simply say that, less policies and very directed policies which were instrumental in allowing the industry to scale up itself as a starting point. We had the special economic zones and they really worked very well. And we have seen that benefit. There are hardly any developing countries which have this kind of a software services industry. And I think we have done wonders. And obviously it is driven by the industry entrepreneurship and so much of effort. Now we are nearly $250 billion exports. Beyond this, I think if I look at my experience, about 20, 30 years back, financial inclusion used to be about rural branches being opened and all of that. It was a Herculean task. The cost of remitting money at a postal department level was around 5%. So all of that would have been, we could have continued to trudge along and do incremental progress. But then technology came along and pretty much mobile became the branch. And we have made tremendous progress. So if you think about policy objectives, technology has, in all the areas you can think of, played an instrumental role. But we must remember that technology is just a tool. It can be used for good, it can be used for bad. It is entirely up to us to decide what we want to do with it. And coming now, I think, Leslie, you mentioned about privacy and fundamental right being treated like that. Now I think we are moving to a stage where the entire idea of digital has also become a baseline. So if you are thinking of Digital India and we are thinking of Digital India Act, the next set of opportunity for us is to say that, how do we make sure that the policy enables this at a government level, at a state level? And I think what is interesting there is that while industry has unbundled and rebundled over the last decade and more, and we have had products which are now combination products across insurance, banking, and services have merged and combined. But the regulatory architecture has, while it has evolved, it has pretty much stayed similar and same. And which means that if we are to now look at the entire digital opportunity, we need to think about how that can be addressed so that we can actually make huge progress in this. And then there are also specific technologies. So we talk about some of these big examples, right? Simple thing like encryption. It's a great technology from a privacy and data protection point of view, but it also becomes a source of challenge for law enforcement. Now, it is entirely up to us to decide that how do we want to drive our policy so that we can preserve privacy. And this is an ongoing debate. It's a global debate. It's going on. Then there are certain very clear policies or technologies like there is something called differential privacy. What it can do is that it can allow you to share your data without being worried about your privacy concerns. Let's see if you have time, I'll just illustrate with an example. So let's say, there is a survey being done of college students, and this is an MIT example I'm quoting, and the survey is about who cheated in exams. And it's an anonymous survey, you'll not be asked for names. Any guesses, will students participate? Usually no, right? Now what this differential privacy introduces is to say that, okay, fine, when you're answering this question, toss a coin. If you get a head, answer truthfully. If you get a tails, toss the coin again. If it is heads, say yes. And if it is heads or otherwise, say no. What this does is that this technology introduces a noise in the survey, but at an aggregate level, it doesn't kind of compromise on the overall result of the survey. So this is a very simple technology which can help people participate and preserve privacy. So there is a whole bunch of privacy preserving technologies. Now it's up to us for industry and for government to leverage all of this to think about data protection law and data protection aspects. So it is not about just law. I think it is so much also about technology, and that's something which is an interesting conversation.
Thanks, Ashish. I think you already touched on the last part of the thing where I was saying that, okay, whether we can introduce, concepts like game theory, theory of change, systems thinking, concepts. So you have touched on it a bit. And I like the fact that you brought out how nuanced this entire policy making and process is. So it's not linear as most people think, that you have a big policy and we are done with it. There are lots of bits and pieces that make the entire sum. Saranya, you come with a lot of experience in the fintech space. A lot of focus gets onto the whole, from a digital India point of view, a tremendous amount of focus gets onto privacy, security and all. Fintech has all those kind of elements and so much more, and then there's money involved that each one of us is concerned. So you can tell us more about what's happening in that space in this context.
Sure. No, thanks, Leslie, and good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to be here. I'm going to play a little turncoat in the conversation. I think, especially given the roles I've played, I've had a ringside view into the successes of, let's say, India Stack, and of course, UPI, which has become, quite honestly, the blue-eyed digital payment of the world at this point. So I would be the last to criticize any of these interventions. And I think what has been really special about each of these has been, to my mind, two defining policy characteristics. One is that it was built with an India-first approach. They did not look at adapting an existing technology stack or existing literature into an Indian context. It was thought of India first, and that's why the mobile-first technology, ensuring that it works for our ecosystem. We are at an interesting point in our country's history where there are people who haven't been introduced to banking at all, leaping right directly into mobile banking. They bypass the entire internet banking experience. They have no concept of, maybe even shortly, they won't even have the idea of credit cards. And you'll be able to get directly to mobile banking, such as UPI. So I think that has been a very interesting aspect. The second piece for me, and this is about the way that, let's say, RBI regulates overall, is using existing trust infrastructure and compounding it with new interventions and players. And that's a very important aspect, especially in a country like India, where trust is where, especially in the movement of money, ensuring that you're using existing trust infrastructures is the only way towards expanding, whether it's in terms of reach, growth, or introducing newer forms of interaction. I think those two aspects India has not just done well, but has stood uniquely in the way that it has proliferated these existing payments. But having said that, as an industry player and looking at it from an industry body perspective as well, there are definitely places for improvement, whether it's in terms of consultation, whether it's in terms of thinking through some of the ways in which rubber hits road. And I'm sure we'll have further conversation about that.
Yeah, so we'll come to the challenges in a bit.
Sure thing.
So we were just talking about the opportunities, and I think you gave us a bird's eye view of what's happening in the fintech sector. Usually, when you meet a lawyer, you don't keep them waiting. In this particular case, I have kept Pawan waiting, but there's a reason behind this. Because you always want to know that when you create a kind of a policy, what are the legal angles out here? Because in today's world, when we are talking about policy making, I mean, everything revolves around the law at this point in time. So we are hearing about the IT Act being 2000 being replaced. I mean, of course, it was amended in 2008 and 2009, then the rules 2011, which I remember discussing this at length with you. And now we are on the verge of getting something what is being touted as a path-breaking kind of act. So kindly just educate us on to what are the kind of opportunity that we see out here, and how does it tie up with the entire Digital India vision?
Thanks, Leslie. Today, India is very remarkably placed. I often see India in the midst of a big journey. I see India as a role model where a lot of countries are actually looking eagerly forward to how India is moving, specifically on the legal policy and regulatory stuff. So we began our journey early, 2000, and that was the time that we were basing our law on the United Nations UNCITRAL Model Law on Electronic Commerce. The IT Act, when it was passed, nobody had any clue what was happening, including the Parliament. And they did not even know what they were actually passing, which ultimately became the mother legislation of India. Today, the Indian Information Technology Act is one legislation that governs everything in the electronic format in India. So in India, if you're using computers, computer systems, computer networks, computer resources, communication devices, as also data and information in the electronic form, you get covered under this law. For the last almost 23 years, we've just had this primary legislation. Of course, Section 87 gave massive power to the government to come up with secondary legislations. So various rules and regulations came in 2011 and then now 2021. Meanwhile, we saw a new journey. You see, India has always been cognizant of the fact that we should be interfering to the least extent possible as far as growth of IT sector is concerned. That's the reason why the IT sector predominantly grew to the size it was, because there was lack of any regulatory interference in that regard. So from the year 2000 till almost 2011, there was virtually nothing happening barring the Information Technology Amendment Act that we passed 30 days after the Mumbai attacks in 2008. 2011 was a watershed moment. Why? Because we came up for the first time with rules which stipulated the due diligence parameters to be fulfilled by all intermediaries, had various elements pertaining to reasonable security practices and procedures. Meanwhile, a lot of things were happening. Aadhaar was emerging from just the shadow of an executive order to becoming the mainstream of the Indian digital economy. So 2016, we came up with the Aadhaar Act. 2019, we came up with the Aadhaar Amendment Act, 2019. Meanwhile, 2021, we actually now came up with the IT rules, which have been the defining force as to changing the color of the landscape. Well, come to mid-2017s and we see two things happening in Supreme Court. Number one, Justice Puttaswamy's two landmark judgments, first saying we all are entitled to privacy as a fundamental right, and in the Aadhaar Act, where the Supreme Court says Aadhaar is not mandatory. Now, pursuant to thereto, it was actually seeded in the Aadhaar litigation that we saw the appointment of Justice Sri Krishna Committee. The report came 2018 with a draft Digital or Personal Data Protection Bill 2018. Government took 1 year, came up with a Digital Personal Data Protection Bill 2019. Since then, there's been extensive deliberations, but then COVID came. COVID was actually, in a retrospective sense, a God-sent opportunity. It was a massive public health emergency, but from a digitization perspective and from a perspective of nation reaping the benefits of its digital initiatives, COVID actually demonstrated a great experimental ground. No wonder more and more Indians came onto the digital bandwagon. The UPIs of the world started demonstrating to the world that India does not need to be a follower. India becomes the leader where other countries actually follow. And now we have a spate of legislations that's coming up. The IT Rules 2021 came into effect from 25th of February 21, amended in October 22, updated in 6th of April 2023. Completely changing the landscape, bringing in far more accountability, transparency for intermediaries. You can no longer say, Chief, I'm going to be a spectator while mayhem happens on my network. That's not on. You try doing that, and you taste the taste of your medicine, because Twitter tasted its own medicine, because Rule 7 of the IT rule says, you don't comply, no problem. You just be prepared for two consequences. Number one, you lose your statutory exemption from legal liability. Number two, you become liable for being punished for offenses under the Information Technology Act 2000 and rules and regulations, and also under the Indian Penal Code. So the government has been very, very clear. They are ultimately wanting compliance to certain minimum adherence of standards of due diligence. And now with this new spate of legislations coming in, I find India at a very historical cusp of a new golden opportunity. Why? We've already become the most populous nation in the world, the biggest e-commerce market in the world. In this kind of a scenario, we are at a very unique, vacuum of history. We don't have a dedicated law on data protection. We don't have a dedicated law on privacy. We also do not have a dedicated law on cybersecurity. On top of it, we haven't even begun thinking about artificial intelligence.
Bhavan, you're already getting into the challenges bit, so I'll just, if you can hold your horses out there.
Sure.
But I love these forums because this is the only time you can get a lawyer to give you free advice. So that's it. And I think you have given us a clear, I have a question for the audience. How many of you actually knew that the IT Act 2000 is being amended and you're getting the Digital India Act? Can I have a show of hands? Okay, so many people in the audience were not aware. So I hope this was some education to all of you all that it's going to impact our lives, and I think that's why, panel discussions like these are important. Rama, we'll just come to the kind of challenges. We have spoken about the opportunities at length. We have shown, I think all of us concur that India has done some exemplary work as far as Digital India is concerned, and the kind of tech tying into policy and policy, complementing tech as such. I think we gave a lot of examples. But clearly not everything is rosy, and which Pawan slightly alluded to and Saranya was also alluding to. But let's get a bit deeper into the challenges. What are the kind of things that you can see that might spoil the party? Now, the reason why I'm asking is the context is that a thing like generative AI just comes up. In the last 6-7 years, we have been speaking about AI. At that point in time, we saw that people were getting unnerved. Business models, like I was discussing with Ashish at some point there, that they were being disrupted. But suddenly, the last 6 months, from December to now, we have had a spate of, I think, more than 150 kind of large language models that have just stemmed up. ChatGPT, Bing, Bard, Hugging Face, Hugging Chat, etc. I mean, most of the people might be overwhelmed. What are the kind of challenges that you see in the light of all this?
So what I see is, we project ourselves and we are the largest growing digital hub in the world. But we are not accelerating our enabling policies. I'll give you an example in terms of cloud. We were one of the first to start the Megraj policy, and government taking a stand both at a central and many states that they will do a cloud-first strategy for public service delivery. And with such a path-breaking initiative, we are still debating on whether some sectors should be cloud-enabled, should they move to public cloud, whereas the world has moved on. So, US government came up with the FedRAMP policy. Most banking sector regulators across the world are encouraging migration to public cloud, whereas we are still debating on community cloud, private cloud. So we've lost almost close to 10 years on leveraging the benefits of cloud for accelerating, our digital economy. That's one example I would talk about. The second challenge I would see is academia plus industry plus some central bodies in government doing a horizon scanning of technology way ahead of the time before something gets launched in some geography. Generative AI is a good example. Or even overall AI is an example. We are not investing enough in horizon scanning of future technologies and doing your design thinking, system designs approach to what should be the policy enablers or what will that technology, what could be potential harms of technology. I'll give you a simple example of a lot of discourse that is happening in terms of AI in criminal justice system. I mean, at the risk of, getting into Pawanji's domain. All of us know in criminal justice system something called recidivism. What is recidivism? For a criminal to repeat its offense, which is a big thing. Where there is a lot of deliberation happening is AI systems are proliferating in criminal justice systems, particularly in coming up with predictive software, which are going to determine the outcomes of trials, outcomes of decisions for parole and all of that. Now the challenge is, are we investing time in that? Are lawyers plus software engineers plus public interest professionals, public policy professionals coming together and discussing on implications of AI in a certain domain, as important as criminal justice system, or in healthcare, or in cancer research. So we talk at AI at a very generic level. We are not the challenges of AI in financial services systems versus challenges of applying AI in healthcare or in human resource management or criminal are very different. So I would say we need to be able to start looking at applications of an emerging technology ahead of before the industry comes up with those proprietary systems or whatever. Why is there so much discourse around, algorithmic transparency? One of the best example I said is the criminal justice system. Nothing can be more critical that you release a prisoner and our AI system has not trained itself. And so the challenges are same thing we are seeing at a state level, because when you look at cybersecurity, data protection and privacy, there needs to be a synergy between the central and the state governments and the industry. The biggest challenge I see, which was not there 5 or 6 years back, I'm sure Ashish may agree with me, is that even industry ecosystem is very finely segmented. The problems with the policy constructs will vary for startups, for services, the big tech, or user industries like banks and telecoms. Whenever a cybersecurity regulation or some directive comes from CERT, every industry segment, there may be some overall challenges, but every industry segment has a different view. So no longer, because the way digital adoption is so nuanced at a sectoral level on how it is getting employed, an umbrella policy is needed, but it also needs to look at those sectoral and industry segment focus, and that is where I believe we are losing the
made a very valid point. I mean, right, given that India's federal structure, which you spoke about earlier, center, state, and state with an umbrella kind of policy, and then sectoral. Ashish, NASSCOM has been doing a lot of stuff in this thing. I know you may not be able to be as forthcoming as us as far as the challenges are concerned, but that's a challenge to you. Can you highlight what are the kind of hurdles that say, even a body like yours is facing when sort of coming up with, because I know that you'll come up with reports every second day on how these policies have to be devised. How much of it is actually seeing the light of day? How much of it is actually being implemented? And if not, why exactly?
So Leslie, all hurdles and challenges are opportunities, right?
That's a nice way of putting it.
So I wouldn't, for example, you talked about data protection bill, 5 years of consultation. I wouldn't sweat over it too much that it hasn't got enacted yet, because it is important to get it right. And I think it's a journey which made us realize that we don't need a GDPR. And we can't afford the compliance, upfront compliance cost of GDPR. So it suits Europe, good for them. We will know the benefits in a decade or two. So, and we should get our law right. And I think, so that's one example. The second thing is that you can't regulate what you don't understand. You can probably prohibit or restrict. So increasingly, with the newer business models and emerging technologies, that's the biggest challenge, because, I mean, as India, we started like manufacturing, and then we used to say services is difficult to understand. Now, within services, what is this tech company doing? It's very difficult to understand for an outsider, much like a law enforcement agency and so on and so forth. So I think that challenge is something that needs to be addressed through industry use cases and examples. So it's very easy to think of designing laws and policies, but it's important to understand what are the actual harms that are coming up, and to be able to understand actual problems and then let the law deal with them, rather than trying, and I think you mentioned it, somebody mentioned it, that you can't design a perfect law. So it's like designing a software. Unless you have specifications, the software will be outdated before it's done. And the last point, I think, Rama, you mentioned about artificial intelligence. It's a huge opportunity for India, right? We talked about 1.4 billion people. On an average, in the LLM model, the thing is that it can be minimum 30% productivity boost. So if that is the opportunity, it's a huge opportunity for us as a nation. So what do we want to do about it in terms of regulation? I think while we think of hard regulation, we need to think about where there is amplification of existing harms, and we should think about whether our existing laws can deal with them, whether we have the enforcement capabilities to deal with them, whether we can do consumer or citizen awareness so that they are able to protect themselves. Beyond this, I think there is also, so for example, does anybody know what does creating a large language model cost in terms of money and effort? It's hundreds and billions of dollars, right? So we are the third largest tech ecosystem in terms of startups. So if India were to say that, okay, fine, we are going to have a policy where we are going to, you talk about Megraj, Rama, but if we can, as a nation, build a open LLM model, if we can make available the compute required for AI to function, and we can create data sets, which are, we have troves of data, and if we can make that data available, so I think that kind of a policy is what will allow us to leverage the entire AI opportunity in some ways. And we have done that through DPI model, so it is in a way an extension of that. So I think these are the opportunities, and we shouldn't think of necessarily as these as challenges. And sometimes in a day-to-day working, you see that, like, okay, this policy is a problem, this is a, yes. But if you zoom out and you look at where has India, how has India done in last 20 years, where are these bad policies really? So I think in that sense, overall, I would tend to think of it as a huge opportunity for the country.
No, fair enough, Ashish. That's a point of view that we would respect. We may not necessarily agree with it because, I mean, I don't think every challenge can be seen as an opportunity. But then, I mean, we have different ways, and plurality of thought is what makes a democracy out here. But Saranya, regardless of how you see it as a challenge or an opportunity, what are the kind of learnings from other countries that you see? Whether it's, like, say, Meta was recently fined, what, I think 1.3 euros, if I'm not mistaken, million euros for the GDPR kind of violations out there. And we have had a lot of cross-pollination of data, especially in the fintech sector, with hundreds of thousands of startups out here. What are the kind of challenges you see when these kind of policies are made, and what are the kind of learnings that you see from other countries, whether it be the US I know that NIST has done a lovely job as far as the AI policies are concerned. You see the European Union, which has been very proactive in many of these sectors, especially GDPR. And then, of course, you have countries like Singapore, etc., also that have been at the forefront. Your thoughts?
I think, again, I am a huge believer of indigenous products and policies. And I think that best reflects the ground reality. But having said that, I think there are certain pieces where I'm going to talk about both. I'm going to talk about where we have done some interesting things which were global first, and vice versa. Like, for example, a slightly contentious example would be tokenization, which hit the fintech industry recently. And while this may sound fintech specific, I think you've all been impacted by it. One fine day, there was a little bit of a change in your credit card flow. You had to save your credit card details. You were asked an extra OTP and things like that. And that, as annoying as it was and as troubling as it was, I assure you, was the happy ending at the end of a very long conversation. Which was one day RBI came out with guidelines which said that no entity can store credit card data and you can't store the card number anymore. And what that would mean is every time at checkout, you'd have to enter 16 digits, which was what you call 1643, which is 16 digits, your expiry date and your CVV. And it is almost assured that if that is going to be the checkout experience, the dropouts would be north of 60%. And obviously it was a major concern. Now, I think what is important to understand was that RBI didn't mean this in a flippant manner. It was on the heels of what to its mind was substantial data leakages. There were many stories of data breaches. And interestingly, UPI gave RBI, the regulator, and the ecosystem the language to say that payments are possible without there being sensitive data, which, if leaked, can lead to any damage. If I share my UPI, my VPA on the stage to the entire room, nothing really is going to happen to to the funds in my linked UPI account. That, I think, really created a brand new world for RBI, and they came out saying that, you know what, there's one solution to this. Don't store card data anymore, no data leakage, no breach, and everybody's safe. How the industry reacted to that was, of course, first saying, bad idea, let's not do this. But eventually, we contemplated of solutioning, where, of course, the credit card companies, the card companies, Visa and MasterCard took the lead in that, and they came up with the tokenization solution, the result of which is what the new changed experience is. While tokenization did exist globally before, in the way that it was adopted to India, there had to be changes made. Definitely, there are qualms at the timelines for compliance and so on and so forth, but it led to a very interesting new solution across the world. On the flip side of what we can take from other nations, I'm definitely, as much as I am an RBI fangirl, I also greatly appreciate the work being done at MAS. Monetary Authority of Singapore is absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's non-trivial that I think that they're one of the best funded regulators across the world, and I'm sure that has an impact. But the lead that as a regulator they have taken on, let's say, fintech and AI, they have been able to create very compelling sandboxes with results run by the authority, run by the regulator. And that is not just a proactive approach to what everybody is seeing as a boogeyman, but saying, let's figure out the language around this and let's start solving for it before, before the story comes home. So I think these were two examples of what we have been able to take to the world, as well as, I think, definitely examples that we can lead from. GDPR continues to be a bad idea.
Fair enough. I mean, I think that common refrain that has been around, and I think all of us concur on that, is think global but act local, which we anyway have to do. I don't think we have much of an option out there. But when we are speaking about, like, say, for instance, learnings from GDPR or the Safe Harbor, data localization, etc., a lot of things are coming in the Digital India Act. But I know, Pawan, when you were just about to talk about the challenges, challenges that one faces in this particular thing.
Thanks. Before I go to the challenges, two societal elements happening today. Number one, the great Indian vomiting revolution is on. Indians are vomiting data about their personal, professional, social lives on the internet. Number two, the golden age of cybercrime has already begun with the coming of COVID-19. With this kind of a background, when I look at the challenges, I find a number of challenges. Number one, we don't have a dedicated law on cybersecurity. The Indian IT Act is thoroughly inadequate to deal with cybersecurity. We had come up with a remarkable National Cybersecurity Policy 2013, but we could not implement it. It remained a paper tiger. We are all waiting for the cybersecurity strategy of the government. Number two, India has still not made up its mind on how does it want to deal with the entire issue of artificial intelligence. Is artificial intelligence a legal entity? Can I grant legal status to them? If so, what's the basis of the AI contracts that get engaged in? How about AI actually empowering cybercrime as a service? And how does the law deal with it? Those are fundamental issues we haven't even begun thinking about, but we're required to think them even more because in my latest book, GPT-4 and Law and ChatGPT and Legalities, I've extensively argued that till such time you don't deal with these legal policy issues, you're going nowhere as a nation or nowhere as a society. Why? Because these technologies are here to stay. 2062 is what they say. Human intelligence will be surpassed by AI. I strongly disagree. The tipping point is going to come between 2035 and 2040. Now that's the kind of scenario when Future of Life Institute is opening and giving an open letter to the entire AI giants. Please pause giant AI experiments for 6 months in order to enable legal frameworks to develop. Well, they have a logical reason. It's a different issue altogether that nobody is listening, and the arms race is continuing. Yet another big challenge that India currently faces is that India has done nothing on Internet of Things. At a time when California has come up with an IoT law, US has come up with a Federal IoT Cybersecurity Improvement Act, the Cyber Resilience Act is going in the European Union. I think IoT is being extensively utilized in India, but the legalities pertaining to IoT and now IOB, which is the Internet of Behavior, need to be appropriately addressed. Number three, the entire issue of blockchain needs to be looked at far more seriously. Unfortunately, the equation that blockchain is equal to crypto currencies like bitcoins has to give way to much more broader understanding. When the maturing of the technology is taking place, it's time that you provide minimal enabling flying wings to the technology so as to give appropriate legal standing for the same. Yes, we need to make up our minds whether we want to legalize crypto assets, cryptocurrencies, or crypto tokens at large. Yet another big challenge is now metaverse. Metaverse, you would not like it, but it's already begun to start getting embraced by India at large. But then metaverse is coming slowly. The cybercrime on metaverse is coming at a much bigger pace. Recently, one of our clients' female avatar on the metaverse got digitally raped by a male avatar. The client wants to push for digital rape charges. Unfortunately, the law does not allow digital rape as a concept so far. So the legalities of the avatars, the digital humans on metaverse will have to be appropriately addressed. Also, the enabling metaverse contracts between entities will have to be given an appropriate legal JAMA, as I say it. And now quantum computing is already on the horizon. 50-qubit quantum computer has arrived. That means your and my passwords are going to be history because they will be broken in a few seconds. How does the law deal with it? And on top of it, these newly emerging kinds of technologies, specifically generative AI, is effectively asking the nation that please come up with new things. And finally, when I look at Digital India Act, it's a great step forward. But please understand, one big challenge will be, how do you plan to replace the Digital India Act, or the IT Act with the Digital India Act? Why? Because the IT Act has become so omnipotent, it's got so many tentacles all over, getting them to unravel, unwork, and rework with the new Digital India Act will require a lot of thought process, more so when there are going to be intrinsic conflicts between the IT Act and the Digital India Act. So a lot of opportunities are there, but a lot of challenges are also there. We are still waiting for judge-made law, and good news is judges have begun to start using ChatGPT. So it's not just a Colombian judge who's used ChatGPT for giving a judgment in February 2023. It's a judge in the Punjab and Haryana High Court who's used ChatGPT for the purposes of giving some portions of a judgment. But then we'll have to handle all these things with care. Why? Because undue reliance on these technologies means Your privacy goes for a massive 6 at a time when you don't have a privacy law. Your data, in any case, is going out of the territorial boundaries of India on servers located in other countries. And number 3, your digital profile is constantly getting updated. So the next time you go to these bards of the world or the chat GPTs of the world, remember one thing, they will want to play the music that you would want to hear. So if that's the case, that's a dangerous phenomenon. Because how do we actually go ahead and legally enable that these newly emerging technologies do not go ahead and trample upon human interests, do not go ahead and become rogue, which AI has already documented to start getting rogue. So a lot of work needs to be done, and I think these are more than challenges, great opportunities. So it's not just the Telecommunications Bill 2022 that we are working on, it's now a number of other issues that we'll have to start working on a simultaneous basis. I can no longer say, I have the IT Act and I'm done. No, sorry. You'll have to do a number of supplemental legislations under the broad umbrella of cyber law as you go forward.
Thanks, Pawan. I can see Ashish smiling. So see, at the end of the day, it's an opportunity. But yeah, and then of course you could also have, voice cloning by a digital avatar. You never know what can happen. So these are sort of, times that we don't fully comprehend. But how many people in the audience actually think that we'll see some resemblance of an AGI by, say, 2030? Anybody in the audience feels that we'll see a sentient kind of machine? Not a single one of you? Good. So people don't believe. So it's all humbug? Okay, I guess people are non-committal about the AGI part of it, which is probably they are seeing a proper semblance of sanity out here. But Rama and Ashish, both of you, I think Pawan brought up a lot of things that were sort of wanting, say, especially when AI is concerned. But I know that so we have the Niti Aayog policy that happened in 2018. After that, there were several attempts, and I think even the ministers, whether it's Ashwini Kumar and Rajiv Chandrasekhar, on various occasions have spoken that there's a new law as far as AI, the guardrails will be put around AI. What's your sense on what's going to happen and how much of an opportunity is out there? What more needs to be done?
So I think the Niti Aayog AI one was more an AI strategy and not a policy. That was aimed at driving adoption of AI, and they were supporting pilots at a state level in agri and healthcare and in other things. So it was more a positive developmental approach to harnessing AI for overall social good and overall good of the country. So where I would say is, similar to the privacy one, increasingly the regulatory scanner around algorithmic transparency. I think that is gaining a lot of credence because I think the biggest challenge is not because those AI systems are built in a wrong way. It is because the way those mathematical constructions have happened and the kind of training data is obtained. Because those systems engineers, the primary goal is the training data sets and building those algorithms for optimizing for performance efficiencies. The systems engineers, whether it is in an Indian software company or in a global tech company, their primary explicit goal is not the algorithm being not having biases and fairness. They build algorithms to be able to, harness the technology for a particular use case and select the training data. Maybe that selecting of the training data needs a lot more rigor, right? So I would say increasingly there is a lot of discourse because so many years back this book was written about, around AI and the way the financial sector crash happened in the US where, weapons of math destruction, where that's a very famous book. So I think the challenge for us in India as we move forward is how do we get the public policy people to understand your mathematical constructions of the AI algorithms, and how do you sensitize the tech companies, global or Indian or a startup, in giving these principles of fairness, equity, justice, privacy enabled while building those algorithms, because they're not tuned for that. Yeah. And typically what is happening, the challenge is that when an AI system gets rolled out, any public interest or public policy or government gets into evaluating its fairness towards the end, which is like sending the input and sending the output and is it right? They're not involved in the design, in the curating of the data. I think increasingly we will see that because there's a lot more cognizance of the challenges of AI, whereas initially it was all about harnessing AI. And I believe the sectoral people in healthcare, in all of them, will start giving this importance.
Fair enough.
Just like the way we are giving more importance to privacy.
And yeah, I think explainable AI is a kind of a thing that people are talking about, and they have been talking about it for the last 3-4 years. So I'm sure there's a lot more emphasis on that. Ashish, your quick thoughts on this?
So I think if you just refer to AI, there is this pre-generative AI world and there is this post-generative AI world. So whatever you might have thought earlier, it's safe to say it's outdated. So you need to think afresh. And just thinking is not going to be sufficient. You need to have a mission mode about it. And I think at least that's a conversation that is happening in the government to say that, what is it that India can do? And it's all about how we can harness this opportunity of AI. So it's a good thing. I think it's evolving. We need to be agile about it. I don't think we can think immediately in terms of hard-coded laws or very detailed policy frameworks. I think we need to learn by doing, and I think that's the approach.
I can take a few questions from the audience. Anybody has a question? How tech enables policy, policy enables tech, anything around the challenges, hurdles? Does that gentleman have a question? Can you give him a mic, please? Can somebody hand over a mic? A mic, please. Yeah. Kindly identify yourself and what's your question?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Kapil. I'm part of Accenture. So I just want to understand, everybody's talking about AI, generative AI, cloud, etc. But, we understand that once we have more data, we need to store that data. We need to have more servers. And nobody is talking about sustainability. In terms of, when you are creating those servers, you are obviously creating more data centers, you are utilizing more energy, which is leading to more scope 1, 2, 3 emissions. So, is government doing anything related to that? We know that we have, laws in Europe coming up with CRST, people in US also talking about what's India doing around sustainability.
Fair enough. Ashish, Rama, I guess you all may want to take that question.
So I think it's a fair question, and India hasn't done anything specifically in terms of AI servers, bit in terms of policy, but overall in terms of clean tech policy, I think there's a lot of work happening. There's also a lot of work happening in enabling finance for clean tech, and there's a lot of initiative which is happening within industry. And not all of it is happening within India. I think it is happening globally, but the benefit of those technologies is flowing into the country. But again, it's about saying that, what is it that you want to prioritize and what is the scale of the problem that you want to then focus on. So currently today, is that the topmost concern in terms of have we reached that level of compute where we want to start addressing that? I would just think about that, yeah.
Sorry,
Yes,
if I can
please.
just add on to that.
You want to add something?
Yeah, I think what's also happening in parallel is the way that AI models are being built on is also changing. Pretty soon we're going to get to a point where it doesn't require large data sets to to inform AI models. I think there's a lot of research happening into, to draw parallels the way a child learns. It's not by seeing 1,000 dogs. The child is able to see one dog and understand what a dog is. So, that's a very layman's example, but those kind of small data set modeling is also happening in the way that AI is being developed as a whole. So completely take your point, but I think some of these globally, there are perspectives which respect or appreciate those points, and also towards ensuring that the models themselves are more inclusive, that provide for insights even driven by smaller data sets. The research also is developing as well.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, because I think when GPT-3 was 175 billion parameters, GPT-4 did not disclose the amount of parameters, but I think it was...
Yeah, so Llama, for instance, I think is much less, and Lima is just, I think, 65 billion parameters also. So I think they've already answering that question. Yeah, please, this gentleman. Yes. I'm noticing. I'll come to you.
My name is Sudhir. Basically, we have a platform wherein we help software companies run their various subscription-based softwares. So the challenge we are facing, especially after the new RBI rule, which doesn't allow recurring payments, that a lot of these companies are now moving to US, and which is basically increasing the cost, and ultimately we believe that India is losing out. So why is that, although we are very, very innovative, but why do we restrict the technology in, because if somebody wants to make a recurring payment, let him do that. Why you restrict that? So the credit card recurring payment system.
Government would have been a better person to understand, but
yeah, but it's ultimately a public policy
if somebody
question.
wants to, anybody wants to volunteer? Saranya? Since
Could you repeat the question?
so many of the companies are going to the US because it's not a payment.
I think that's two substantial questions. I think one is the payment rails themselves, about whether or not they can be allowing cross-border transactions, and the other is about domicile enabling or domicile status helping or disincentivizing an organization. So I think on the cross-border thing, that's a little bit of a tactical question, and whether or not we care for it, it will be resolved pretty soon. I think cross-border transactions, especially with India's economic goals, I think will be resolved pretty soon. The domicile status is a larger macroeconomic question, which I'm not going to prod at this point.
Fair enough. I think that gentleman had a question, or there's somebody behind, I think so. Yes, the lady, please. See, you get two mics together.
Thank you. Good evening. Very insightful, and this is something I'm working on, technology integration for effective justice delivery. I'd put this question to Pawan as to going forwards, are we going to face challenges integrating technology for effective justice delivery, or it's going to be a smooth ride? Because it's already happening, and currently we are focusing a lot on it. So given the backlog which we have in the courts, is it something which is going to help, in easing out the current backlog, technology integration, and do we foresee any challenges?
Well, I think it's a great beginning that we've made. Why? Because technology is actually coming in as a new savior. Because with huge, humongous, shall I say, areas of cases that are happening, not just at the Supreme Court level, but at lower court level, we can definitely use technology for the purposes of clubbing, for the purposes of doing other stuff. We can even take a leaf from what's happening in Estonia. In Estonia, they have actually come up with an AI judge, where the algorithm has been made the judge for up to commercial cases up to $10,000. And those cases are not going to be heard by a human, but will be heard by an algorithm. And that algorithm will give a judgment. You're not satisfied with it, you can go and appeal to a human judge. Now, if we could come up with those kinds of parameters, for example, traffic challans are taking a huge chunk of the judicial time. If traffic challans or smaller, shall I say, offenses could be brought forward for clubbing or by being effectively addressed by technology, I see a great step forward, but there's a mental pushback amongst the legal fraternity. Because by and large, when you're talking about technology being used for effective administration of justice, all stakeholders must be very well prepared to come up and deal with these challenges. And I think that's where more capacity building is required. Also, I'm not so sure how we can rely upon these technologies given the intrinsic bias that these technologies already have. Mind you, the data sets that they've actually been trained on are primarily Western data sets. They're not yet trained on Indian data sets. Also, though the national judicial grid has come in, and that's going to go a massive way forward, all it requires is some proactive thinking on how we can innovatively use these technology for effective administration of justice. Great news, we have one of the foremost thinking Chief Justices of the country who's so much clued with technology, Justice Chandrachud. And I think under his tenure, we are going to see some massive developments. Already, we are now seeing that live transcription of arguments, live transcriptions of judgments are taking place in courts, and that's only a starting point. We have already used technology for the purposes of translating now these judgments to about 15 languages. So we are ultimately wanting that the effective justice values need to be made available to people at their own homes, at the drop of a hat, by technology. But given the huge volume of the nation, given the huge challenges of areas, it's going to take time. Let's not expect a magical wand that we are going to wave it and tomorrow everything will be done. It'll take some time, but yes, it's a great, great
So you'll have to hold your horses, in other words.
Absolutely.
How many of you in the audience would trust an AI judge? Just one. Okay, there are a couple of hands. I think you wanted to ask a question, or were you raising your hands saying that you trust an AI judge?
I have a question.
Oh, okay, because ChatGPT hallucinates and so does an AI.
I'm heading an AI company, so
you wouldn't judge.
But just for information, Mr. Pawan, I worked with him 2 decades ago in revision of the IT Act with Mr. Vishwanathan was there. I was representing Defense Ministry. So my question is regarding that some initiative has been taken, I read in the news, that India AI. It is an initiative or maybe initial thoughts to regulate AI. Once, as Pawan told, that the IT progress has been there because government regulation or government interference has not been done, and he has been the protagonist of that. Now, this India AI, will it not stifle the free thinking or maybe the AI? Because once you regulate AI, I am pursuing the CIPRI Ethics Committee on the AI inclusion in the defense. I'm also working in the defense fields also. So that is understandable. But at the topmost level and setting up different working group, and then you direct that algorithm has to be prepared like this. If you don't prepare, you'll be punished. So I just wanted the view of the panel on this.
So the focus of India AI is not to prioritize hard regulation. It is more ecosystem enablement. I think you might be referring to some recent media reports, but that's not the focus.
And I guess it gets more into the philosophical realm, what the kind of nuances that you are asking. So I'm not too sure how much of that is being encapsulated in policy making. So, but it's at a very interesting point because it's AI and ethics and AI policy. So I'm not too sure how much of marrying of thoughts is happening out there. But it's worthwhile. Yes, I can see 2 hands out there. Yes, we'll come back. Please note that the gentleman is next. Yes, please.
My name is Simandar.
Kindly identify yourself and ask.
Yeah, my name is Simandar. I'm a scholar at Indian School of Public Policy. My question is related to the e-commerce, and we are looking at another revolution on the name of ONDC. And so we have, on the one side, we have a corporates who have invested and created an ecosystem, created a habit. But on the other side, we also have this question to protect our local businesses because the organizations are harnessing the data, opening dark stores, and then trying to convert those orders. So the basic question that I have, on the one side, there are the tons of money that the organizations have invested in creating a customer base, and now with the use of ONDC, government wants to harness this. So how do you see that? Is this a solution, or what is the way forward, or it's, if you can provide any solution for that?
Connects buyer and seller apps. So it is a great enabler for smaller sellers and for sellers who don't want to register on multiple platforms. So, but we can have an offline discussion.
Yeah, and you can also probably get up to the ONDC side. There's the Beckn protocol, BECKN. It's a very interesting protocol, and it's the foundation for most of the work that is being done. So it could be interesting to take a look at that. Yes, please.
Sorry, I mean, just as it was with UPI, with Beckn, or with ONDC, which is the manifestation of the Beckn protocol, the fact of the matter is that nobody is mandating any entity to come onto the platform. If you're talking about incentives and you're talking about the customer acquisition costs and how they are going to be, redistributed, there's a point where, the mountain will come to Muhammad, where you do not need to, UPI was not mandatory anybody, it just became the most popular form of payment eventually. So we'll see where ONDC goes, but the concept of it, of being a network which does not have any barrier to entry, where anybody can get access to an N number of customers, and any customer can get access to an N number of merchant, is the real discovery process. And eventually we'll have to see where it goes on. The idea is that there doesn't need to be one or the other, is the very definition of why ONDC has come to be.
Yeah, I think it's exclusive. It's not exclusive, it's inclusive. So I think that's an important distinction. Yes, please, that gentleman.
Thank you to the esteemed panel. My name is Anshuman Chaudhary and I'm from Indian School of Public Policy. So for the AI judges, the debate which was going on there, I have a question that at the higher courts, we do have precedent based on the same facts and circumstances. Like we do follow the precedent that on the similar facts, this decision was given, so we should give decision. So why can't at the lower court we can have the AI judges? Because at the lower courts, we do have the petty offenses which do have almost similar facts and circumstances. And why can't India have that? And if we had that, if we can adopt that, what are the shortcomings we can have? Thank you.
Yeah, well, quickly, it's a wonderful idea. There are some roadblocks. Number one, we still don't have legal recognition of artificial intelligence. So when the judge is going to be an algorithm, is it a legal entity who's going to be giving its mind? And for that, again, I need to come back with the legal principles on legally recognition of AI as an algorithm, as a legal entity, or giving them some semblance of rights. For example, we get this algorithm off the shelf and we put it and make it as a judge. We don't even exactly know how has the coder gone ahead and developed the algorithm. What kind of deliberate biases he's put in there so that the ultimate results can be lopsided. So ideas wonderfully well. My only problem is the IT Act currently does not give me the kind of a legal comfort that I can invoke these kinds of stuff. Yes, for clubbing, AI is fantastic. We can go ahead and club similar kinds of matters. We can use precedents. But right now, the thought process is let's first do it at the highest courts, then let it allow it to be percolated. Though I think the reverse could be equally better. For example, you just do all traffic challans to AI. Good, bad, or worse, with a maximum fine of 1,000, 2,000 rupees, good, bad, or worse, you suddenly start realizing that you are actually coming to naught in terms of huge pendency of these traffic challans. Similarly, minor offenses, which does not really require much kind of an application, could be allocated. But again, then we'll require
just a request, I would like you to take it offline because I think we have the next the minister waiting out there. So folks, you all have been a very engaging audience, and I hope you all found this panel discussion interesting enough. Please give all the panelists a big hand. And I think you all deserve a big hand for being so engaging, and you can continue this discussion offline. Yes.
Thank you so much. Once again, can we have a thunderous round of applause for our panelists? All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, there's an announcement that has to be made that NICC has introduced .in registration domain. Please feel free, visit the registration desk to get your free domain. Also requesting you all to kindly be seated as our chief guest will be here any moment. Please don't go outside, they'll be here any moment. Meanwhile, you can take this time to use the hashtag Mint Policy Summit to upload your pictures and your thoughts. Also tag us at @LifeMint on Twitter. It's a kind request to all of you to please be seated as our chief guest will be here any moment. We will be having the presence of honorable ministers who will be joining us. In a request to all of you, if you can just be seated for a while. right after the chief guest session, we'll have the talk on EV. Can India take the lead in global EV race? As we all know that EV is the next hot topic. We will be discussing about the EV.
Towards progress and development. To drive growth across the land and inspire cleanliness, our commitment. Our words must be backed by actions grand. From the abundance of minerals rare to steel forged by our resilience and care. From ancient lands yet to explore to tribal cultures, traditions we adore. We stand together, a united front, so diverse, yet we are one. We are Chhattisgarh, unique and bold, a state that shines, a story to be told.
आपकी चाय आज अदरक वाली।
पापा सोचती हूँ फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी से पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन कर लूँ। इज इट पॉसिबल?
हो जाएगा।
कैसे होगा पापा?
जैसे तुम्हारा ग्रेजुएशन हो गया।
पर मैं 2 साल आपसे दूर रहूंगी।
कोई बात नहीं, जब लौट के आओगी तब खड़ी होगी अपनी पैरों पे।
और ट्यूशन फीस?
हो जाएगा।
अकोमोडेशन?
हो जाएगा।
और ट्रैवल एक्सपेंसेस?
हो जाएगा बाय गॉड्स ग्रेस।
नाउ आई वांट टू सी गॉड।
हो जाएगा। अरे ये कैसे होगा?
मैं दिखाऊं?
आओ आओ।
दैट्स माय गॉड।
यूनियन बैंक एजुकेशन लोन से सब हो जाएगा।
लेकिन लोन रीपेमेंट हो जाएगा ना?
हो जाएगा, मैं हूं ना।
एजुकेशन लोन फ्रॉम यूनियन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया। अच्छे लोग, अच्छा बैंक।
From the interior parts of hilly areas to metro cities, today there are more than 9,400 Janaushadhi Kendra which provide affordable and quality medicines. These centers offer 1,800 types of medicines and 285 kind of surgical equipment. These products are 50% to 90% cheaper than branded variants. Every day about 10 lakh patients visit these Kendras and Janaushadhi has been estimated to have saved approximately 20,000 crore rupees for needy people in the last 9 years.
जब बेटियों के मामा भय तो बहनों के भैया भय के नहीं भय। अब हर गरीब बहन जो मध्य प्रदेश की निवासी है उनके खाते में हर महीना 1,000 रुपया डाला जाएगा, साल में 12,000 रुपया।
जीवन में आया है नया सवेरा, जीवन ले आया है नया उजियारा। शिवराज भैया का क्या कहना, अब जियो लाडली बहना, बढ़ चलो लाडली बहना। ओढ़े खुशियन के गहिना, बढ़े चाला लाडली बहना।
घर घर में खुशियाँ बिखरे है, शिवराज का वादा है।
घर में मेरा मान बढ़े, एमपी का सही इरादा है।
अब आँखों में सपने हंसते हैं, दिल में दुआ से ये बसते हैं।
धूप से चमकते हैं, चेहरों पे ये दमकते हैं। अरु जियो लाडली बहना, खूब आगे बढ़ो लाडली बहना। ओढ़ ले खुशी का देना, बढ़ चल हमारी लाडली बहना।
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly be seated. Kindly come inside and take your seats as our chief guest is here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our chief guest with us. He'll be joining us any moment. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us today will be the Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry. He'll be here any moment. Yes, once again, this is to announce that kindly be seated. We will be soon have the presence of Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry with us, who is the chief guest for today's Mint India Public Policy Summit. We would also like to take this moment to thank all our sponsors who've been an incredible and very important part of this summit. Well, before he enters, once again would like to tell you all that on the tables there are QR codes. You can scan them and you can share your valuable feedback with us. Also, as I've just introduced, that Nixie has introduced .in registrations domain. Please visit the registration desk to get your free domain today. So there's a registration desk out there. You can get your free domain, which is powered to you by Nixie, which is only valid for today. So whenever you get time, you visit the registration desk and get your free domain by Nixie. We will soon have the presence of Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry with us, who will be taking over the next segment to talk about the India's public policies. Meanwhile, I'll take you through the agenda, which is after Minister's session, we'll have a panel discussion on India's situation in EV race, in the global EV race. Can India take the lead in global EV race? Followed by a fireside chat on executing public policy at an ambitious scale. These are the two sessions that we'll be having. Meanwhile, I'll take this moment to thank all our sponsors. The summit is co-powered by Government of Chhattisgarh, partnered by Government of Madhya Pradesh, Union Bank of India, Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, National Internet Exchange of India, Government of Goa, Jammu and Kashmir Bank, India Infrastructure Finance Company Limited. I will also extend our gratitude to the Knowledge Partner, Primus Partners, Academic Partner, Indian School of Public Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the presence of Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry. Can we have thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I would like to invite Mr. Shrutajit KK, Editor-in-Chief Mint, to kindly come on the dais to welcome sir.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm delighted that on a day when we are discussing the nuts and bolts of policy and the nuances, the incentives involved, we have amongst us someone who's at the forefront of some of this government's most ambitious policy initiatives, and someone who has been since 2014 a champion of India's interests on the world stage, and so also a champion of unleashing the animal powers within India, a champion of startups and private enterprise, and someone who really pushes people to do more, achieve greater heights. Ultimately, all of this is really about delivering results, delivering welfare to people. Couldn't be more delighted to have our Honorable Commerce Minister Piyush ji with us today. I'm also personally grateful to him because he has difficulty speaking. His throat is not well. Despite these difficulties, he has chosen to come here. Thank you, sir, and a very warm welcome to you. We'd be honored to have your keynote address. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, friends, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you about a very important subject like public policy. I'm indeed grateful to Mint for giving me this opportunity, particularly when I see the significance of today. It was on this day, 9 years ago, that Honorable Prime Minister was sworn in to lead the nation with an absolute majority government after nearly 3 decades. I had the privilege to work with him over the last 9 years, learn a lot from his very unique style of governance, focused on intent and vision. And public policy ultimately helps us in translating that intent and vision into action. Public policy also is a framework which helps ensure non-discriminatory working of government. It helps you ensure fair play and transparency. It helps you give a good deal to the people of India. And therefore, on this very important day, the 9th anniversary of the Modi government, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the people of India for giving us this opportunity to serve, for giving us this opportunity to bring a new future for the nation, for the people of India, a future full of confidence, a future which is based on our own strengths, a future which rests heavily on the traditions, the culture, the huge history that we have inherited. It is no mean achievement that a country which was considered a fragile five country in 2014, when we took on office, has today transformed into the engine of growth for the world, into the 5th largest economy across the world, into a stable, organized, honest nation, recognized and respected all over the world for the huge achievements over 75 years of independence, more particularly the transformation that we have seen in the last decade, which has brought us to a situation, a strong macroeconomic position that we are finding ourselves in today. High growth, the fastest growing large economy in the world, strong foreign exchange reserves, bringing stability to our economy, to our currency, outperforming most of the developing countries. Low inflation. We had a very small period where inflation went up only from about 4.5% to 6.5%, against most parts of the developed world, seeing inflation go up from 1 or 2% to 10 and 11%. Juxtapose the Indian performance to that, and you will realize how the strong fundamentals of the economy helped us tide over COVID, helped us tide over the Ukraine conflict. In fact, emerged stronger from every adversity, converting challenges or crisis into opportunity. A country where probably for the first time today in many, many decades, we see interest rates at the same level as interest rates prevailing in many parts of the developed world. A country of 1.4 billion aspirational young boys and girls, providing the engine that our growth truly requires. After all, our young population, the demography that we are very proud of, full of talent, full of skills, both managerial or otherwise. Our people strength, which also translates to a huge consumer base, a demand that is unparalleled. And our democracy, the rule of law, the transparent government systems and public policy making, the 3 Ds, democracy, demography, and demand, are today driving India's future, India's potential. Friends, never before has India had a place in the global stage as we have today. We all saw the recent welcome and adulation that Prime Minister Modi received in his three-nation tour. And it's not something new. We've been experiencing that for the last almost 9 years. Wherever Prime Minister Modi went, whenever we had visitors from across the world come to India, the confidence of the nation that they saw, the spirit of 1.4 billion people that they experience, the way the country is moving forward in the field of technology, with infrastructure unparalleled anywhere in the world being created, be it the expansion of our airports from 74, barely 9 years ago, to 148 today, double in only 9 years. Inland waterways from nil, there was no recognition that inland waterways has a role to play, to nearly 114 inland waterways developed or under development in a short span of 9 years. Huge increase in our port capacity, transformation of the Indian railways in speed and scale of growth, new lines, the dedicated freight corridors coming up, and the new experience of the Vande Bharat trains. 20 trains already in operation, touching more than half the districts of the country, taking passengers in a mode of travel, a transport, an experience that we never had prior to 2014. Friends, the country is on the move. The country is taking huge, giant steps to further the dreams and aspirations of 1.4 billion people. These aspirations are today driving India's public policy framework, and the public policy framework, coupled with a decisive leadership, a strong government, a government led by a decisive leader who today, for the last 9 years, not only in India, but across the world, has been recognized as the most popular leader, both nationally and internationally. A government committed to transparency and honest government, right from the word go, whether it was the auction of coal mines or mines, which were changed from allocation to favored friends and family, to a transparent, equal opportunity auction, where everybody had a chance to participate. And for every project thereafter over 9 years, without fear or favor, the government can proudly claim that we gave equal and fair opportunity for everybody to participate and help us grow the Indian economy with the highest level of probity and transparency. The digital technologies that we have engaged with in a big way are a matter of pride for every Indian, recognized again across the world. Whether it was UPI, which has helped democratize financial transactions, or the Jan Dhan accounts, the massive program for financial inclusion. The Aadhaar cards, which have been, or the Aadhaar number given to almost every Indian today, with nearly over 1.3 billion Aadhaar numbers, coupled with the massive growth in mobile telephony. 4G already across the length and breadth of the country, 5G launched a few months ago, rapidly going across the country, and by the end of calendar 23, most major cities would be on 5G. This jam trinity, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile, helping us take the benefits to the people, the most deserving sections of society, directly to the consumers, to the beneficiaries, has helped the country save lakhs of crores of rupees. And friends, that is your money. That is money that you have worked hard to earn and pay taxes. That saving has gone back to provide free electricity connections to all those who did not have it. 67 years after independence, it was unbelievable that large parts of India did not have electricity connections. And over 3.5 crore homes did not even have electricity in their homes. It was unimaginable that about half of the country's population did not have a toilet. Your hard-earned money, paid in taxes, saved through honest government, helped us provide 11.27 crore families with a toilet, with dignity, what we call an Izzat Ghar. Our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our daughters deserve this basic dignity of having a toilet. Our women folk, in most cases, would have to cook, particularly in the poorer families, on the traditional chula, over coal, over wood. It was reported that that was equivalent to 400 cigarettes of smoke. So that was the element of smoke going into the lungs of every one of our mothers or sisters who sat on the chula. It is no mean achievement that today the country has 100%, nearly 100% coverage of cooking gas, fast transforming to piped gas. And with piped gas bringing down the cost so significantly that it will become almost a common amenity like water or electricity. Friends, we are all aware that water is a means which transmits diseases in a very big way. We have embarked on Nal Se Jal, a mission that has already taken water from a tap to over 8 crore additional homes. From 3 crore in 2014, today over 11 crore homes have water from a tap. The Jal Jeevan mission aspires to have every home connected with water from a tap over the next 2.5 years. And I can keep going on and on and on. Who had ever imagined the world's biggest, largest, and most transformative healthcare program will be successful in India? 50 crore of our less privileged brothers and sisters eligible for free healthcare. Even Obamacare had failed with such a small coverage. We, on the contrary, have succeeded. Whether it is providing twice the eligible food grain to 80 crore brothers and sisters less privileged throughout the COVID period, 28 months, double the eligibility of food grain being given to 80 crore people is a matter of pride, not for me or for the government, but for each one of you who contributed to helping make that happen. Nearly $50 billion was spent on it. 4 lakh crores were spent on that. But I'm sure every one of you in this room will be happy that not a single child had to sleep hungry. There was no starvation death in India, unlike what happened in the Spanish flu, where more people died of hunger than of the Spanish flu itself. And it's not only the big programs. I see a number of young girls here today. You come from a section of society where you have not seen the pain of a child having to drop out, a girl child especially, only because there was no toilet or no sanitary pads for those young children. It is only a leader who comes from a humble background, who's seen poverty at close quarters, who's lived that difficult life, who can understand the difficulty of a girl child. What was one of the first programs you took up? A toilet, a separate toilet for girls in every school or college in the country. Prime Minister was ridiculed. Oh, which Prime Minister on 15th August from the ramparts of the Red Fort talks about toilets? But we are proud of that. We are proud to have a Prime Minister like him, whose first initiative was a separate toilet for girl child in every school or college. And over the years, almost 50 crore sanitary pads have been made available at 1 rupee a pad. So your annual expenditure for a child, for a woman needing those pads in a year is kept at probably $1, around 190, 100 rupees. So that no woman in this country ever is deprived of a basic amenity like a sanitary pad or a toilet. Over 9,000 Jan Aushadhi stores providing low-cost medicines, generic medicines, so that common man doesn't have to suffer, also ensure that sanitary pads are available in a big way at 1 rupee a pad. Friends, all of this and much more are reflective of a leader full of empathy, a sensitive person, desirous of doing more. Obviously, you all also expect more. As they say, ye dil mange more. And rightly so. That is the aspirational India that is driving India's growth, India's future. Our future to become a developed nation, our future to become a prosperous nation, where prosperity is for all. It's inclusive. It reaches every home. And that, friends, is the collective mission of all of us. You may be working in a media house, you may be a college student, you may be doing your business, big or small, you may be working in government, all of us collectively. 1.4 billion Indians, desirous of a better future for this country, have come together with a sense of duty, with a collective commitment to bring back India's glorious days once again. And friends, public policy is all about that. How do we work for a better future for the public? How do we provide a better future to the public? And as they say, and I think this is an old adage, ye public sab janti hai. And my belief is that the people of India recognize what has happened in the last 9 years. The people of India recognize the new India that is emerging, the new India that is taking wings. A new India, thanks to the support and blessings of all of you in this room, across the country, who gave an opportunity to Prime Minister Modi, not once, but twice over at the center, that we are today in a position to aspire for a very, very bright future for our children and for generations thereafter. Indeed, very grateful to all of you for your support, for your commitment to a better India, and grateful to the Mint for giving me this opportunity to engage with you, to talk to you, to share with you some of my thoughts on this very auspicious 9th anniversary of this government. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Piyush ji. And I think we got a glimpse of the passion and empathy the Honorable Minister has for the people that he has been chosen to serve. Piyush ji, considering that you have difficulty speaking, that is a bit evident. I don't want to have a Q&A between us. I just thought we will give some of the members of the audience, especially the students of public policy who are here, if you would like to ask the minister some questions, please raise your hands and we'll get a mic across to you. As you think of questions, perhaps, I will kick off with a question, and then, Piyush, throughout the day we've been talking about execution of policy, a measurement, feedback loop. What is your personal approach to choosing the right people, or how does the political bureaucratic interface happen? Especially coming at it from the context of, so one of the schemes that we have recognized today as a success showcase is the GEM marketplace, the GEM marketplace under your ministry. It was discussed during a panel this morning, and one of the bureaucrats said that the great difficulty is in finding people, competent people and bureaucrats, that kind of capacity who can run projects like the GEM marketplace. How do you do that?
Well, I am grateful to you for that question. It truly, in a way, reflects the working of this government. Of course, the young boys and girls in the room may not know much about it, but some of us more wizened old people here will remember that government in the old days, normally one would say good old days, but in this case, I certainly can't use that adjective. There was a department called Director General of Supplies and Disposal, DGS&D. That was run out of the address where today Commerce and Industry Ministry has a new building called Vanijya Bhavan. It was a small barrack, discrepit, unorganized, few people sitting there, registering contracts or registering suppliers who would then be eligible to supply their goods or services to any government or government department. I can share with you that as a young entrepreneur, when I was actually studying for my chartered accountancy, I had started a small factory. I had myself come to that office to try and register what I wanted to sell. I couldn't even enter the gate. I was thrown out of the gate. Because it was a preferred club of suppliers who were all pura setting hui hui thi sab kuch. Everything was set and it was organized in such a way no newcomers were welcome. Or I didn't know how to crack the system maybe. When Prime Minister Modi came into government, and the total sales out of that were about 5,000 crores or so. You had to pay huge bribes to get registered there. You could inflate your prices. It was all very well cartelized and managed. When Prime Minister Modi came in, one of his focus areas was transparent procurement. Wherever government is spending hard-earned public money. And he said, when the world has moved on to e-commerce, why should government not take the benefit of that? And that's where he conceptualized this gem of a public policy tool, if I may say it. He conceptualized the government e-marketplace, put together a crack team, and in a very short period of time, they developed the government e-marketplace platform on which we invited suppliers from all over the country to register as suppliers and started persuading governments to start, and government PSUs and state governments, panchayats, everybody to start procuring on that. In the first year, 5 years ago, the total procurement from that was 432 crores. Last year, that is the year just gone by, March 23, we closed for the year, procurement of 2 lakh crores. 2 lakh crores procurement in 1 year. The year before that, that is 21-22, it was 1 lakh crore. Nearly doubled. And over the last 6 years, 5 or 6 years, the total sales or procurement through GEM has been about 4 lakh crores. There have been studies by policy experts, by IIM, independent agencies, who have estimated that you're saving anywhere between 8 to 15% through this transparent mechanism of procurement. Because there's no way you can game that system. And we are continuously keeping a watch. If somebody puts any specifications which are out of the ordinary to try and stop fair play, GEM officials and GEM teams are continuously watching the procurement tenders also. The idea being that more and more people get an opportunity. Any of you in this room, any of you, is welcome to register in GEM, speak about your quality, give the best competitive prices, and government orders from central government, state governments, many of them, governments, PSUs at the center and state, panchayats, municipal corporations, and the ecosystem is growing as more and more awareness is created. And this is not about politics. This just goes beyond politics, as I think should most things in public interest or in the country's interest. We're inviting everybody across the country, wherever government money is being spent. Now we've also allowed the cooperatives to come onto it. And to answer your question, there are enough and more young boys and girls, very passionate about the country. They're willing to forego very high private sector salaries and work for a few years in government because the training, experience, and exposure that you get in government is unique. It actually changes your way of looking at things, the scale at which government works, the type of new things that Mr. Modi, particularly on the technology front, has introduced. So I think I would invite some of you young boys and girls, particularly involved in public policy, to join government. Maybe for a year, 2 years, 3 years, as young fellows, young professionals. We keep coming out with opportunities for young professionals, lawyers, management students, economic students. A lot of opportunities keep coming 1 year, 2 years. This engagement with government, or techies for that matter, will really show you a new world, particularly when we are trying to bring in honesty and transparency in whatever the government does. And we always solicit ideas. There's a lot of stakeholder consultation. I myself meet with people who are suppliers on GEM, who are buyers, the government bodies who are buying on GEM, to keep getting feedback. Public policy's biggest strength, or government working biggest strength, emanates out of engagement with the stakeholders. And I see these opportunities also as an opportunity to hear from the people and understand their aspirations so that we can fulfill them. So GEM has been really an absolutely wonderful example of how honest, transparent public procurement can be made public policy. And as I said in the beginning, public policy is all about transforming or transferring your vision and your intent with action on the ground. GEM is that action. And youngsters today, I'm glad to report, and government officers, bureaucrats also, when they get involved with Mr. Modi and his team, they themselves also start looking at things with a more modern perspective, with a more transparent outlook, with honesty at the very core of whatever decisions are taken. So it's a joint effort, and I compliment the bureaucrats as well as the young boys. There are a lot of youngsters in GEM, by the way, and they're all doing fantastic work.
Wonderful. You laid down very eloquently during your address the very creditable and real achievements of this government. What are one or two areas where you feel more progress could have been made?
Well, I think if all the governments in the country took the approach that Prime Minister Modi has taken. And he's told all of us in the cabinet many times that, look, until the elections, we are all working, trying to get votes, criticizing, all of that. Once the election is over, now we are representing 140 crore Indians. Now it's not that this is BJP, this is another party's government, this is a third. All of us have to work in tandem. All of us have to work for the collective good of the people. And I do wish in many areas where petty politics seems to prevail and create hurdles to faster implementation of public programs for the good of the people. If we had got better cooperation and support, we could have done much more. For example, if Ayushman Bharat, some of the states have not implemented it. When I'm trying to modernize the fair price shops, I feel I get resistance when I'm introducing one nation, one ration card, or more modern and better implementation of the food grain distribution program. When we are trying to ensure that legal metrology concepts are implemented honestly all across the country, and we decriminalize various laws which are really not required to be there and which create a lot of angst among small traders and business persons. I wish there was more cooperation and more collective wisdom that prevailed. Sadly, I find that some people are just too much into politics all the time. And that becomes certainly a detriment to many of the good programs that we would like to reach the people of the country.
Piyush ji has touched upon center-state relations. We will shortly hear from Chhattisgarh CM Bhupesh Baghel ji, who is also here. So we'll get a nice rounded perspective on it. We're going to have to close this session, but Karuna, one quick question we'll get across to you. Could we get a mic very quickly to Karuna in front, please?
I have two questions. I'm a public policy specialist working on youth and women in particular. So I have a question relating to women and youth. One, I find it very endearing that you speak about young people with such passion, and it's really nice to hear that. So one is that we know that the future of work, which is essentially labor market disruptions that are caused because of automation or climate change, they are leading to a lot of effect on agriculture, manufacturing, construction specifically. And female labor force participation rate is getting affected disproportionately. So what would be some of the efforts that the current government is making in trying to bridge the digital divide so that the female labor force participation rate is not affected as a result of digitalization?
I do believe that over the last 9 years, if you were to compile, and I'm happy to send you a compilation if that helps. The amount of work done to help female participation expand its frontiers is phenomenal, right from increasing the ability of, as I said earlier, the girl child to complete her education, opening up the doors for more opportunities for our girl child, whether it's longer maternity leave for our women. The basic needs, I'm told sanitary pads and toilets were the two largest culprits which cause cervical cancer. I don't know right or wrong, but some doctors have given me to understand that these were very critical for women's health. The fact that in various government agencies or government hiring, or today we find in the projects of the private sector also, a lot of respect is being given to the genders, equality and equal opportunity for women. Take the textile sector, for example, which also I'm looking after. In garment making, between 70 and 80% of the workforce is women. And the government, through Samarth scheme, is funding the skilling of all the women who get an opportunity. I remember, right now there's a little recession in the Western markets, the developed world. But about a year ago, when I went to Tirupur, in Tamil Nadu, I was told from the stage that, sir, we need 50,000 women in our workforce. We'll skill them and they'll get a job on day one. We'll pay them as we skill them. That is the demand for our women workforce also. Electronics industry we are promoting in a big way, as you might be aware. Apple has come in. We are now the world's second largest mobile manufacturer. Almost the entire mobile industry is run by women in a big way. And I remember the Apple CEO discussing with me and talking with me about women's safety and how they want to make it convenient for women to work. So they had requested, and then we discussed it with many organizations, and we found that that would be a good way to support women in a bigger, to get more jobs. They had requested the Karnataka government and Tamil Nadu government, where they were setting up plants, to allow 12-hour shifts without compromising on the total number of hours. So 48 hours are allowed to be worked for women to work. They said keep it 48, allow 12-hour shifts so they can go during daylight when the shift changes. Both shifts will start and end at a daylight hour. And we'll arrange for their transport, so safety of women is ensured. In addition, for the extra 4 hours that they'll work every day, they'll get overtime wages. So for the same 48 hours, they can work, they can earn more money. They get 3 days off, so they can spend more time with their children and other needs that a woman may have. Should somebody need more income, the overtime that they do on the 5th day will almost get, I think, triple overtime or something of that sort. So they did all of that. Tamil Nadu government, after passing a law, I don't know, they backed out soon thereafter. I can't for the life of me understand how that was not good for encouraging women participation. I just hope the Karnataka law stays on the statute book. So there's a lot of things that are happening. Climate change is certainly a challenge, but the world today recognizes India is at the forefront of the fight against climate change. For your information, we have a UNFCCC report that we are required to, every country is required to file every 2 years. Many countries don't. We are amongst those who files every 2 years. There was a recent ranking which was ranking all the states on their INDCs made at Paris, at COP21, the commitments we all made in Paris. You'll be happy to know India ranks 4th in that. We are the 4th best performer in the whole wide world when it comes to our fight against climate change, our commitment to sustainability. In fact, we are the only G20 country in the top 10 names. So this is one nation where we don't need to preach or teach about climate change or sustainability. For all of us, it comes naturally. And before we close, I saw the message you've got. I'll just say one thing, again, for all of those who are older in the room. I remember when as a child, if I ever left a room without switching off the fan or the tube light, उन दिनों में tube light ज़्यादा चलती थी हमारे घरों में. If I ever left the room without switching off the fan and tube light, my mother would give me a spank, which would make sure that next time I don't do that mistake. Of course, in today's world, we can't, and we shouldn't also, spank any of our children. But we can at least educate them, involve them, because every unit of electricity saved is nearly equal to 1.3 units of electricity generated. And imagine the huge saving which goes towards a sustainable future, a better future for all of mankind. We are committed to leave behind, friends, a better world for you to live in than the one that we inherited. Thank you.
Piyushji, it's always a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you so much for being with us here today. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Union Industries and Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are absolutely delighted for your presence, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly be seated as we have Next in line, we'll be soon joining by Honorable Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, in a short while, requesting you all to kindly be seated, as in right after this, we'll be joined by Shri Bhupesh Baghel, Honorable Chief Minister Chhattisgarh, in conversation with Shrutajit KK. So it's a kind request to keep your seats, don't leave this room for another few minutes. He'll be joining in a minute's time. Meanwhile, you can use the hashtag Mint Policy Summit to upload. Also tag us at @LiveMint while uploading and tag us on Twitter with @LiveMint. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a kind request to one and all present here to kindly keep your seats, because we are soon be joined by Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, Honorable Chief Minister Chhattisgarh, who will be talking about public policies in Chhattisgarh. Yes, once again, I would like to announce that soon with us we'll have Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, Honorable Chief Minister Chhattisgarh, joining us. So please be inside, kindly be inside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside and take your seats. We will be having the next segment where we'll have Shri Bhupesh Baghel, Honorable Chief Minister Chhattisgarh, in conversation with Mr. Shrutajit KK, Editor-in-Chief Mint. So kindly keep your seats on. Please come inside so that we can close the door and begin with the next segment for the day. I know it's been a long day, but we still have a lot in store. So please be patient, please be seated. I hope you all are having a great time at Mint India Public Policy Summit. But we still have a lot in store. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome with a huge round of applause Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, Honorable Chief Minister Chhattisgarh. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I would like to request Mr. Shrutajit KK to kindly be on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a thunderous round of applause.
Bhupesh ji, firstly, thank you so much for being with us here today. This is a busy time for many politicians, chief ministers especially. Many are in Delhi today, tomorrow, Niti Aayog meeting. So thanks a lot for sparing some time to be with us here today. हम आज public policy के बारे में बात कर रहे थे सुबह से. One, I wanted to start off by asking you, छत्तीसगढ़ के formation के समय से आप you've been playing a leading role. Forming a new state in some ways, जैसे एक नया startup या नया company शुरू कर रहे हैं ऐसे, काफ़ी difficulties होते हैं. इसके कैसे एक institutional infrastructure बने, कैसे bureaucrats को चुने जाएंगे, इसके challenges क्या-क्या थे 2000 से लेकर अब तक, and how has the state faced that? Could you give us a broad overview about that?
देखिए छत्तीसगढ़ 2000 में बना और आज 23 साल का हो गया है. इस 23 साल के सफ़र में बहुत सारे उतार चढ़ाव छत्तीसगढ़ ने देखे हैं. पहली बात तो ये है कि अब ब्यूरोक्रेट IAS IPS कौन होगा वो तो भारत सरकार भेजती है, तो उसमें हमारा कोई ये नहीं रहता कि इसको भेजो, इसको ना भेजो,
पर आप
तो जो
सुन तो
मिलता
जरूर
है
सकते
उससे
हैं।
काम चलाते हैं। दूसरी बात यह है कि स्टेट सर्विस के भी लोग रहते हैं, और फिर तृतीय और चतुर्थ श्रेणी कर्मचारी। मुख्य बात वो नहीं है, मुख्य बात यह है कि वो तो काम करने के लिए आए हैं, आप कैसे काम लेते हैं। यदि घर में चोरी हो रही है तो कमजोरी आपकी है, चोर की नहीं है। आप यदि ठीक से रखवाली करेंगे, देखभाल करेंगे, या आपके यहाँ कोई काम करने वाला है पूरा काम नहीं कर रहा है, तो वो कमजोरी आपकी है। आप काम ले सकते हैं, नहीं ले सकते हैं। तो आप ब्यूरोक्रेट्स पे या फिर अधिकारी कर्मचारी पे सब कुछ डाल दें, थोप दें कि काम नहीं करते, तो ये गलत बात है। आप कैसे काम ले रहे हैं, वही अधिकारी हैं जो अभी 4-4.5 सालों में हमने वो काम किए हैं जो पूरे देश में और दुनिया में इसकी चर्चा होती है। तो मैं अधिकारी तो वही हैं, फिर भी 15 साल के भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार रही और 4.5 साल से हमारी सरकार है, तो दोनों में बहुत ज़मीन आसमान का अंतर दिखाई दे रहा है। तो अधिकारी कर्मचारी तो वही हैं, हम लोग बदलते रहते हैं। हम लोग 5 साल वाले हैं, बहुत हो गया। तो यदि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार केंद्र की कृपा रही तो 5 साल चला लेते हैं, नहीं तो बहुमत होते हुए भी 2 साल 3 साल में पलट जाता है। चाहे आप कर्नाटक में देखें, महाराष्ट्र में देखें, मध्य प्रदेश में देखें, हालांकि राजस्थान में असफल हो गए। तो आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि आप किस प्रकार से काम, आपकी योजना किस प्रकार की है और योजनाओं के पीछे आप कितना आप समय देते हैं। तो छत्तीसगढ़ में बहुत सारे उदाहरण मैं दे सकता हूँ जिसके माध्यम से नए नए नवाचार हम लोगों ने किया है और आज उदाहरण बने हुए हैं। हमने पहले ऋण माफ़ी किया, फिर धान खरीदी किए, मिलेट्स की खरीदी किए, समर्थन मूल्य खरीदी किए, इनपुट सब्सिडी दिए, अर्थ
सपोर्ट प्राइस भी बढ़ा दिए थे।
सपोर्ट प्राइस मतलब आज की तारीख में मैं कहूँगा कि छत्तीसगढ़ में किसानों को धान की कीमत 2640 रुपये पड़ रहा है। तो देश क्या दुनिया में उतना कीमत कहीं नहीं मिल रहा है जो छत्तीसगढ़ में मिल रहा है। मिलेट्स में भी पूरा समर्थन मूल्य में खरीदी हो रहे हैं, और पिछले सरकार के बनिस्बत इस समय हम दोगुना धान खरीद रहे हैं। किसानों की संख्या में वृद्धि हुई, रकबा में वृद्धि हुई, खेती अब घाटे का सौदा नहीं हुआ छत्तीसगढ़ में, फायदे का धंधा है। तो अब स्थिति ये है कि छत्तीसगढ़ में रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हो रहा है। जो लोग गांव से शहर की ओर भाग रहे थे, अब गांव से शहर से अब गांव की तरफ जा रहे हैं। उसका कारण ये है कि हम स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं भी बढ़ा दिए हैं, शिक्षा की व्यवस्था भी कर दिए हैं, सड़कें भी बनाए हैं, कम्युनिकेशन की भी व्यवस्था हमने कर दिया है। तो जो सुविधाएं जो शहरों में मिलता है वो सुविधाएं अब गांव में देना शुरू करें। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि सारी सुविधाएं वहाँ मिल रही है, लेकिन उस प्रकार से जो प्रारंभिक जो सुविधाएं हैं वो आपको गांव में मिलने लगा है। तो अब गांव से कोई पलायन करके शहर की ओर नहीं आ रहा है। हमारे तो यहाँ जंगल भी है, तो लगभग 44% जंगल है छत्तीसगढ़ में। तो 44% जंगल है तो इसका मतलब वहाँ लघु वन उपज भी है, माइनर फॉरेस्ट प्रोड्यूस। तो उसकी कोई कीमत नहीं होती थी, व्यापारी औने पौने दाम में खरीद लेते थे। हम उसका वैल्यू एडिशन कर रहे हैं, उसकी मार्केटिंग की व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं। हर जिले में हमने सी मार्ट बनाया हुआ है, छत्तीसगढ़ मार्ट, संभाग में खुला सी मार्ट। तो इस प्रकार से जो उत्पादन गांव में कर रहे हैं लोग, उसको विक्रय करने की व्यवस्था हमने कर दी है। तो एक तरफ संग्रहण करता है, उसके पैसा मिलता है, उसको वैल्यू एडिशन कर रहा है, उसके पैसा मिल रहा है, और उसके बाद जो उसको अतिरिक्त दाम मिल रहा है वो भी उनको उसमें हिस्सेदारी हो रही है। तो इन आय में उसकी ज़बरदस्त वृद्धि हुई है। तो जो पलायन होता था पहले छत्तीसगढ़ में, उसमें बड़ी कमी आई।
सर आप काफ़ी साल, करीब 15 साल तक ऑपोजिशन लीडर रहे छत्तीसगढ़ में, उसके बाद आप चीफ मिनिस्टर बने। व्हेन यू बिकेम चीफ मिनिस्टर, आपका कुछ सपने रहे होंगे, आपके कुछ विजन रहे होंगे, मैं अपने लोगों के लिए ये काम करूँगा और ऐसे स्कीमें ले आएंगे। अब आप 5 साल चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे हैं, कौन से स्कीम अपने सेटिस्फैक्शन से इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाए और किस में काम अभी रहे हैं?
देखिए, सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि हर विभाग में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए हैं, क्योंकि वो लिस्ट बताऊंगा तो बहुत समय लगेगा। लेकिन मुख्य रूप से जो बात है, 3-4 बिंदुओं में बात कहूँगा कि हमने जब हम सरकार में आए तो सबसे पहले मैंने अधिकारियों से, हमारे मंत्रिमंडल के साथियों से मैंने कहा कि हमारे जो भी कार्य हैं उसके केंद्र में व्यक्ति होगा। व्यक्ति को केंद्र में मान के कोई भी योजना हम बनाएंगे और उसके विकास, चाहे वो कुपोषण के खिलाफ लड़ाई हो, अशिक्षा के खिलाफ लड़ाई हो, स्वास्थ्य के लिए हो, रोजगार की व्यवस्था, तो 3-4 बिंदुओं में बात करूंगा। वो है, सबसे पहले बात है कि प्रति व्यक्ति सबके आय में वृद्धि होना चाहिए, चाहे वो मजदूर हो, चाहे किसान हो, चाहे महिला हो, चाहे युवा हो, व्यापारी हो, चाहे उद्योगपति हो, सबके आय में वृद्धि होना चाहिए, सबको अवसर मिलना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं कि केवल किसान को, मजदूर को अवसर मिले। यदि उद्योगपति छत्तीसगढ़ में उद्योग लगाना चाहते हैं तो उसके लिए भी अनुकूल वातावरण होना चाहिए। व्यापार करना चाहते हैं तो उसे व्यापार के लिए अनुकूल वातावरण होना चाहिए। और हमने छत्तीसगढ़ में किया और सबके आय में वृद्धि की। इसका उदाहरण ये कहूँगा कि पहले 96,000 प्रति व्यक्ति वार्षिक आय आमदनी थी छत्तीसगढ़ में, अब 1,33,000 हो गया इन 4 सालों में। दूसरी बात है, स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं सबको मिलना चाहिए, तो उसके लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार करना, मतलब जिला अस्पताल से लेके ब्लॉक स्तर के अस्पताल, वेलनेस सेंटर से लेके हमने, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ गांव अधिक है, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र 76% से अधिक है, तो ऐसे में जो हाट बाजार होता है वहाँ हमारे पूरी यूनिट जाती है, जिसमें डॉक्टर, नर्स, स्टाफ सारे लोग रहते हैं। उसमें दवाइयाँ भी होती है, फ्री में दवाई मिलती है, फ्री में इलाज होता है। खून की जाँच, 120 प्रकार की खून की जाँच भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं। तो स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में और शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी लगातार, चाहे मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलने की बात हो, चाहे यूनिवर्सिटी खोलने की बात हो, कॉलेज खोलने की बात हो, दूरस्थ अंचलों में सब जगह हमने खोले। अब उसके बाद आती है संस्कृति। छत्तीसगढ़ की जो संस्कृति है, हमारी विशिष्ट पहचान है और हमारी जो ऐतिहासिक धरोहर है, सबको हमने उसे जीर्णोद्धार भी किया, संवर्धन भी किया और विश्व मंच में लाने की कोशिश भी की। तो संस्कृति भी हम लोगों ने, चाहे हमारी बोली है, भाषा है, रहन सहन, खान पान, तीज त्योहार, सबको हमने सहेजने का काम किया है। बहुत विशिष्ट शैली है हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में। 42 प्रकार की जनजाति हमारे निवास करते हैं, उनके परंपराएं अलग अलग है। मैदानी हिस्से में उसकी परंपराएं अलग है, उसकी संस्कृति अलग है। सबको हमने उभार के, लड़ाई करने का काम नहीं किया, सबको बढ़ाने का काम किया। तो ये 60 में मैं कह सकता हूँ। अब एक एक कहीं विभाग की बात करेंगे तो डिटेल में जाएंगे तो आपके पास और मेरे पास दोनों का समय कमी होगी।
Bhupesh ji, Chhattisgarh is seen as a, it's a very large agrarian state. किसान के प्रति और खेती के प्रति काफ़ी फोकस रहते हैं। फॉरेस्ट हैं, काफ़ी फॉरेस्ट related challenges है, malaria is a big problem, etc. But before we go into that, I want to come to the urban side of things. Raipur is winning a lot of attention as a well-planned city, as a lot of measures in sustainability and so on and so forth. What can you tell us and what can other cities learn? What are the emulatable facets in ये रायपुर जैसे आपने प्लान किया हुआ है और अभी एक्सपैंड कर?
देखिए, छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में पहले ये था कि यहाँ से रायपुर जाएंगे और एयरपोर्ट से निकलेंगे तो सबसे पहले नक्सलियों सामना करना पड़ेगा, हो सकता है हमको नक्सली धर पकड़ लें। छत्तीसगढ़ के लोग बस्तर जाने से डरते थे कि नक्सली पकड़ लेंगे, लेकिन आज वो स्थिति नहीं है। वो धारणा को हमने बदला है। दूसरी बात यह है कि जैसे मलेरिया की बात आपने शुरुआत में कही कि पहले मलेरिया के खिलाफ हमने अभियान चलाया, मलेरिया परजीवी 4.7% था, अब वो 4 साल में घट के 0.7% रह गया है। तो अब जो नए बसाहट की बात है तो छत्तीसगढ़ में मैं सबको आमंत्रित करूंगा मिंट के मंच के माध्यम से, क्योंकि ऐसा कोई बड़ा शहर नहीं है जिससे छत्तीसगढ़ में एयर कनेक्टिविटी ना हो। चाहे आप कलकत्ता हो, दिल्ली से, बॉम्बे से तो कितने फ्लाइटें हैं, आप बेंगलुरु की बात करें, चेन्नई की बात करें, हैदराबाद की बात करें, लखनऊ की बात करें, सभी बड़े शहरों से हमारी कनेक्टिविटी है। और सड़कें भी बढ़िया है, रेल की भी सुविधा है और हवाई, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि वहाँ हमारे पास ज़मीन भी है, हमारे पास पानी भी है, और सबसे बढ़िया है कि छत्तीसगढ़ के लोग बहुत सीधे सरल और ईमानदार और मेहनत कश लोग हैं। तो सारे अनुकूल परिस्थिति है। तो जो परिस्थितियाँ बदली है, पहली बार बहुत सारे लोग गए छत्तीसगढ़ तो बोले हमने छत्तीसगढ़ देखा नहीं था, इतना बढ़िया है। और जो टूरिज़्म के हिसाब से जाना चाहते हैं तो आप जो विदेशों में जो सीन देखना चाहते हैं देखेंगे वो छत्तीसगढ़ में आपको मिल जाएगा। इतनी खूबसूरती, नेचुरल, कोई बनाया हुआ नहीं, नेचुरल खूबसूरती आपको मिलेगा। चाहे वो आप बस्तर जाएं चाहे सरगुजा जाएं, तो सब कुछ आपको मिलेगा छत्तीसगढ़ में।
बट ये जो इम्प्रेशन है जो आपने कहा है अराउंड द वेरी रियल चैलेंजेस एंड डेंजर ऑफ इंसर्जेंसी एंड नक्सलिज्म, क्या वो रेपुटेशन जो रहा है वो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स और निवेश छत्तीसगढ़ में ले आने में अभी भी इज इट प्रूविंग टू बी अ चैलेंज?
नक्सली का
नहीं, वो जो रेपुटेशन जो बना है, जैसा आप कह रहे थे रायपुर एयरपोर्ट से बाहर निकलेंगे तो नक्सलिज्म की खतरा है, वो अभी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स छत्तीसगढ़ में आने से इज दैट स्टिल एन ऑब्स्टिकल? इन्वेस्टर्स आर दे स्टिल?
नहीं, अब देखिए, मैंने तो जहाँ हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के उद्योगपति को मैंने अपना ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बनाया छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार का। हमने इंडस्ट्री पॉलिसी इस प्रकार से बनाई है कि कोई भी इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट एनपीए नहीं होगा, ये गारंटी है छत्तीसगढ़ में। आज देश में सबसे ज़्यादा खतरा है उद्योगपतियों के सामने है वो एनपीए होने की। आज देखिए रोज कोई न कोई दिवालिया हो रहा है, लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में हमने पॉलिसी ऐसी बनाई है कि कोई एनपीए हो ही नहीं सकता। तो हमारे यहाँ दूसरे उद्योग भी आ रहे हैं, बाहर के भी आ रहे हैं और हमारे लोग भी कर रहे हैं, तो उस प्रकार से प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। ज़मीन भी हमारे पास सस्ती ज़मीन भी है, पर्याप्त ज़मीन भी है, लोग भी ईमानदार हैं। आपको पानी, बिजली, सरप्लस बिजली है, तो बिजली भी कोई संकट नहीं है आपको। तो अब सबसे ज़्यादा हमारे यहाँ क्या है कि हमारे पास आयरन ओर है, हमारे पास बॉक्साइट है, हमारे पास लाइम स्टोन है, हमारे पास कोल है, तो इसी से संबंधित जितने उद्योग है वो आ रहे हैं, तो उसको बुलाने की हमको ज़रूरत नहीं है। आपको स्टील इंडस्ट्री लगाना है तो हमारे पास तो आना ही होगी, कि हमारे पास आयरन ओर तो हमारे पास है, और हिंदुस्तान का दुनिया का सबसे बढ़िया एफी कंटेंट आपको 67% से एबव 67% आपको एफी कंटेंट यदि कहीं आयरन ओर चाहिए तो छत्तीसगढ़ में है। तो आप कोल के बारे में ज़रूर कहूँगा कि जो विदेश के कोयला आता है उसकी तुलना में क्वालिटी ज़रूर हिंदुस्तान के कोयला के क्वालिटी ज़रूर कम है। तो लेकिन कोयला खदाने भी हमारे यहाँ भी,
अभी उसमें भी कुछ एनरिचमेंट वगैरह की टेक्नोलॉजी है टू रेज द एफिकेसी कोयला की।
लेकिन अभी तो पॉलिसी जो है वो तो हतोत्साहित करने वाला है कि आप जिस प्रकार से नीलामी कर रहे हैं, कौन उसमें भाग ले रहा है, कितनी खदानें नीलामी हुई है इन 9 सालों में, बता दीजिए। क्योंकि आपकी पॉलिसी इस प्रकार से है कि इतने आपने, पहली बात तो रॉयल्टी तो आपने वृद्धि नहीं की, हम उससे हमारा नुकसान हो रहा है, लेकिन प्रीमियम जो है इतना है कि कोई उद्योगपति ले ही नहीं रहा है। आखिर में हो ये रहा है कि आप राज्यों को आवंटित कर रहे हैं, और इस कारण से देश में कोयले की कमी हो रही है। और हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ से राज्य के लिए बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि कोयला सप्लाई के लिए हमारे 23-24 ट्रेनें बंद कर दी गई, और अभी भी कभी जब कोयला ट्रांसपोर्ट करना है तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को बंद कर देते हैं भारत सरकार। तो ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है। दूसरी बात ये है कि आप विदेश से कोयला ला रहे हो, महंगा कोयला ला रहे हैं, और खपाने के लिए सारे पावर प्लांट को, स्टेट को, एनटीपीसी को आप दबाव डाल रहे हैं कि आपको इसमें 25% आपको मिलाना होगा, और वो मिलाते हैं तो रेट, बिजली का रेट बढ़ रहा है हमारे। अब आपकी पॉलिसी, पहले तो कमी नहीं होती थी कोयले की, आज क्यों हो रहा है? अभी तक ये छत्तीसगढ़ में प्राइवेट प्लेयर के 2 ही खदान हैं, बचा सब एसीसीएल के पास है खदानें, 2 राज्य के हैं और 2 प्राइवेट प्लेयर हैं। बचा सारे जो निजी क्षेत्र में थे वो सब बंद है, क्योंकि वो इतना महंगा आपने कर दिया, आपकी पॉलिसी इस प्रकार से कोई खरीद ही नहीं पाता, चला नहीं पा रहा। ये दुर्भाग्यजनक बात है। तो राज्यों के लाड करते हैं, तो राज्यों के लाड करने से हमको नुकसान हो रहा है। यदि आप प्रीमियम दे रहे हैं, यदि आप रॉयल्टी दे रहे हैं, प्राइवेट प्लेयर आते हैं तो हमको, और यदि राज्यों को देते, राज्यों में केवल रॉयल्टी मिलेगी, तो स्थिति ये है कि 30 साल में हमको 9 लाख करोड़ का नुकसान होगा छत्तीसगढ़ को। तो पॉलिसी ठीक नहीं है भारत सरकार की कोल माइनों में।
ये जैसे आपने आयरन ओर के बारे में कहा, छत्तीसगढ़ प्लेस अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इन द स्टील प्रोडक्शन ऑफ द कंट्री, बट इट ऑल्सो क्रिएट्स इट्स ओन चैलेंजेस। हाउ डू यू, जब आपके पास ऐसे रेयर और महत्वपूर्ण रिसोर्सेस हैं, उसके एलोकेशन में, पॉलिसीज में वगैरह, हाउ डू यू मेक श्योर कि वो ट्रांसपेरेंट रहे और फेयर रहे, और हाउ डू यू फोकस ऑन हार्वेस्टिंग इन द बेस्ट पॉसिबल मैनर फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ द स्टेट?
देखिए, पहले जो MMDR एक्ट था उसमें राज्य की भूमिका होती थी। अब तो राज्य की भूमिका ही समाप्त हो गई। नए जो MMDR एक्ट लागू किया गया है उसमें राज्य की कोई भूमिका नहीं है। पहले तो कोयला अलॉटमेंट में राज्य सरकार से पूछा जाता था, कोई नहीं पूछा जाता। स्टील आयरन ओर में उसमें पूछा जाता था, उसके राज्य से पूछा जाता था। अब कोई पूछना नहीं है। अब तो सीधा एलोकेट कर दे, उसे नीलामी घोषणा कर दो। अब प्लांट ही नहीं बच रहे हैं भाई, खदान की बात छोड़ दो। लेकिन पॉलिसी ऐसी है कि कोई आ ही नहीं रहा है, तो सब सेंट्रलाइज हो गया।
I would like to, I have a couple more questions for you, but I want to give an opportunity to members of the audience if they would like to ask a question, especially for public policy students who are here. We have with us a top practitioner of public policy. If you want to know anything about, how it works on the ground, you can ask him. Anybody, please raise your hands and I would be happy to come to you. Vivek, you can ask.
Sure. Am I audible? काका, मैं विवेक शुक्ला, चूँकि मैं छत्तीसगढ़ से हूँ इसलिए मैं काका बोल रहा हूँ आपको।
अच्छा, नमस्कार जी, क्या नाम है आपका?
विवेक शुक्ला
जी शुक्ला जी।
बहुत देर से हम बिजनेस की बातें कर रहे हैं, उद्योग की बातें कर रहे हैं। थोड़ी सी मैं चूँकि राजनीति की बात कर लूँ यहाँ पर, बीजेपी की पहचान जहाँ पर भी है वो राम को लेकर के है। बहुत सारी बातें हैं राम के विषय में, लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में मामला आपने पिछले 5 साल में उल्टा कर दिया। मैं देख रहा हूँ आप राम भांचा बोलते हैं, राम पथ गमन जो है, तो ये क्या है? मतलब आप दोनों तरफ से खेल रहे हैं।
शुक्ला जी, आप छत्तीसगढ़ से हैं और बेहतर जानते हैं कि छत्तीसगढ़ की स्थिति क्या है। छत्तीसगढ़ में पहले ही बताया अपने भाषण में कि अपने जो प्रश्नों के उत्तर में कि छत्तीसगढ़ पहले जाओ तो लोग ये समझते थे एयरपोर्ट या रेलवे स्टेशन निकलो नक्सली पकड़ेंगे, और इस डर से कोई जाता नहीं था। जब छत्तीसगढ़ में बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जिसको देश और दुनिया को जानना चाहिए, और हमने ये 4 सालों में 4.5 सालों में जो स्थिति उसमें बड़ा बदलाव किया है। हमारी सांस्कृतिक पहचान है, और छत्तीसगढ़ में चूँकि माता कौशल्या छत्तीसगढ़ की है, एकमात्र दुनिया में मंदिर कौशल्या के छत्तीसगढ़ में चंदखुरी में है, रायपुर से बिल्कुल 20 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे। और उस कौशल्या माता के मंदिर को हमने जीर्णोद्धार भी किया, सौंदर्यीकरण भी किया और कार्यक्रम भी आयोजित किए। छत्तीसगढ़ में भांजे के पैर छुआ जाता है, पैर छूते हैं। जैसे आप मिथिलांचल में जाएंगे तो वहाँ बेटियों के पैर छूते हैं क्योंकि माता जानकी वहाँ की है, ठीक है ना। तो हमारे यहाँ छत्तीसगढ़ में भांजा के पैर छुआ जाता है क्योंकि भांजे में भगवान राम को देखते हैं, क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ का भांजा है। माता कौशल्या वहाँ से गई है, तो इसका मतलब ये है कि हर भांजा है उसमें राम को देखते हैं। तो हमारी परंपरा है, तो हमारी संस्कृति है। हम जब मिलते हैं तब भी राम राम कहते हैं, विदा होते हैं तब राम राम कहते हैं। हम तो यदि धान की नपाई भी करते हैं तो पहला एक नहीं बोलते, हम राम बोलते हैं। जानते होंगे शुक्ला जी आप। तो हमारी संस्कृति, हमारी पहचान है। और जब वनवास हुआ तो सबसे ज़्यादा लंबा समय हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में गुजारे। कोरिया डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शुरू होता है, जो सोनभद्र वगैरह से जुड़ा हुआ है, चित्रकूट से जुड़ा हुआ बिल्कुल, वहाँ से शुरू होता है और लगा वो शिवरी नारायण होते फिर कांकेर से फिर सुकमा तक के जाते हैं। 2200 किलोमीटर लंबा है। तो हमने राम वनगमन पर्यटन परिपथ बनाया। इसी रास्ते से भगवान गुजरे थे, जो भारत सरकार के भी वेबसाइट में मिलेगा और छत्तीसगढ़ के लोगों ने जो शोध किया है। और इस मतलब इन 3 सालों में 9 जगहों को हम चिन्हित करके उसको विकसित कर रहे हैं। तो राम को हम उस रूप में देखते हैं, हमारी संस्कृति में रचा बसा है। जैसे गाय है, गाय के नाम से भारतीय जनता पार्टी वोट लेती, गाय की सेवा वो नहीं करती। हमने गौठान बनाए, 10,000 गौठान बनाए, 11,000 पंचायत है, 10,000 गौठान बन गए, जबकि 2 साल कोरोना के थे। एक साल तो चुनाव निकल गया, 2 साल कोरोना के थे। एक्चुअल में हम एक ही साल काम कर पाए, 10,000 गौठान बना दिए। और 10,000 गौठान में 115 लाख क्विंटल हमने गोबर खरीद लिया है। 2 रुपये किलो के हिसाब से खरीदते हैं, तो जो गोबर संग्राहक है उसको 230 करोड़ रुपये उनके खाते में भेज दिए। और उसके साथ साथ वर्मी कंपोस्ट बना रहे हैं, जैविक खेती की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। तो इससे हुआ क्या कि जब गोबर खरीदने जाते हैं तो गाय की भी सेवा हो जाती है। बिना चारा खाए तो गोबर देने से रही, तो और फिर दूध देने वाले और दूध न देने वाले उन पशुओं की भी सेवा हो रही है। आज टेक्नोलॉजी इतना हो गया है कि बैल की अब जरूरत नहीं है, दूध देने वाले गाय है उसी भर को रखते हैं, बछड़ा है उसको भेज देते हैं। आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में आवारा पशु की शिकायत मिलेगी, आप उत्तर प्रदेश चल दीजिए, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, जहाँ भी जाएं आवारा पशुओं की। अब हमारे यहाँ वो चिंता धीरे धीरे दूर होती जा रही है। तो हमने गाय की एक्चुअल भी सेवा की, गौ माता की भी सेवा की है, और राम और गौ पर्यटन पथ, इसके नाम से हम वोट नहीं मांग रहे हैं। ये लोग वोट मांगते हैं, राम के नाम से वोट मांगेंगे, गाय के नाम से वोट मांगेंगे। 15 साल भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार रही, लेकिन एक भी राम और गंवर पर्यटन पथ का कोई स्थान को उन्होंने विकसित किया हो तो बता दीजिए मुझे। राज्य में, श्री नारायण में, चंदखुरी में, सब जगह हम लगातार विकास के काम कर रहे हैं। ठीक शुक्ला जी।
Vishi, I wanted to, sorry, yes, please. I wanted to take you back to the problem of Naxalism, very real threat. आपके सरकार ने क्या क्या किया इस खतरे को दूर करने में, और डेवलपमेंट, कैन डेवलपमेंट एंड इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट प्ले अ रियल रोल इन ब्रिंगिंग डाउन द थ्रेट?
पिछली सरकार में जो नक्सली समस्या को बंदूक के जवाब में बंदूक, गोली के जवाब में गोली, इस सिद्धांत पे चले, और हुआ ये कि जितनी गोलियां इधर से बरसाए उतनी गोलियां उधर से बरसी, लेकिन नक्सली कम नहीं हुए, बढ़े। 3 ब्लॉक में थे, 14 जिले में फैल गए। हमने उसमें परिवर्तन किया। परिवर्तन ये किया, पहली बात यह है कि लोगों को विश्वास जीतना, फिर उसके विकास करना, और फिर सुरक्षा देना। इस बीच में मैंने तमाम लोगों से बात की। पत्रकार पूछते थे नक्सलियों से बात करेंगे, मैंने कहा नक्सलियों से बात नहीं करूंगा, मैं अपने लोगों से बात करूंगा। तो अपने लोग कौन है? मैं बोला वहाँ के आदिवासी, बस्तर के आदिवासी, वहाँ परंपरागत रूप से निवास करने वाले लोग, वहाँ के व्यापारी, वहाँ के पत्रकार, वहाँ जो डिप्यूटेड जो जवान हैं, डिप्लॉय हुए जवान हैं, उनसे बात करूंगा, सबसे बात करूंगा। उनको चाहिए क्या चाहते हैं आप, और उसके हिसाब से सबसे पहली बात लोहांडीगुड़ा में जो टाटा के लिए उद्योग के लिए जमीन ली गई, तो राज्य सरकार ने लिया था 4200 एकड़ जमीन। हमने पहली बार जो भूमि अधिग्रहण बिल भारत में लागू हुआ, तो सबसे पहली बात है कि उसको जमीन को हमने वापस किया। अब टाटा उद्योग लगा ही नहीं रहे हैं, तो जमीन हम थोड़ी रखेंगे, आदिवासियों को वापस किया। फॉरेस्ट एक्ट पट्टा दिया, उसके बाद उसकी ज़मीन के डेवलपमेंट के लिए किया, उसके ऋण माफ़ी किए, उसके लघु उपज खरीदी किए, उसके धान, कोदो, कुटकी, रागी सबकी खरीदी की व्यवस्था की, उसकी शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य की व्यवस्था की, सड़कें बनाई, टेलीफोन के टावर खड़ा किए, और जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स जितना आपको कश्मीर में मिलेगा, उसके बाद सबसे ज़्यादा कहीं है हिंदुस्तान में, तो छत्तीसगढ़ में है। वहाँ कैंपों में गया, कैंपों से मैंने कहा, और अधिकारियों से, क्योंकि यूनिफाइड कमांड का मैं अध्यक्ष भी हूँ, तो अधिकारियों से भी बात की, और कैंपों में जाकर बात किया कि भैया ये कैंप से निकलो बाहर, क्योंकि अभी तक होता यह था कि कैंप से निकले तो जो भी आदमी दिखे उसको नक्सली समझते थे, क्योंकि जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है पूरे देश भर के अनेक राज्यों से आए हुए हैं, स्थानीय लोग तो है ही नहीं वहाँ, तो वो तो समझेंगे जो भी आदिवासी दिखाई दे रहा है, जो वहाँ के लोग दिखाई, स्थानीय लोग देख रहे हैं, वो सब वो नक्सली हैं। आपको तो पहचान ही नहीं नक्सली कौन है कौन नहीं है, और इसके कारण से बड़ी दुर्घटनाएं होती थी। तो मैंने कहा कि भाई आप उनके साथ खेलो, आप वॉलीबॉल खेलते हैं, आप फुटबॉल खेल रहे हैं, स्थानीय बच्चों को भी खिलाओ, आपके पास डॉक्टर है, आपके पास दवाइयाँ हैं, आप हमसे और ले लीजिए दवाइयाँ, उन लोगों की इलाज करिए। आप पढ़े लिखे हैं, नक्सलियों ने स्कूल को उजाड़ दिया है, आपके पास समय है, उन बच्चों को पढ़ाओ। तो ये काम हम लोगों ने शुरू किया, दोस्ती कराना शुरू किया। तो उनको समझ आया, उनको भी समझ आया कि गांव के लोगों को, आदिवासियों की समझ आया कि ये तो हमारी सुरक्षा के लिए आए हैं, और जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है उनको ये समझ आया कि इसमें चिन्हांकित हो गया। इस हाल में जैसे बैठे हैं, इनके एक बार भी कहीं नज़र मेरी मिलेगी तो मैं समझ जाऊंगा भाई मिंट के कार्यक्रम में आए थे, कुछ लोगों को तो पहचान ही लूंगा मैं। तो उसी प्रकार से जब लोगों से मिलना जुलना हो, तो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स के जवानों को भी लगा कि ये आदमी तो नक्सली नहीं है। तो इस कारण से क्या हुआ कि पहले आदिवासी सड़क काटते थे, आज सड़क नहीं काटते। पहले सड़क उसकी जरूरत नहीं थी, आज उसकी सड़क की जरूरत है। क्यों? कि हमने उसकी अर्थव्यवस्था को सुधारा। उसके पास अब ट्रैक्टर है, उसके पास मोटरसाइकिल, उसके पास कार भी है, उसके पास गाड़ियाँ भी है, तो अब उसकी ज़रूरत बन गई। तो 4.5 साल में एक सड़क नहीं काटे, उसकी ज़रूरत बन गई। तो अब सवाल इस बात का है कि बस्तर में जितनी जनसंख्या है उसका एक हिस्सा जो 18 साल से 35 साल के बीच में है, उसके ऊपर की उम्र के लोग नक्सली बनेंगे नहीं। यही जो नौजवान है उसको ट्रेनिंग दे के गुमराह करके उसको नक्सली बंदूक पकड़ाते हैं। यदि उन्हीं नौजवानों को आप हल पकड़ा दें, उसी नौजवानों को आप रोजगार के काम में लगा दें। हम रूरल इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क हमने बनाया है, हम गौठान में काम दे रहे हैं, तो रोजगार के अवसर हमने दिए, तो जो नौजवान तो उतने चाहिए, लड़की हो लड़का हो। आप देखेंगे कि आप दंतेवाड़ा में जो वो अबूझमाड़ से लगा हुआ एरिया, जहाँ एक समय था कि वहाँ अबूझमाड़ के लोग बहुत कम कपड़े पहनते थे, आज दंतेवाड़ा में डेनेक्स एक हमने 5 बड़े बड़े सेंटर खोले जिसमें 300 लड़कियां काम कर रही हैं गारमेंट के। बेंगलोर की कंपनी से हमारा एग्रीमेंट हुआ, अब वो 6,000 8,000 रुपये हर महीने कमा रही हैं, जिसको 100 रुपये रोजी नहीं मिलता था। 25-50 रुपये रोजी में काम करते थे, वो भी नहीं मिलता था। आज बढ़िया से अपने घर गृहस्थी चला रहे हैं। तो यदि नौजवानों को काम दे देंगे तो वो नक्सली क्यों बनेंगे? तो नक्सली, अब इसका उदाहरण दूंगा। एक नक्सली अपने कमांडर को पत्र लिखा और वो हमको मिल गया, हमारे पुलिस वालों को हाथ लगा। उसमें लिखा है कि राज्य सरकार के लोकप्रिय योजनाओं के कारण से नक्सली भर्ती में बड़ी परेशानी हो रही, रिक्रूटमेंट नहीं हो रहा। तो ये अंतर आया।
सर, अभी वैसे ये पब्लिक पॉलिसी का मंच है, हम राजनीति के बारे में बात नहीं करते हैं, बट
लेकिन शुक्ला जी ने शुरू कर
शुक्ला
दिया तो मैं जवाब दूंगा भाई।
और अभी नहीं मैं ये कह रहा था, अब मेरा भी मन है और हम भी
अच्छा।
सर, दिसंबर में चुनाव है
जी।
आपने अभी तक जो स्कीम्स इम्प्लीमेंट करते आए हैं, जब आप चुनाव लड़ने जाएंगे आपका क्या प्रॉमिसेस रहेंगे और आपका किस किस मुद्दे को लेकर आप लोगों के पास जाएंगे?
देखिए, शुक्ला जी ने पहले कह दिया, वो जो उनके जो मुख्य मुद्दे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास सांप्रदायिकता और धर्म परिवर्तन, इसके अलावा और कोई मुद्दा है ही नहीं। इनको आता भी कुछ नहीं इसके अलावा। और हम लोगों ने सारी योजनाएं भी लागू की, सबको लोग एक साथ में लेकर चल रहे हैं। और ये दो मुद्दे बताए उसको हमने हमसे छीन लिया है। अब वो मुद्दा विहीन हो गया छत्तीसगढ़ में। तो आजकल वो गौठान में जा रहे हैं, गर्मी के दिन में वो गाय खोज रहे हैं, गाय नहीं वो ओट खोज रहे हैं, जो कि मिलेगा नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ में तो नहीं मिलेगा।
सर, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को छोड़िए, आपके क्या क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे?
मेरे तो ये है कि मैंने जो 5 साल में जो हम काम कर रहे हैं उन्हीं मुद्दों को लेकर जनता के बीच में जाएंगे। यदि हमने काम किया तो हमको वोट करिए, चाहे किसान हो, मजदूर हो, नौजवान हो, महिलाएं हो, व्यापारी हो, उद्योगपति, सबके पास यही कहेंगे, हमने आपके लिए यदि काम किया तो हमको वोट करिए।
कुछ स्पेसिफिक प्रोमिसेस के बारे में आप सोच रहे हैं? क्योंकि आजकल इलेक्शन में एक ये ट्रेंड देखते आ रहा है कि वेरी स्पेसिफिक प्रोमिसेस आर बीइंग मेड बाय बोथ पार्टीज और बोथ फॉर्मेशन।
देखिए, उस समय चुनाव के समय पार्टी तय करेगी, घोषणा पत्र हर राजनीतिक दल घोषणा जारी करती है, उस समय जारी करेंगे। लेकिन अभी जहाँ मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मैं ये कहूँगा 5 साल में हमने जो काम किए उसी आधार पर मैं वोट मांगूंगा।
और अभी इट इज स्टिल अ प्रीमेच्योर क्वेश्चन, बट अब क्या है कि इलेक्शन की माहौल ही माहौल है इस पूरे election, this whole year there are so many elections, and therefore I must ask you, are you fully confident of coming back as chief minister?
बिल्कुल सही बात। नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में नहीं, कांग्रेस पार्टी वापस सरकार में आएगी। मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा तो वो तो हाईकमान तय करती है, वो मेरे हाथ में नहीं है। कैंडिडेट घोषित करना, मुख्यमंत्री बनाना, ये पार्टी का काम है। लेकिन मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस फिर से आएगी।
We are short of time, but I'm happy to take one question. Since we have the Honorable CM with us. Yes, please.
थैंक यू सर, छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में बताने के लिए। हमारी भी दिली इच्छा होने लगी है कि छत्तीसगढ़ एक बार तो जाएंगे।
बिल्कुल आइए, स्वागत है सर।
सिक्योरिटी एंड ऑल। पर मेरे माइंड में एक क्वेश्चन आ रहा है कि सरकार तो आ गई और समाज भी धीरे धीरे उत्सित हो रहा है, पर एक क्वेश्चन जो आंसर नहीं हुआ कि बाजार यानी इंडस्ट्री के लिए आपने बताया जमीन है, पानी है, रिसोर्सेज है फॉर द आयरन एंड कोयल। कोयल की जो खदानें हैं उसमें देयर आर सम पॉलिसीज जिसमें कुछ रुकावट है ताकि वो मिल नहीं रही है। पर अगर कोई नई इंडस्ट्री वहाँ पे लगती है और नक्सलियों को वहाँ के कल्चरल कार्यक्रमों में लगाया गया है, तो उन इंडस्ट्रीज़ को लेबर फोर्स प्रोवाइड करने के लिए छत्तीसगढ़ में ऐसी कोई स्कीम है जिसमें इंश्योर किया जाए कि वहाँ पे जो नई इंडस्ट्री लगेगी उसको लेबर लोकली प्रोवाइड की जाएगी।
आपका शुभ नाम और कहाँ से हैं?
मेरा नाम सी ए राहुल गुप्ता है, मैं सोनीपत हरियाणा से हूँ।
सोनीपत से। वैसे हमारे हरियाणा के बहुत सारे लोग रहते हैं वहाँ, खासकर गुरुग्राम के आसपास के किसान जो ज़मीन बेचे हैं ना, यहाँ करोड़ों में बेचे हैं, 1 एकड़ बेचे हैं और 100 एकड़ ज़मीन खरीद लिए हैं क्योंकि सस्ती ज़मीन मिली है। तो बहुत से लोग हरियाणा के लोग रहते हैं। पहली बात तो यह है कि आप ये छत्तीसगढ़ बहुत बड़ा राज्य है, 1,35,000 वर्ग किलोमीटर है, मतलब बिहार तमिलनाडु इससे बड़ा है, और बस्तर अकेले केरल से भौगोलिक दृष्टियों से बड़ा है, और बस्तर का इलाका भर इफेक्टेड है और अब वो भी बहुत सिमट गया है। तो बचत जो छत्तीसगढ़ है, 5 संभाग है जिसमें एक संभाग इफेक्टेड है, बचत जगह नहीं है, और बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्री काम कर रहे हैं भाई, प्राइवेट में भी और सरकारी भी। भिलाई स्टील प्लांट 1955-56 में नेहरू जी ने लगाया, उसके बाद आपको नीको का प्लांट मिलेगा, जिंदल का प्लांट मिलेगा, सारडा का प्लांट मिलेगा, गोदावरी का प्लांट है, बड़े बड़े स्टील प्लांट है, और पावर प्लांट भी प्राइवेट में बहुत हैं। सीमेंट प्लांट तो जितने आप विज्ञापन देखते हैं वो सब के प्लांट आपको वही मिलेंगे भाई, चाहे अंबुजा मिले, एसीसी मिले, और जितना भी आप कहेंगे वो सारे प्लांट हमारे हैं, रायपुर के पास हैं। आप कौन सा प्लांट लगाना चाहते हैं बता दीजिए, आइए, आपको स्वागत है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
भविष्य
एक क्वेश्चन ले लीजिए बस।
एक वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन टू दैट जेंटलमैन।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मेरा नाम अंशुमान चौधरी है और मैं इंडियन स्कूल ऑफ पब्लिक पॉलिसी का छात्र हूँ
जी।
सर, 2011 में आपके क्षेत्र, आपके राज्य का जो लिटरेसी रेट था महिलाओं का वो 59 था और इस समय 60 है। सर, माता कौशल्या की धरती है छत्तीसगढ़, पर माता कौशल्या के वंशजों का कोई काम नहीं हो रहा है। महिलाओं के उत्थान के लिए छत्तीसगढ़ ने क्या किया है, कौन सी योजनाएं हैं और उसका क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ा है, क्या आप इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएंगे?
अभी मैं 2 दिन पहले ही, 2 दिन क्या, कल ही मैं रविशंकर यूनिवर्सिटी में डिग्री बांटने गया था राज्यपाल के साथ, और राजन साहब जो APJ अब्दुल कलाम के साथ काम किए, तो वो हमारे मुख्य वक्ता के रूप में आए थे। वहाँ 74% लड़कियां हैं जिसको हम लोगों ने डिग्री बांटी, 76%। तो लड़कियों की बात, किसी कॉलेज में जाएंगे तो 50% ऊपर महिलाओं को उपस्थिति मिलेगी। शिक्षा की बात यह है, बिल्कुल आप इस बात को मैं आपसे सहमत हूँ कि नक्सली घटना के कारण से हमारे स्कूल उजाड़ दिए गए थे और पिछली सरकार ने 3000 स्कूल बंद किए थे, 3000। हमने खूब विरोध किया था, लेकिन अब उन स्कूलों को फिर से हमने शुरू किया है। सुकमा में, दंतेवाड़ा में, बीजापुर में जो स्कूलें बंद थी 13 साल से 15 साल से, सारे स्कूलों को फिर से शुरू किए। आपको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा, पुलिस भर्ती करते हैं तो जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट DRG हम लोग कहते हैं, क्योंकि वहाँ की भौगोलिक परिस्थिति को लोग ज़्यादा जानते हैं, वहाँ की भाषा जानते हैं, वो बोली जानते हैं, लोगों को पहचानते हैं। इस कारण से वहीं के लोगों को हम लोगों नौकरी देने की बात करते हैं तो वहाँ 8वीं पढ़े बच्चे नहीं मिलते बॉस, 5वीं पढ़े बच्चों को पुलिस में भर्ती कर रहे हैं हम लोग इस एरिया में, जो 3 जिले मैंने गिना है, और नारायणपुर चौथा जिला। तो 15 साल में पूरा जो स्कूली शिक्षा है उस एरिया के पूरा ठप हो गया था, फिर से शुरुआत किए हैं। और न केवल उसकी बात करें, जो स्कूलें हैं, अब बच्चे अंग्रेजी भी, आज के समय में अंग्रेजी जानना चाहिए, हालांकि मैं अंग्रेजी नहीं बोल पाता, लेकिन बच्चे तो सीखें, इसलिए 400 हमने स्वामी आत्मानंद अंग्रेजी स्कूल शुरुआत की है, निःशुल्क। प्राइवेट स्कूलों, इतना बढ़िया है कि प्राइवेट स्कूल से TC ले लेके सब ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। और लड़कियों, महिलाओं की बात है, महिलाओं के आज चाहे हम रीपा की बात करें, चाहे गौठान योजना की बात करें, हमारे यहाँ करीब 1,66,000 लोगों को आज रोजगार मिल रहा है। नौकरियों में भर्ती हम लोगों को खोले हैं। तो शिक्षा है, रोजगार है, इस तरफ लगातार हमारा ध्यान जा रहा है। लघु उपज में 13 लाख लोग हैं, मैक्सिमम महिलाएं हैं। तो पूरी कोशिश हमारी है महिलाएं जो वुमेन पावर है उसको हम लोग आगे बढ़ाएं, हमारी कोशिश यही है। थैंक यू बस।
Bhuveshri, I am really grateful for you, for you being here today क्योंकि आपने एक real challenges के एक flavor इस मंच पर दिया। Public policy सिर्फ एक esoteric discussion नहीं है। What are the very real challenges of Naxalism, of poverty, of lack of development? We got a very real flavor. Our best wishes are with you and thank you so much for being with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Bhupesh Baghel ji. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद श्री भूपेश बघेल जी। Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we have a huge round of applause? एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। And ladies and gentlemen, with this we will break for tea. We'll have 10 minutes break. Please be back here in 10 minutes because we have two very important and interesting sessions lined up. We would like to wrap up it on time. So please be back here in 10 minutes. We have the next session on the global EV race, followed by we have a fireside chat on executing public policy at an ambitious scale. Requesting you all to kindly be back here in 10 minutes. And after the round of discussions, we'll have cocktails and dinner. See you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Minerals rare to steel forged by our resilience and care.
Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, a topic which everyone is talking about these days is sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, transportation plays a very important role in a clean and green environment. Now, what's the new hot topic? It's the EV. In the next segment, we will cover about the India's presence of EV. We will talk about, can India take the lead in global EV race? Before we start the session, requesting once again all of you to please be seated as we'll go ahead and invite our speakers for the next round of panel discussion. All right, the next panel discussion on the topic, can India take the lead in global EV race? And in the panel, we have eminent speakers. I would like to start with our moderator for the session. I would like to take this moment to invite Sumant Banerjee, National Editor, Mint. Let us welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the panel, we have Ashish Kundra, Principal Secretary, Transport, Government of Delhi. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Anmol Jaggi, Co-Founder, Blue Smart Mobility. Let us welcome with a round of applause. Gagan Sidhu, Director, Center for Energy Finance. Let us welcome him with a round of applause. On the topic, can India take the lead in global EV race? Over to you, Mr. Suman.
Thank you so much. Please, gentlemen, have your seats. A very good afternoon, or should I say very good early evening to everybody here. It's been a long day, and we can make out the enthusiasm that electric vehicles generate with the near full haul that we still have. And why not? Because electric vehicles are clean, they are green, they are also easy on your pocket. And for those of you who have had the privilege or the opportunity to drive or ride an electric vehicle, you know it's also loads of fun. Now, at the same time, there is a proverbial sting in the tail in the fact that of all the electric vehicles that we see in our country today, they are not entirely made in India. A lot of it is imported components. Some of them are absolute knockoffs from across the border, which brings the question that does India have the right to be a leader as far as electric vehicle manufacturing is concerned? And this is the question that we will grapple with over the next half an hour. And I would like to keep this interactive in the sense that end of this panel discussion, at least 10 minutes or so for you guys to ask some questions. We have three very unique set of people, one representing the government, the other independent civil society, and a third one representing the corporates or the industry. I'll start with you, Mr. Kundra. Delhi was one of the first states that came up with a dedicated EV policy back in 2020. And it, in a way, set the benchmark for every other state to follow. Can you give us your experience of how electrification has taken off in the national capital, the learnings where we have gone right, and any challenges that you have faced over the years?
Thank you. Delhi's experience, I think, has been quite phenomenal, if you ask me. Of the 3 years which have gone by, 1 year was a COVID year. But having said that, we finished December 2022 with 17% of vehicles registered, new vehicles, were electric. That's one data point. The second data point is that last year, the three-wheeler goods three-wheeler, 65% were electric. And 45% of the cabs, of which they are one of the leaders, were electric. So I think it's a phenomenal transition which is happening. And if you look at the bus segment, again, we are going fully electric now. So across segments, there's a huge buoyancy. Two-wheelers, of course, are the largest number because naturally, in any case, our vehicle numbers are largest in the two-wheeler segment. And I think there have been huge learnings, and now we are at a point when we are about to roll out a second version of the policy, We have done one round of consultations with all stakeholders, and hopefully we'll come up with something which is more new age, more contemporary than what was, let's say, 3 years ago.
So what is the, I know that any policy decision you will not be very interested in giving everything out in public, but give us a sense. A lot of people have been saying that you cannot survive just on subsidies. And everybody does clamor for subsidies, at least in the initial phase. Given the fact that a lot of traction is already there, does the industry still need subsidies? Is that something you're really looking at?
I think industry is at a stage where for a while subsidies will be required, both from the standpoint of manufacturers and from the standpoint of the purchasing people. Because, you know, there's a price sensitivity and there's a differential between the ICE kind of vehicles and the battery operated vehicles. So that is there to stay, but I think it is also beyond that. Now, you know, in Delhi, for example, why the adoption is so rapid, we have 4,000 plus charging points, mix of fast chargers, slow chargers, battery swapping. This is 1/3 of the total number of chargers in India. That means one city is accounting for that kind of charging infrastructure. And people have the confidence that, okay, if I go out and my battery runs out, I have some place where I can charge. We are ramping it up, so it has to be charging infrastructure. Subsidies will be there to stay for a while, but we have to then have a very collaborative and a comprehensive ecosystem approach. It cannot be one or the other. Just rolling out subsidies is not the end of the matter, you're right. I think we have to address the whole ecosystem in a very comprehensive fashion. It's a very disruptive space, and it requires a very disruptive mindset to deal with it in a way.
In fact, very often we tend to miss the fact that how big a transition this is. A sector like transport is witnessing wide-scale changes, and people say it's a once in a lifetime. I would say that something like this has never happened, where you are moving completely away from a set pattern of technology to something which is completely different. Now, on the issue of demand itself, and Gagan, I would like to bring you in here. There is a lot of confusion or debate on whether demand is actually so strong or not, because some months we see very high growth and some other months we see some tapering off. It's not like a constant growth that we have seen. You just mentioned to me outside that we crossed 1 million sales last year, but are we still there where we were expecting us to be, or are we slightly falling short?
Sure. Thanks for that. So you know, I think the story of India's e-mobility transition really lies in its two S's. The first is segments and the other is states. So if you look at both these categories, or both these sort of features, we at CEW actually have a electric mobility dashboard which tracks all these numbers. And by the way, it's updated every fortnight. At a macro level, at a national level, last year, as I said, you know, as I shared with you earlier, Sumant, we actually crossed 1 million in EV registrations in FY23. And that is more than 2 times what it was the previous year. So in FY22, the number was something like 480,000. So, you know, a 2x growth in 1 year. And secondly, at a national level, again, across all categories, we saw penetration also cross 5%. So, you know, more than 5% of all vehicles sold in India are electric. Now, moving from that macro picture to the sort of categories, if you unpack the categories, really 62% of all EVs are two-wheelers in India, and 32% are e-rickshaws. So, you know, 94% is these two categories, and four-wheelers really bring up the rest at about 4%. Now, a good way of looking at, you know, sort of figuring out if how this compares to the broader market as a whole is that two-wheelers in the non-EV segment are more or less pretty much where you know, e-two-wheelers are as a percentage of share. But it's the four-wheelers which are sort of not really catching up. Four-wheelers in India in the non-EV segment are something like 15%. So, you know, what we've seen in the segment, or from a segment perspective, is e-four-wheelers not catching up yet, and that's really got to do with the lack of charging infrastructure. the emergence of a new category altogether, which is e-rickshaws. And we move to states, really it's very, very interesting. So a lot of states in the West and the South really mimic what's happening at a national level, where the majority of the sales are electric two-wheelers. But as we move to the heartland, you move to the East, we see a total inversion, where more than 80% of their states' sales happen to be e-rickshaws. So, good momentum, differences in segments, and a lot of variation within states in terms of how the segments shape up.
So the lack of sales in electric for four-wheelers or personal cars, as we refer to, is it because of lack of options, or is it because the market is not ready? And I will come to Anmol, to you in a bit, because I know this is something we have discussed a lot in the past. But Gagan, what is your sense? Is it because the industry is not offering enough options for the consumer?
So again, I think, it's multiple things, right? I think one reason or one way to see why it's the electric two-wheelers that have really, picked up pace is the fact that they don't need sophisticated charging infrastructure. You can charge them at home. So the lack of charging infrastructure clearly plays a role. The other thing that's also really important is, remember, financing. So, a lot of vehicles in India, most vehicles in India are actually financed. The auto loan book of the Indian banking system is something to the tune of $40 billion. And just to put that $40 billion into perspective, the power sector loan book of the Indian banking system, I'm not talking about NBFCs here, is something like $80 billion. So auto loans, very, very important. Financing, very, very important. Now, it just so happens that when it comes to financing terms, at least from the perspective of the average retail customer, lenders tend to take a slightly more restrictive view in offering them financing at competitive terms, whether we're talking about interest rate, whether we're talking about loan to value, or even tenor. So clearly, it's those two factors, plus a host of others, but I'll just limit it to these two for now.
So I will ask the same questions to Anmol that Gagan pointed out. Finance is an issue, lack of charging infrastructure is another issue, and yet you at Blue Smart, for those who don't know here, Blue Smart is a company that operates only electric cabs in Delhi NCR and Bangalore now, and he just told me that they are also now going to Dubai, of all the places. So did you face the same problems, and if yes, how did you solve them to give you conviction that you can do business in something like this?
Thank you, Suman. Yeah, I think we as entrepreneurs, we always see every threat as an opportunity. So if financing was an issue, we saw an opportunity in that. If charging infrastructure was not there, we saw an opportunity in that. And like you mentioned, that this was something which has never happened in a generation or never happened in history. It told us that we will have to do significant amount of investments to build something like what we are trying to build at Blue, which is not just about getting cars. Getting cars is the easiest thing to do. Running charging infrastructure, building charging infrastructure, and also running the combined ecosystem, which is that which car will go at what time to charge at what station, will the station be available, when the driver will go there, will the driver have to queue up, etc., etc. I think these are the softer elements like what Ashish sir was mentioning. So I think we saw it as a big challenge, and we just took that we will have to do all by ourselves. So we did finance all cars by ourselves. We built out all charging infrastructure by ourselves. But are we reaping benefits and advantages of that? Surely we are doing that. And when now the world is seeing and looking that let's go electric, at least for ourselves, we are seeing that we have created unique algorithms which can run this business. We have created a lot of charging infrastructure which is at the best possible locations. Financing is pretty much sorted. So yes, I think it was a big threat when we wanted to start in 2019, but it's a bigger opportunity today.
So things are looking up, things are much smoother now, but you always had a problem with not having enough number of vehicles for you to have it on the road. And even now, after being in operation for almost 3 years plus, you cannot get a Blue Smart cab on the go in most of Delhi NCR as also Bangalore. So is that still a problem? Are you still facing issues of supply? or is it getting sorted out as well?
Yeah, so if I look at 2022, in 2022, the key limiting factor was the number of cars, given also the fact that that time the automobile industry was deep in the electronic shortage crisis. I think now the automobile industry is out of the electronic shortage crisis, so cars have pretty much started to come at the quantity that we would need. Today, the constraining factor for us is charging infrastructure. And finance was never a constraining factor 3 years back, 2 years back, 1 year back, or today. Last year it was cars because of electronic shortage. And we remember months where we could only get 10, 20, 30 cars and not more, whereas our requirement is in 500, 600 cars every month. And now it's become better, but charging infrastructure is clearly a constraint today. And despite putting all our efforts, we are still not able to ramp up charging infrastructure to the quantity that we would wish for it to have. So that's the constraint. On the car side, of course, like sir was mentioning, there are not enough models. Still the cheapest car, electric car is 9 lakh rupees. The cheapest ICE engine car is 4-5 lakh rupees. So it is still a lot of distance, and as you know that more 80, 60, 70, 80% of car sales is in the sub 10 lakh, sub 8 lakh segment. So we still don't have any models available in that segment. So clearly adoption, what sir was mentioning, is only at 4% vis-a-vis ICE at 15%. I think that will only happen when we get better models, much more cheaper, much more efficient models. On that, our analysis is that when we get a $10,000 car with a 300-kilometer range, that will be the telecom moment of saying that incoming has come free or phone is at 1 rupee. $10,000, which is about 8 odd lakh rupees of car, and 300 kilometers of range will be the holy grail when you will see inflection to happen in the electric mobility sector, and sir will see that 4% number going to 20% perhaps. So that's what our assumption is.
I remember you telling me that if Maruti would give you a electric WagonR for around this price, you would be the first one with a blank check for them.
Absolutely, sir, and I still stand by it.
Still, so if there is somebody from Maruti listening, then you have a business customer here. Mr. Kundra, let me come to you and let me go back to the main topic of manufacturing. Now, we know that, like you mentioned, there's a lot of traction, there's a lot of penetration of electric vehicles across segments, more in two-wheelers and three-wheelers, a little less in four-wheelers. But are we really manufacturing them, or are we only assembling them? And if we have to manufacture, what do we need? How India does?
See, I think the biggest constraining factor is the cell manufacturing, and there is a dependency of cells which are coming from Korea, Taiwan, China, etc. But the PLI scheme which has been launched and for advanced chemistry cells, hopefully in the next couple of years we'll see results coming out of that. They was oversubscribed when the government launched it. And the assumption is when cells start getting manufactured locally, 40% of the cost is because of the battery. So if that goes down, rest of the things, of course, are all made in India. So it's not as if, when buses are getting manufactured in India, look at the number of OEMs in buses today. You have Tatas, you have Ashok Leyland, you have Olectra, you have PMI Photon, you have got JBM. I think there's one more, something else, I'm forgetting the name. So 6 OEMs in the bus space. In fact, there are more than perhaps the car segment. So it is an irreversible movement which has started, and it is only a matter of time. Electric vehicle sales in Delhi have crossed CNG sales. CNG has been around for 30 years now. It's a defining moment that in a span of 3 years, we have seen this kind of transition.
So when we talk of manufacturing, we know that China is the largest EV market as well as producer in the world, and the scale is far superior to anybody else. We also know that companies in Europe and US, they are setting up gigafactories, cell manufacturing especially. When we compare their scale to ours, even with the PLI scheme, it looks like we are very small even now. So to answer the question whether India can be a big powerhouse for EVs globally, do you think this is an overreach?
No, I think, frankly speaking, number one, a lot of demand. Let me take the bus segment. The demand is going to come from the government. The government is going to back this up, right? And the government has decided and announced 50,000 electric buses are going to be procured by 2030. Do you know Delhi has placed orders for 5,500 buses, actually close to 6,000 buses, electric buses. We are going to be next only to Shenzhen in the world for electric buses by 2025. And that is where we stand. But having said that, even in terms of global markets, see, India has a lot of potential in becoming an export hub for countries in South Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, where historically, the price sensitivity is also there for the customers. And Indians know the African market quite well, whether it is in pharmaceuticals, whether it is in tractors or other spaces, where there has been a very strong and robust engagement. So Africa and South Asia, I think they are going to be the low-hanging fruit for the two-wheeler industry, for example. Electric two-wheelers, why not? And the scale of Indian market itself is going to be so huge that we'll ride on our own steam.
Right. So, Anmol, let me come to you. I know that you've been a cab provider all these years. I understand you are also venturing into manufacturing yourself. You will be making your own electric car very soon. Give us your learnings from manufacturing. It's a completely different game, and something that even traditional established OEMs are trying to figure out how to properly make an electric car, which is also not very heavy on the pocket. How are you approaching this, and what gives you the confidence that you will be successful, if I may say so?
Sir, when we first spoke and we said that somebody gives us a 8 lakh car, we'll buy 10,000 of them. Unfortunately, nobody picked up that challenge. And like we mentioned, every threat is an opportunity. So we picked it up ourselves. What we realized is, and the future of mobility, shared mobility, at least across the globe, is the small car. That's our thesis, and we might go horribly wrong on it. But our belief is that small car is the future. If you look at advanced economies, Japan, Korea, all of these, 60% of the sale in shared mobility is small cars now. Small cars is, what I would say is 3.5 meter to 4 meter range kind of car, which is there. So we picked up that segment. We acquired a company out of US who had technology, did not have the funds to ramp up. We got them to India. We did this acquisition in April of last year. And I'm very happy to say that around July of this year, in the month of July this year, we will start the production from our plant in Chakan. And very soon, Sir, Delhi will be, of course, the first city to host the car that we are going to manufacture. And we will come to you for RTO registrations. So, but yes, but has it been challenging? I think it's been more than challenging. The entire aspect of supply chain, the entire aspect of engineering, the entire aspect of safety, I think it's been, perhaps I would say that if launching Blue Smart and setting up a cab aggregation business was on a scale of toughness 1, this is 10. So extremely tough to get into this business, and that's why maybe there are so few companies which get into this. But when we compare to the complexity of it versus an ICE, it is very simple. If you compare, there is no engine. Engine, if you go to any Tata Motors, Mahindra plant, engine shops are huge. We don't have any engine shops. The number of processes which are required to manufacture our car vis-a-vis an ICE car is 1:5. The footprint of our manufacturing facility on a per 1,000 car basis is 1/10 that is required for an ICE vehicle. So on all counts, it is much easier to manufacture an EV vehicle vis-a-vis a ICE vehicle. Just that we were doing it for the first time in our life, so that's why it was a super challenging project for us. But I think you will see the incumbents, large companies getting disrupted massively with born electric companies. It's happened in the US. Tesla is a born electric company. It's disrupted every large automobile companies, Ford, GM, everybody's got disrupted over there. Same things will happen over here because the entry barrier with manufacturing of electric cars or scooters or three-wheelers is much lower because one, there is no engine technology which is needed, processes are small, footprints are small, capex is lower. So you will see a lot of disruption happening in this space, and maybe in 2-3 years' time, like we mentioned, the holy grail, $10,000, 300 car, that will be there soon.
What about the batteries? Because people say that for all the simplicities that EV has, the battery itself is so complex, the heart and the brain combined of the vehicle, that it itself makes it a very, very complicated procedure. Would you be, for example, sourcing the cells from outside to begin with? How do you go about that? And how prepared is the ecosystem? You are the best person here on this panel to answer this. How prepared are we to completely make an EV from grounds up 100% in India?
So small good news and big bad news. The small good news is 100% of our batteries are India. Big bad news, all cells are outside. So at least we've been able to do some indigenization when it comes to say that 100% of the batteries which are going to go into our vehicles are going to be all manufactured in India. But the raw material, which is 60-70% of the battery cost, which is the cell, is all imported. But when we speak to our vendors and we understand their pipeline of indigenization, I think there is under the PLI scheme and under other schemes, there is a lot of factor about in-country value addition. So that in-country value addition is starting to come up, and these two large battery manufacturers with whom we are buying have today announced or have already laid out foundation stones for their cell plants. So maybe it's 2 years away, 3 years away, when we see that maybe 30-40% of cells will also start getting manufactured in the country.
Gagan, if you can throw some light from your own understanding, how difficult is it to manufacture these cells? Because globally we have not seen too many geographies where cells are being made. Is it really that complicated?
I think you're probably asking the least qualified person on this panel that question. What I can tell you is on the manufacturing. Let's talk about manufacturing, right? Anmol talked about the simplicity of it all. There's a huge, immense amount of OEMs in India. I think it's in the hundreds, literally in the hundreds. And I think that's a good thing and a bad thing. So if you look at where India is in terms of global, let's say from a global comparison perspective, one of the things that India does not have is an official EV target. So, you have an official gigawatt target for renewables. You have an official target for green hydrogen production capacity by 2030. That's 5 million metric tons. India doesn't have an official EV target. Yes, FAME2 has a cap or a corpus number as well as a number in terms of units, but that's not an official penetration target. There's a Niti Aayog vision for 2030, again, not a target. So I think if you look at it from that perspective, what India does need is a target. And I think a target will also help to a certain extent rationalize what is a very highly fragmented manufacturing ecosystem in India. Because one of the things that you do need, for example, if you want to have battery swapping, you need standards. Now, if you have all these, hundreds of OEMs, it's very, very difficult to get that standardization going. So I think not answering your question directly, but answering in a sideways manner, it's almost too easy to make EVs, And I think that is a double-edged sword.
So then let me ask you about the FAME2 itself, the fact that there is a lot of confusion now after the government found out, or there were allegations made against some companies that they have not localized enough, and so they should not be getting the subsidies which they have been getting. And now we hear that EV prices are likely to go up because FAME2 subsidies have been revised. Is that likely to be a speed breaker or play a kind of a spoil sport for the story?
No, that's a really good question. And I think, when you look at it from the demand side, there's 3 sets of subsidies or incentives in India on offer to consumers. There's the national level FAME subsidy, which is, obviously applicable across the country on FAME approved models. There's a lower GST. But on top of those 2 sort of incentives, many states, and there's about 18 states which actually have incentives embedded in their own state policies. And it's all these 3 incentives that work in tandem to incentivize EVs. So the question, you want to ask yourself is, number one is, well, how much do these policies work to correct the imbalance that EVs face in terms of pricing? And how effective have they been in mobilizing EV volumes? So on the first one, from a report that we released in April this year, we looked at 2 two-wheeler models, in Maharashtra, One was an EV where the ex-showroom price, excluding GST, was something to the tune of 1.1 lakh. And the other was an ICE two-wheeler where the ex-showroom price was 75,000. So by the time you add the GST, and it's much lower in the case of EVs, and you reduce the price due to the two subsidies, the FAME and the state level, that 1.5L electric two-wheeler came down to 75,000, and that 75,000 ICE two-wheeler went up to about 1 lakh. So really, these subsidies do help in inverting that price disadvantage. And secondly, I just want to quickly add that, well, do they work, right? And our own analysis in that report showed that states with incentives actually saw 2x better volume growth, and states with higher incentives, because the incentives are also different. Some states are higher, some are lower. So the states with the higher incentives actually saw volume growth, which was up to 5x better. So really, really important, and I think any measures to wean off subsidies need to be carefully considered, you know.
The time hasn't come for de-subsidization yet. Anmol, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah, so I actually wanted, because this is a public policy summit which is there, I actually wanted to mention, being a solar entrepreneur, actually the solar sector boomed when all subsidies were removed. If you look at 2010, the sector where it was at 2010 when subsidies were there, you look at 2023 when there are no subsidies, from being the costliest form of electron to the cheapest form of electron, and I expect the same to happen on electric mobility also. And my request to the public policy, because a lot of them will be present over here, is do give us out a roadmap of exit of subsidies. It shouldn't, so for example, like what you mentioned, that one fine day you see a circular which says FAME is now from X to Y, and then all OEMs are trying to sell material in this month, and then there is all short-term strategy which is there. Why can we say, I would request the policy makers to say that if it is 10,000 rupees per kilowatt hour on FAME, tell us that it will be 7,000 in 24, tell us it will be 5,000 in 25, tell us it will be 0 in 26. That will make the ecosystem grow very sustainably, very smoothly, rather than getting up one morning, looking into a mint and saying there is no more subsidy today. So that's my request that I wanted to make.
Interesting point of view. Mr. Kundra is listening to you. Mr. Kundra, any update on this? Would you want to maybe offer more subsidies because FAME to subsidies are coming down? Or would you say that, okay, the time is coming when industry doesn't need subsidies anymore?
Well, I mean, it will be, of course, a decision of the government, but the way we look at it, for us, the two-wheeler is the largest volume. And the fact that FAME has gone down in two-wheeler segment, perhaps we'll have to take a look at our own subsidy framework and figure out how to balance it out. And because price parity, you know, those for two-wheeler buyers, the entry point price is crucial. And it has still not reached that point where, you know, it's an automatic adoption option. Because while the numbers are the largest in terms of percentage of two-wheelers which are sold, even in Delhi, it's about 9-10%. So I think we have to stabilize it to a level where it becomes the default option for people to, if I have to buy a two-wheeler, I'll go for electric. So let that happen and then we'll see.
The default option. I'm told that we are running out of time. There is, Mr. Kant is waiting. In case the audience has questions, we have time only for maybe a couple of them. And please keep it crisp and short. I see a hand over there. There can be a mic there, please.
Sumant. Okay. Sumant, congratulations to... all right, okay.
Please introduce yourself as well.
Sumant, my name is Raj, and I work for electronic company, Samsung. And congratulations to Anmol, Gagan, and Ashish ji. My question is, I don't want to be cynical, but any preparedness about the battery waste? And I think that is going to be the biggest concern, let's say 4 or 5 years from now. The way the industry is growing, of course, that is going to cut the emission. But the problem that we are going to face in probably 5 years from now would be the recycling or the battery waste. Anything from the policy side, anything from the financing side that you have seen the interest for battery recycling, and what is your preparedness, Anmol, on? Of course, you will be the biggest fleet owner probably. You will be the Tesla, but the recycling part, and that would be the biggest concern. And I'm talking about the circular economy and taking care of the environment later on.
Very valid point about battery waste, and interesting that somebody from Samsung is thinking about it. So, any of you about your thoughts on battery disposal and waste?
So at least from our perspective, we look at it in two ways. One, of course, the cars, let's say our car is having a 26 kilowatt hour battery, which will go into second life, first in the car itself, and then the second life will go into a renewable energy project. So any of these car batteries, so maybe for 4 years they run inside our car. For the next 4, 5, 6 years they run inside our solar power plants by providing energy storage with renewable energy. That 26 kilowatt hour battery maybe will perform at as a 20 kilowatt hour battery. In fact, if you look at Tesla has those power walls. Tesla Powerwall is nothing but old batteries of Tesla cars. So that is the second life. So you delay, it is reduce, recycle, reuse. So it's in the reuse pattern which is there. And then if you look at the ecosystem, especially the startup ecosystem on lithium-ion recycling, that is growing phenomenally. We have two leading startups. One is called Loham. Loham's raised now is at the verge of closing another $150 million. Huge amount of money which is coming into recycling. There's another startup which is called Batex. They have their plant outside of Delhi only, somewhere outside of Noida. Huge amount of recycling which has already started. And not just that batteries are being converted into black mass, but black mass is further being converted into real metals. So that kind of technology started to come in, and these are early days. But there is money which is coming in, and there is technology which is coming in. So hopefully, like every time, sir, if there is a threat, there will be an opportunity, and there will be a big opportunity in recycling too.
So when the battery goes dead, it's actually not dead. There's still some life left. Only time for one last question. Actually, the lady over here, right in the middle, please.
Good evening. Again, a very insightful discussion related to what was asked earlier. I want to know whether EVs, that's electric vehicles, are a totally green option. And given that lithium batteries will create waste, yes, they can be recycled, but they cannot be continuously recycled. So are we going to have a policy in place as to how we are going to deal with this waste, rather than come to the stage where the waste is created and we don't know what to do? Thank you.
Mr. Kundra, it's a similar question to the earlier one.
Yes. See, there is already the battery recycling framework which has been announced by Government of India. But having said that, it's the problem statement is similar to electronic waste. So you have so many computers, cell phones, batteries, everything is there. No? So there is an ecosystem. It's not as if we are starting from scratch. So my sense is people who are in the electronic waste recycling business are going to find an opportunity, as he said, into this space, and this is bound to happen. So circular economy is the new thing which is actually being given a lot of focus by Government of India, including the end-of-life vehicles, the recycling of those. So I think there's a whole new industry which is going to come out of this.
Thank you so much, and thanks to the audience as well for keeping your patience. It was fantastic to have you with us here and discussing on such an interesting topic, and we will have more such deliberations. Unfortunately, we are completely run out of time. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Requesting you all to kindly step forward for a group picture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for this discussion? Thank you to our speakers for sharing your insights on a very important topic. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving ahead, the next fireside chat will cover the execution of public policy at an ambitious scale. Now we've talked about the public policies, we will in detail discuss that how to execute public policies. I would like to invite Mr. Shrutajit KK, Editor-in-Chief, Mint, to kindly come on the dais to moderate this session. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead?
Thank you, Veronica. Good evening, friends. When I welcomed you all in the morning, I promised that today an intellectual feast is ahead of us. I think we have more than delivered on that promise throughout this day. Through the deliberations today, we discussed the nuts and bolts of policy. We've discussed incentives, unintended consequences, all the various aspects of policy design, challenges. We heard from Honorable Union Minister Sri Piyush Goyal about the achievements of this government. We heard from Chhattisgarh CM, Mr. Bhupesh Baghel, about the challenges in framing policy in a state like Chhattisgarh. And I couldn't be more delighted that we are now about to hear from someone who epitomizes excellence in public policy and also in executing public policy at scale, which is what is going to be the topic of the keynote address of the Honorable G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Starting in 1982 with his first posting as sub-collector in Talasheri, which also happens to be my hometown, Mr. Kant has, been, as you all know, led on a variety of fronts at state, central levels. Most recently, he was, of course, the shepherd of Niti Aayog, under which the Aspirational Districts Program was one of the programs that we recognize today as a success showcase in public policy. Thank you, Mr. Kant, for joining us today. I welcome you, and we look forward to your keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public policy can be a very theoretical subject, and most intellectuals and academicians can go on speaking about it at length, but let me speak from my experience. So I was a very young officer when very early in my career, after 2 years of work in Talasheri as sub-collector, I was posted by the then Chief Minister in the fisheries sector, and my job was to transform the lives of traditional fishermen. And it was a very challenging job. How do you transform, as a public policy, how do you transform lives of traditional fishermen? Now, fishermen, their production was low, their productivity was low, and whatever cash they used to get, fisherwomen used to transport on the fish basket on their head to the city. And therefore, there are several challenges to improve their livelihood. So, the interventions as a public policy, what do you do? So first and foremost, the challenge was to enhance their production and productivity. And therefore, we introduced outboard motors which enable them to go much further into the sea to get a higher catch. We got new fiberglass craft. This is all new technology at work. So new fiberglass craft so that they could enhance their productivity. We got new fishing nets, which were then known as disco nets. So we had to work with a lot of technical experts so that we could introduce new technology for the fishermen. Outboard motors had never been used before in the fisheries sector, and we fitted them with this. So we worked with Yamaha of Japan, we worked with Suzuki to enable, because rowing fishing boats to a certain level was a very, very tough job. It was a very manual job. We brought in new technology. So this enabled them to go use new technology, new engines which could take them much further into the sea, new fiberglass crafts, new fishing nets, which enable them to get a higher production and productivity from their catch. But the life of fishermen is very tough. One day you get a catch, the second day you don't get a catch. It's very erratic. And secondly, fishermen are, because of that erratic life, fishermen are prone to drinking. And therefore the challenge was, it's very important to open their bank accounts, form their self-help groups. Because when we were providing all this, we did this as a loan, not as a subsidy. And therefore forming their self-help groups so that they could repay and repay over a period of time. So we had to open their bank accounts at that point of time. Opening their bank accounts was a challenge because know your customer was a challenge. We used to chase physical bank managers. It used to take us 7-8 months chasing bank managers. Know your customers. And we opened bank accounts for them so that from their daily catch, 50% could go as a repayment and 50% they could use for their day-to-day existence. And the challenge was that there was no way you could get the price of fish because fish used to pass through 18 different middlemen, and the fisherman, he was getting only 25 to 30% of the marketed price of the fish. So how do you ensure that in the market price, the fisherman gets a higher return on his catch rather than selling it to some middlemen, traders who then sell it, keep selling it, and by the time it reaches consumers through transportation, it goes through 18 different hands. So we introduced beach level auctions on the ground so that there was an intersection of demand and supply on ground, and he could get a higher return on the catch. And then, in several cases, fisherwomen used to carry baskets to the city, so we introduced completely new buses where the baskets could be kept at the back and the fisherwomen could sit in front rather than going through the menial job of carrying it. We started with one bus. Today about 20-odd buses run to the city of Trivandrum, and fisherwomen are able to, because in the normal buses you could not keep fish baskets because consumers travel. And therefore, they could then take the fisherwoman bus and transport it to the city. All this led to self-help groups being formed, their bank accounts being opened, their production going up, beach-level auctions being introduced, and because we had opened their bank accounts, they could repay their loans, and because of this, fisherwomen could have a much better life. So you could impact in terms of marketing, you could impact in terms of production, you could impact in terms of new technology, and this model then spread all over Kerala. That is what a good public policy is able to do in terms of transforming the lives of almost 20%, 18 to 19% of the population of Kerala, which is the fishing community. And it had a huge impact in terms of enhancing and improving the quality of life of the traditional fishermen. Then, much later, I was transferred and I ran, because of my work in fishing, actually I ran into some major challenge with the communist government, because they started nominating some of these middlemen into the boards of the fishermen cooperative societies. Whereas my view was that only the actual producer, that is the fisherman, should be on the board. I was transferred out and I was actually without a posting for about 8-9 months. Without a posting. That is also a part of your existence as a public civil servant. And at that point of time, I thought that's the end of my career because the government got after me really badly. But at that point of time, nobody had heard of Kerala as a tourism destination. People used to travel to Rajasthan or they used to go to Kashmir. And after 8.5 months, I was posted as Secretary Tourism. And Kerala that time was a very low value tourism destination. You would get cobblers and garbage collectors from Manchester coming on chartered flights to Kovalam. That was the only product everybody knew about Kerala. When I became Secretary Tourism, I thought this was a good opportunity to develop Kerala as a travel and tourism destination. But my view was that two things we should do. One is to take it up the value chain as a public policy. That is, make it as a high-value destination. Secondly, we should take Kerala back to its roots, because 200 destinations are competing in the market space. All of them are competing on the same products, and everybody is trying to ape the West. I said, instead of aping the West, we should differentiate it by going back to the roots of Kerala. And therefore, we closed Kovalam for about almost a year and a half and did up Kovalam, because of low-value tourism, had led to a lot of encroachments. It had led to very low-value tourism. The beach had been spoiled. Rampant illegal construction had taken place. We closed it for a year and a half. In the process, we developed the backwaters of Kerala. We revived houseboats, in which not a single nail is used, and all carpenters with expertise had gone away to the Gulf countries. So we brought them back. We built houseboats. Houseboats used to be used to transport rice from the central part of Kerala to Travancore part. We revived that. We brought back Ayurveda. We went back to the traditional martial arts of Kerala, Kalripet. We revived Kerala cuisine. That time nobody had heard of, appam and stew and fish moili. We revived all that. We went back to all the traditional art forms of Kerala. But more important than that, Kerala's architecture was very pretty. It was Nalkittam houses. All of them were being sold as firewood. And people had gone to Gulf and they'd started making brick and mortar houses with bright green colors, very red colors, pink colors. We brought back the traditional architecture of Kerala, and all the traditional houses were restored. And many of the new boutique resorts that you see here that you see now in Kerala were all revival of the traditional architecture of Kerala. But important thing was that we stopped charters and we took Kerala up the value chain. From $20, we took it up to almost $500 a night destination. We said we'll not sell it as a mass destination, but we'll sell it as a high value destination. Before that, Haryana had developed as a tourism destination, but all the resorts that had been developed were developed by the government. We took a contrarian policy because our belief was that tourism is a private sector activity, and all resorts were developed as boutique resorts in Kerala by private sector. And important thing was that everybody used to say that Kerala, no industry will ever survive because the unions are very strong, and manufacturing had failed in Kerala. But the same private sector actually did top-class work and showed the entrepreneurial spirit to develop new products and boutique resorts. And the government only acted as a facilitator, as a catalyst, and government's job was to do last mile work, develop the destination, and actually provide destination marketing support to the private sector. So what this led to, the enterprising spirit of Malayalis to develop boutique resorts, the government's ability to support them through destination development like backwaters, houseboats, etc., and its ability to do top-class destination marketing, a great brand campaign around God's own country, and building that brand led to Kerala's emergence as a great high-value destination in the world. And Kerala, for many years, the National Geographic Traveler actually rated it as one of the 10 exotic paradises of the world. And for 7 years in a row, it won the Best Tourism Award. And what this demonstrated is that good policy, where government keeps away from business, where government becomes a facilitator, where government supports the private sector, and where government supports good enterprise, and where there is clarity and consistency of policy, can lead to the emergence of a state as a great tourism and travel destination, even in a state where industry has totally failed. So good public policy led to the emergence of great entrepreneurial state and a great enterprising spirit of the private sector and reviving Kerala as a great travel and tourism destination. That's what good public policy can do. So when I was tourism secretary in Kerala, actually one fine day I got a call from, and it was a Sunday, I was at home and I got a call and they said that the principal secretary to Prime Minister wants to speak to you. I was a young officer. So I took the phone and Mr. Brijesh Mishra was put on the line after 2 minutes and he said that, are you the tourism secretary? I said, yes. He said that, I'm calling you because the Prime Minister will come for a holiday to Kerala. Mr. Vajpayee was then the Prime Minister. He'll stay there for a week, but we don't want politicians, state politicians, we don't want him to be surrounded by anyone. He will stay there all alone and you will be in charge of this. You make all arrangements. So I made all arrangements for his stay in Kerala, in Kumaragam, in the backwaters of Kerala. And I was the only person around him and I took him out on a houseboat and Mr. Vajpayee actually wrote the Kumaragam musings at that time and he stayed there for about 6 days. And so all through the day, I used to take him out and take care of everything there. No chief minister, nobody came there. And actually it was, he just wrote his poetry and wrote his book, and in the evening there used to be some cultural program. But we demonstrated to him that how Kerala had developed as a backwater destination. He could see the houseboat, he could see the Ayurveda, he could see the art forms of Kerala. And then one evening, Mr. Brijesh Mishra, who was there, said that, told Mr. Vajpayee over dinner, because I used to sit on that same dining table, he said, "Is ladke ne bahut kaam kiya, this boy has done a lot of work in tourism, we should get him to Government of India." So Mr. Vajpayee turned to me and he said, "Amitabh ji, aapne apply kiya Bharat Sarkar ke liye? Have you applied for Government of India?" I said, "No sir, I have not applied." So he said, "Nahi, that's very good, bahut acha kiya aapne, aap mat apply kijiye, don't apply. If you apply, Mr. Brijesh Mishra will, instead of bringing you to tourism, will send you to women and child welfare." So that was the end of the story, we forgot about it. I applied 1 year, 2 months later. I was supposed to go to Finance Ministry, actually the Civil Services Board had selected me. Then I get a call again from Mr. Brijesh Mishra and he asked me, "Have you applied for Government of India?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I've applied." So he said, "Do you know where you're going?" I said, "Sir, I'm told that I'm going to finance." So he said, "Do you recall the conversation we had in Kumaragam that you should come to tourism?" So I said, "Sir, but there's no vacancy in tourism," and there was no vacancy in tourism. So he said, "That's not your concern, that's not your business, you get ready to come to tourism." And, you know, they actually, the existing joint secretary, they shifted her out and actually brought me into the Ministry of Tourism as joint secretary. That's how I moved from Kerala tourism to India tourism. As soon as I landed, you know, there was a war in Afghanistan. You know, there was an attack on our parliament and there was this Twin Tower blast in New York and there were travel advisories against India at that time. And we had very few hotels and resorts, but they were all at 15%, 20% occupancy. And all tour operators started saying that because of war in Afghanistan and this attack on our parliament, etc., no hotels are getting occupied, no rooms are being sold, and the business was very poor. India's lost out as a tourism destination. And that was the peak of the global crisis after Twin Tower blast, because Thailand, Singapore, all of them had stopped their marketing campaign. And at the peak of that crisis, we launched the Incredible India campaign. And we worked on digital. We worked on, digital was very little at that point, but digital, print, CNN, BBC, everything. We went and did a very interesting campaign around Incredible India, that's how. And that led to the revival of India tourism. And the demand for India through the consumer, because we were going to the tour operators and they were saying that there's just no consumer demand for India. And that time packages used to be sold through tour operators. So we went to them and told them that please, we will buy your tour packages, we will buy your pages and your brochures, but they said there's just no consumer demand. So the challenge was, how do you revive consumer demand? And we went and did a direct campaign to the consumers of the world, and we revived consumer demand, and the tourism demand for India went up and up and up and up for 6-7 years in a row. And that growth in demand actually led to new airlines coming in, a whole range of new airlines, all this Indigo, Jet, all this private sector airlines came in during that period. It led to the creation of new private airports in India. So Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi, there was a need because we were choked. That led to the revival of new PPP airports which India created, and really top-class airports came in. And that's how the demand for India as a travel tourism destination grew in a very big way. And Incredible India became a very renowned campaign across the world and won many, many awards. So a good public policy which aims at driving consumer demand, which allows the private sector to work, can actually lead to the destination being developed even in a moment of crisis, and lead to actually development of a completely new economy in the travel and tourism sector. That's been my experience, even in the peak of a crisis. Much later, demonetization had happened, and I was in Niti Aayog. And at the peak of the crisis, the Prime Minister had asked us to do 100 melas in 100 days and digital melas. And because we had to drive digitization and digital payments at that point of time, and we did 100 digital melas in 100 days. UPI had not even started at that point of time. But that driving those melas, what had happened was that we had been able to create digital identity for all Indians. We then from 2015 to 17 went on to do 500 million bank accounts. 500 million bank accounts means almost 1.5 times the population of USA. And between 2015 and 17, 55% of the bank accounts opened across the world were opened in India. Every second bank account was opened in India. So bank accounts were created. We linked up the digital identity to the banks, and we linked up the mobile numbers to the banks. And that led to the fast payments in India. And today we do 11x more fast payments than what America and Europe do. We do 4x more payment than what China does. And actually, what it led to, the digital acquisition of customers. Before the digital identity, the cost of acquisition of a customer in India was about $30. In Europe and America, it's over $110. But the digital identity, the bank account, when I was working with a fisherman, I used to chase bank managers to open their bank accounts. Today, we open a bank account in less than a minute. So I've seen this journey from 8 months to less than a minute. Now, what happened in India was that a new company like Jio came in, and it acquired 250 million customers in 100 days. Nowhere in the world has this happened. 250 millions in 100 days. The cost of acquisition of customer had fallen to $1, from $30 to $1. And that is why this was explosion of technology to population scale at low cost in India. And that is the reason why we've been able to do COVID. During the COVID crisis, we've been able to do 2 billion vaccination shots. We've been able to actually create a vast range of digital products in India, like DigiLocker. In education, we've been able to do Diksha and Swayam. We've been able to do a vast range of digital public goods. And our model is very different from the Western world, where Google, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon have done all the innovation. They've done all the innovation, because they have access to the data of citizens and they use AI and ML. In Europe, they went for GDPR. They said privacy of data is more important. But in the process, they killed innovation, and so no innovation came out of Europe in the last 2.5 decades. In India, we built the layers, the railway tracks, on which in public interest, we did this, on top of which we allowed private sector to innovate. So India is the only country where PhonePe competes with Google Pay, Paytm competes with WhatsApp, and huge amount of innovation has happened, and that's why we've driven fast payment. But on the fast payment history, you've seen a new set of startups like Lending Card, Pine Lab, MobiKwik, who do credit. They do large-scale credit on the basis of your payment history. So identity, banking, credit, fast payment, all has happened. And then you had a new set of startups who started doing wealth management. So they started doing moving into tier 2, tier 3 cities. They got into rural areas, and this created a new class of people who got into stock markets. And that's why a new startup like Zerodha today controls 30% of the stock market. New startup controlling 30% of the stock market because he was doing cashless, paperless. He was using the digital identity and the payment history and the banking, his bank account, to be able to do this instantaneous transactions on the stock market. And that led to a huge explosion in the stock market, and that led to wealth creation for tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then on top of that, so what you're seeing is identity, payment, credit. You've seen wealth creation, and then you had another set of companies like Digit and Acco who started doing insurance, and using digital and same mechanism, they started doing insurance. When I was a young officer, it used to take me 5 months, 6 months to get an policy, LIC policy. They started doing insurance policies in 1 minute, 2 minutes. So our fast payment takes only 30 seconds, and an insurance policy takes 1 minute in India through Digit and Acco. That has been the public policy transformation. Public policy has transformed the life of citizens in India. Because of this digitization, because of using digital identity, blending it with banking, linking it all up, transforming the lives of vast segments of people, which has enabled them to make mobile their virtual bank. Now, it's important to understand this because today in the world, 4 billion people do not have a digital identity. 2.5 billion people do not even have a bank account. And almost 133 countries in the world do not even have a fast payment mechanism. How do you transform their lives like we've been able to transform lives of citizens in India? How do you make it easy? And therefore, that is the challenge before the world, that these countries have to do the right policy framework to be able to do this. And India has the ability to do it on population scale at low cost because of the public policy framework that it built up in these cases. And the challenge, therefore, is public policy. And when I was in Niti Aayog, one of the challenges the Prime Minister threw on us is that you transform the lives of people in 115 districts of India. Many of you would not have heard of many of these districts. You know, Kifre in Nagaland, a range of districts across India. Many of you would never have traveled of them. These are the most backward districts in India. But the challenge, the Prime Minister said, don't call them backward, call them the aspirational districts of India. So the challenge was to transform the lives of people in these districts. How do you do this? And he said, don't use finance. These districts receive the same funds as other districts do. Why do some districts perform badly and others perform well? Because the staff here has low morale. These are far-flung districts. Officials go there for 3 months, 4 months, or they abstain, they don't go there, there's lack of infrastructure, and there is constant shuffling of people, and there's a lack of focus of politicians, and the governance there is extremely pathetic. So how do you transform them? So we picked up 49 indicators and we said we'll rank these districts on a monthly basis, minute to minute, day to day, on a regular basis. And we started ranking them on delta. That is the change that is taking place on a minute to minute, month to month basis, and we'll announce ranking and we'll reward the better performing districts. So we were taking the base level and ranking the differentiation, the differential during the course of the month on real-time data flowing in from the district on a minute-to-minute basis on how the change is taking place. That was not possible when I was a district collector. Data used to come in 6 months late. But today, it's possible because of mobile telephony, access to Wi-Fi. Data can flow in on a minute-to-minute basis. And therefore, data for good governance is the key. And we use the power of technology and the data as a public policy to transform lives. What we did was we did convergence of government schemes, we did collaboration with the states, and we started creating competition. So 3 key things: convergence, collaboration with states and all the departments, and competition. And constant ranking of the districts on the basis of their actual performance, on the basis of real-time data. And we started putting out data in public domain so that people could know whether the state is whether that particular district is moving up or moving down. And we started ranking them. And we started saying that this district is performing well and this district is not performing well. What is its rank in the 115 districts? And therefore the citizens, and we use the local language to publicize this, and therefore the citizens started questioning the bureaucrats, the district collectors, the district education officer, the health officer, and in all other places, the ministers in charge, and started questioning them. And therefore, putting out data in public domain, real-time data in public domain can be transformational. And that is what triggered this change. So what we saw in the aspirational district program is that constant competition, challenging the district officers, putting data in public domain, questioning them, and putting the ranking in public domain was transformational. And that's how these districts transformed within a very short period of 2.5 years. And that is why a UNDP report, which was done by the Harvard Institute of Competitiveness by Michael Porter, said that this is one of the most important programs because it uses data for good governance. And that is how these districts were performed. And therefore, my own experience from my own career is really that today we have the power of data, we have the power of competition. I've seen this when I was doing ease of doing business, where we scrapped a lot of rules, regulation, procedures. I've seen this when we started ranking districts and states. When we did the ease of doing business ranking for the states, the first year Gujarat came number 1. Next year Andhra came number 1. They beat Gujarat. Third year Telangana beat Gujarat and Andhra. But the good thing was that Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh came 4th and 5th. They were 24th and 25th. They came 4th and 5th. So if the mineral-rich states of India can really transform themselves, you will see the eastern part of India growing, and therefore competition will force them to become champions. Data, putting out data and shaming them will really transform. And therefore, if 10 states of India grow at high rates, if Jharkhand, UP, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, all of them grow at high rates of 10% plus, India will go at high rates. We'll become a $5 trillion economy much faster, much quicker, and actually we'll become a developed economy by 2047 we'll be a high income economy. So good public policy is about data, good public policy is about government taking a retreat, the private sector creating wealth. The good public policy is about consistency of policy, clarity of mind, and ensuring that intersection with the private, intersection with the citizen should only be digital, it should never be physical, and that all forms, all government forms should not be more than half a page. They should all be digital, not more than 8 to 10 columns. All rules and regulation in government should never be more than 2 pages. So no form should be more than 1 page, no rule should be more than 2 pages, and no act should be more than 3 pages. This will only happen if there's clarity of mind, because government goes on writing long acts, government goes on doing long rules and regulations, which then all become questionable in courts of law, and we then clog up our courts. So my view is make things easier, make things simpler, make things as simple, as easy for everyone to understand, and make the country go completely digital. And all the citizens of India actually are very digital savvy. What the world has, what India has shown is that in the Swanidhi scheme, even vegetable sellers, the common sellers are all digitally far more savvy than the urban people. What fast payment has shown is that even vegetable sellers are far more savvy than people living in urban area. Their ability to absorb digital transaction is much quicker. So my view always has been that public policy is the key to India's growth, and that requires great simplicity, easiness, and clarity of mind, and that requires consistency of policy over a long run, and that requires us to have the clarity of mind that wealth creation has to be done by the private sector, and government must be only a facilitator and catalyst, and should be responsible for just education, health, nutrition, and social sectors. India needs to grow, wealth creation must take place. That should be done by the private sector, but India needs to also do well on learning outcomes, on health outcomes, on nutritional outcomes. That should be the role of the state governments. With these few words, I'll conclude. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause once again?
I think you will all agree with me when I say that that was about the best accounts of a civil servant's career and the impact it can have on people that at least I have heard. So thank you for taking the effort to recount your time in civil service and in public service. I don't want to do a Q&A. I just wanted to open this up and to facilitate a conversation with the audience, especially those of you who are students. If any of you would like to ask any questions about this rather spectacular account that Mr. Khan just gave us, please raise your hands and I'd be happy to facilitate. While you think about that, Amitabh, you have a question? One quick question I'm very interested in asking you. Could you give us similarly an account about the various political leaders you have worked with, both in the state and the central governments, and for a committed bureaucrat, what are the ideal qualities you look for in a leader?
No, I've worked with a large number of politicians. I have worked with some on account of which I've suffered in the state. I've worked with some very progressive politicians in the life of a civil servant. These are, when you work in the state, they're very challenging times, and once as a district collector, I was district collector in Calicut, where Vasco da Gama had landed and discovered India, and they used to say that the city of Calicut is exactly as it is when Vasco da Gama had left it. Nothing has changed. Till Amitabh Kant became the district collector, I broadened about almost 120 odd roads, and I faced about 19 contempt of court cases, but I widened all of them. And the heart of the city I cleaned up. I demolished about almost 1,000 odd encroachments in the heart of the city, and I created a breathing lung. But much later, I suffered on account of all that. That's part of life. So some politicians protect you. They feel you've done good work, they protect you. Some have vested interests, they don't protect you. So it's always good to work with leaders who have a big picture, who have a vision. I worked at the state level with Mr. Karnakaran, who gave me a free hand to clean up Calicut, who made me work in the fisheries sector. I enjoyed working with him. I had a very tough time with the communist regime in Kerala at one point of time, though I worked with Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, who was far more progressive, but I had a very tough time once with the Kerala communist regime. In the center, I've worked with some ministers I've worked with Mr. Jagmohan, who was very, very real doer, very progressive, very forward-looking.
In urban development.
In tourism. He was able to do in 1 year what many ministers would not have done. And I had a very, very tough time with Renuka Chaudhary. So this is getting good or bad is part of life. But, this is not meant to be written or quoted about, but
what do you mean? This is being live streamed.
But I had a very tough time with her. But then, I've worked with Mr. Modi for last 8 years, and I think he's very progressive, very forward-looking, very committed to taking India forward. And much of what I've delivered is because, his vision has been very big. It's been transformational. He's also a techie at heart. So many of the things that, like Startup India, Make in India, all that I did not recount because of limited time. But imagine, when we started Startup India, there were just 400 odd startups. Today we have 90,000 startups. We've been able to get 350 billion. We've been able to create 110 unicorns. All that is because of his ability. He makes you slog. He makes you work hard. He makes you deliver. But his vision is clear. His belief in technology is clear. And I think it gives you a lot of job satisfaction in the course. And I think the levels of integrity in this government are of a very high order. So it gives you a lot of job satisfaction when you deliver all that, and you get a very free hand to deliver. So I think it's been a very satisfying experience for me in the last 8 years.
What is one challenging part about working with Prime Minister Modi?
He's a tough hard master. He wants you to deliver. He gives you a free hand. But you can't falter. If he says you have to deliver 100 digital mailers in 100 days, however much you argue, we kept arguing, but he was very clear you have to do it in 100. I said, sir, once a week or once in 10. He said, no, 100 digital mailers in 100 days. But that, looking back, I think he was right. We were wrong. Because in 100 days, we were able to create a momentum. We got the UPI going, we got the Paytm and all this phone pay, we got all of them going. We were able to give rewards, we were able to create winners, we were able to create a huge momentum in those 100 days. That's how digital fast payment took off in India. That's how UPI took off in India. Yeah.
Karuna, could we get a mic across to her, please?
Thank you. That was a very encouraging address. Previously, as part of UNDP, we worked extensively on the youth agenda with Niti Aayog. So my question relates to youth. So we know, as of today, 33% of India's youth is neither in education, nor in employment, nor in training. 50% of them are girls. So what is the reason that explains this trend, and how does India plan to leverage their demographic dividend, which currently is falling on paltry grounds? Thank you.
No, you're very right. That's why I ended up by saying that India can never grow at high rates for a long time if we do not improve on learning outcomes, health outcomes, nutritional standards. All these are very critical things. And my belief is that the states have to play a key role. These are subjects which are driven by the states. So in India, I think the onus has to be, or grassroots delivery in all these social sectors has to be done by the state governments. There's no reason why every state, that's the primary responsibility of the states. We need to we need to rank and name and shame the states in all these social indices. That's important. That's critical. That's key. I mean, it's not the job of that's not the job of central government. That's the job of the states. And all states must be ranked on their performance.
Anybody else who wants to? Yes, please.
So I'm Mangai from Oracle. I just wanted, Sir's, he's coined some words like Incredible India, God's own country. I also worked with you in Champions of Change. We just need your guidance for the next 5, 10 years to give us more catchy words like this, which will also help sectors like education, health, because lots of muscle goes into those words that you bring in, and inculcate whatever you learned and capitalize for those folks.
So, first of all, I don't think you need catchy words. You need, see, branding is good, but branding must be accompanied by delivery on ground. If you brand and don't deliver on ground, it will rebound on you very badly. So, important thing is, the Champions of Change aspirational district would have never worked if it had not delivered on ground. It was one of the toughest jobs I've ever done in my career. It was very satisfying, but it worked because we were delivering on ground on the dashboard. We were constantly ranking and naming and shaming. If performance had not been accompanied by, so you can brand anything, but actual transformation and change must take place on ground. So key is the brand will be totally ruined. You would have seen this in several consumer products where the product is not half as good as the brand. So the product quality is your ability to deliver on ground. That's very important, and that is the crux of what we do.
Mr. Kant, it's, we couldn't have had a better closing session at this event. Your passion and dedication for the people of this country and for bringing about change is indeed very inspiring. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Amitabh Kant. Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much, sir, for sharing important insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move towards the end, but before we come to the closing remarks, I would like to tell you all that NIXI has introduced .in registration domain. Please visit the registration desk to get your free domain. Also, on the tables, you can see these QR codes. Please take a moment to scan these QR codes and share your valuable feedback with us. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Ms. Swati Sharda, Group Head, HT Events and Government Business, to kindly give away the closing remarks. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being a part of the Mint India Public Policy Summit. I'm sure you all enjoyed the event and learned something new today, like we all did. Mint organizes these industry events very frequently with the aim to bring together the like-minded. Do follow our website to stay updated. We have the Mint Digital Innovation Summit coming up on the 9th of June in Bangalore. Do register if you're a digital person. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank a few important people without who the event would not have been possible. Our speakers today to start with, who contributed immensely to the discussions through the day. Our keynote speaker, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, special guests, Shri Bhupesh Baghel ji, Amitabh Kant ji, and all of our other speakers, senior officials and experts. A big thanks to the editorial team led by Shrutajit. Thanks, Madhavan, for putting it together if you're around. Behind the curtains, our very able organizing team for a flawless delivery. Well done, Ashutosh and team. A special thanks to all our sponsors for their generous support, our co-powered by sponsor Chhattisgarh Government, Madhya Pradesh Government, Government of Goa, NIXI, J&K Bank, Union Bank, IIFL, Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, our knowledge partners, Primus Partner, Academic Partner, Indian School of Public Policy. Lastly, all of you for being such wonderful audience. Please continue to network during the networking dinner and have a good time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you all for joining us today. Please, we have